Elf age I can pick up attributes Chapter 1-50. Chapter 1_Initial Sprite. Luzhou No. 3 Middle School. Outside the town hall. A student who just entered the third year of junior high stared eagerly at the door of the synagogue with eager eyes. Today is the day they receive the initial elves. 10 years have passed since the eternal night that all human beings remember fresh. With the change of the rules of the world and the opening of the dimensional channel, the whole world has undergone amazing changes. The elves have become the kind companions of human beings. The trainer has become the most mainstream profession in the world. In the school curriculum, more. For elves-related courses, in the normal learning process, students not only need to learn cultural courses such as language and mathematics, but also need to learn elves information courses. Until the third grade. After entering the third year of junior high school, you can receive the initial elves provided by the Blue Star Elf Alliance, and become a newcomer trainer. Each rookie trainer has half a year to prepare. During this half-year period, you can cultivate, train, fight, and travel around the world to capture new elves, so as to improve your strength as much as possible. And half a year later, the annual Spirit Fair will be held. Test. A new trainer who has achieved certain results in the elf exam will be automatically promoted to junior trainer, and will be admitted to the professional Elf Academy to become a real trainer, thus embarking on the road to the sky. And most of the new trainers who fail the college entrance examination will turn to other occupations. Because of the changes in the rules of the world, elves have become the real mainstream of the world, and naturally a series of related occupations have also been derived. Of course, there are also a small number of candidates who failed the list to continue the road of trainers, but without the support of the relevant resources of the Elf Academy, they can really get out and become a powerful trainer. Home, very few. Next, Zhang Jing. The sound of the broadcast outside the hall interrupted Zhang Jing's thoughts. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed, and a trace of anticipation flashed in his eyes, and then he quickly walked into the hall. He came from the Earth and was a senior elf fan in the past, and he naturally yearned for the elf who could come into contact with the real world in person. In the synagogue, there are ordinary red and white Pokeballs listed. These are all elves that freshmen can choose from. However, at this time, outside the Pokeball, it was covered with a layer of fabric covers the Pokeball inside, preventing students who come to choose from directly identifying the identity of the Pokemon. After all, it is a large-scale selection of students, so the selection of the initial elves is completely random, which is a kind of fairness in disguise. Now, some of the places where the Pokeballs are listed are vacant. And in the center of the synagogue, 3 people are sitting. The principal and dean of Luzhou No. 3 Middle School, and the head teacher of Zhang Jing's class. Zhang Jing's head teacher is a woman in her 20s named Lin Ya, a fresh graduate. Graduates, after the elf college entrance examination, chose the elf education major, and were assigned to the 3rd middle school after graduation. After seeing Zhang Jing coming in, Lin Ya's eyes lit up. She was deeply impressed by Zhang Jing, because the other party had a solid grasp of elves' knowledge and was among the best in every exam. In her impression, Zhang Jing was a well-deserved top student. Thoughts changed. Lin Ya said softly, "Zhang Jing, choose your starting elf." After a pause, she continued, "The initial elves for selection are all screened, although it is not sure which elves can be selected in the end, but the value of cultivation is. Most are about the same." Beside her, the principal and dean of Liucheng No. 3 Middle School also set their eyes on Zhang Jing, waiting for his choice. Glancing around, Zhang Jing's gaze was fixed on the Pokeball closest to him. Since the specific identity of the elf could not be determined, Zhang Jing did not intend to waste time. Without hesitation, he lifted the fabric in front of him and took out the Pokeball below. Then, he looked at the 3 people in the center of the synagogue and said solemnly, "I've finished my selection." Ah! The 3 of them looked at each other, a little confused. The freshmen who came to choose the initial elves, which one is not hesitant for a long time, choose from left to right. After all, in the elf exam in half a year, the minimum number of elves to apply for each candidate is only one, and this one must bring the initial elves. So, the third-year students who choose the initial elves are very careful. As decisive as Zhang Jing, he was the first. Linya hesitated for a while, then looked at Zhang Jing and asked softly, "Zhang Jing, your first time. What is a primordial spirit?" Zhang Jing looked at the poke ball in his hand. Then, his mind moved. Boom! With a slight sound, the light of the pokeball flashed, and a figure appeared beside Zhang Jing. It was a tan figure. After appearing on the stage, it seemed to realize that Zhang Jing was the trainer that he would always accompany in the future. He took 2 steps gently, and then rubbed Zhang Jing's calf. Ibrahimovic. The one chosen by Zhang Jing was an Ibrahimovic. When his eyes fell on Ibrahimovic, a surprise flashed in Zhang Jing's eyes, and then his eyes narrowed slightly. Because, just as he released Ibrahimovic, a voice sounded in his ear. "Ding dong, the host has obtained the initial sprite, and the attribute system has been initially opened." The sound was fleeting, almost making Zhang Jing think he had auditory hallucinations. Just then, seat in the center of the synagogue. The head teacher Linya's voice sounded. "It's Ibrahimovic, the training value is good, but unfortunately." On her face, showing a look of pity, he shook his head, as if it was a pity for Zhang Jing. Huh. Zhang Jing Wenyan narrowed his eyes slightly, looked up at Linya, and said, "Mr. Lin, what a pity." Chapter 2 Collision Between Worlds. Zhang Jing's top student. Hearing the words, she explained, "Ibrahimovic has 3 evolutionary choices. From the perspective of cultivation value, he is definitely the top among the initial elves." But the regret in Linya's eyes became more intense. If Ibrahimovic wants to evolve, he must use the help of evolution stones. The price of Fire Stone, Thunder Stone, and Water Stone are all quite expensive. She looked at Zhang Jing and said bluntly, "The prices of these 3 evolution stones are not affordable for your family. It's only half a year away from the elf exam, then. It is very likely that he will take the unevolved Ibrahimovic to the exam. The gap between before and after evolution is too great." The regret in Linya's eyes became more intense. As Zhang Jing's head teacher, she is naturally aware of Zhang Jing's family background. Her parents died when Zhang Jing was a child, and there is only one sister who depends on each other. In her opinion, with Zhang Jing's family background, he can't afford the expensive price of evolution stone at all. Beside her, the principal and the dean also nodded in agreement. Hearing Linya's explanation, Zhang Jing was stunned and said as usual, "I will try my best." Then, he took back Ibrahimovic. Linya looked at him, sighed softly, got up, and took out a reddish machine from the box next to it. Then, she came to Zhang Jing and handed the machine to him. "You should have known it a long time ago. This is the latest version of Blue Star's Elf Pokédex. Through it, you can learn about elves and have real-time control over your elves' abilities. However, when facing wild elves, you can only get a few introductions. Only after you have truly conquered your own elves, can you obtain detailed information through the illustrated book." Interest. Zhang Jing nodded lightly to show his understanding. After the introduction, Linya took out the 5 ordinary Pokeballs provided to the rookie trainer. After receiving the initial elf, got the elf picture book, and after getting the elf ball, Zhang Jing left the hall without hesitation. Zhang Jing walked out of the hall. There was a sudden look in his eyes, and he said silently in his heart, "Sure enough, it is consistent with the information I have learned. The relationship between the elf world and Blue Star is completely subtle." He looked straight ahead, his thoughts flashed quickly. The opening of the dimensional channel has brought the elf world and Blue Star together. The appearance of the elf and the changes in the rules of the world have made the 2 worlds fit a lot more. But these are 2 worlds, after all. There is a struggle between countries, not to mention two worlds. There is no doubt that the Elf world and Blue Star have carried out some cooperation, but also, the vigilance has never been let down, and naturally a lot of information has been withheld. It can be seen from the evolution of Ibrahimovic. Even the teachers of Elf education think that Ibrahimovic has only 3 evolutionary forms: Thunder Elf, Water Elf, Fire Elf. But actually, coming from the Earth, Zhang Jing, who is a senior elf fan, knows very well that before he crossed, Ibrahimovic already had an evolutionary direction. In addition to Thunder, Water, and Fire, there are Sun Elf, Moon Elf, Ice Elf, Grass Elf, and Fairy Elf. To know, there are many ways of evolution, all of which do not require evolution stones. It has been a while since he has traveled to this point, and he has long been concerned about all. There are certain doubts about the elf knowledge he learned, and now, through the Ibrahimovic incident, he has undoubtedly confirmed this. However, this kind of collision between worlds has little to do with me for the time being. Zhang Jing thought in his heart, I have already obtained the initial elves. In the next 6 months, I will be free to move. Naturally, I must improve my strength as much as possible, so as to cope with the elves exam. Having made a decision in his heart, Zhang Jing immediately prepared to leave the school. After receiving the initial elves and becoming a rookie trainer, each rookie trainer has free time for promotion, and only needs to come to the school regularly to participate in the mock test before the exam. Try. At this time, the shouting from the side interrupted Zhang Jing's thoughts. Little Rada, use Ram. Zhang Jingxun looked around and saw that not far away, a battle of elves was going on. The students of their current class have been fascinated by elves since childhood, and have long longed for elves to fight. Now that I finally got my elf, naturally some students couldn't help it and started their first battle directly. The two sides in the battle are a green caterpillar and a little Rada. Now. Ellipsis. Following the instruction of Little Lada's trainer, Little Lada's eyes sharpened and rushed straight towards the green caterpillar. The other side. Outdone, the green caterpillar's trainer immediately shouted, Green caterpillar, don't lose to him, we will also use the impact. The two elves had high fighting spirit and suddenly collided with each other. Bang! A dull crash sounded. Not far away. Zhang Jing, who was watching this scene, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Because, just when the two elves collided, the moment they were together, in Zhang Jing's line of sight, 2 information boxes, floating in midair popped out of the two elves. Open black lens bracket impact fragment X4 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket impact fragment X close black lens bracket. Chapter 3 I can pick up attributes. Not only that, the skills of the two elves with low levels were limited. After a collision, the two elves immediately collided again under the command of the trainer. Open black lens bracket impact fragment X close black lens bracket. This time, only one of the sprites popped up the message box. After some intense hand-to-hand combat, the Little Rada narrowly won. And at the moment when Little Rada won, the message box popped up again. Open black lens bracket experience, point close black lens bracket. After the battle, the two trainers left with mixed feelings. In Zhang Jing's sight. Information boxes, in the battle arena flickered brightly and dimly, especially dazzling. Zhang Jing has already observed the surroundings. Except for him, no one else should see the information box. Otherwise, such a strange incident would have caused a sensation long ago. Zhang Jing showed a thoughtful look. He thought of the mysterious voice he heard when he released Ibrahimovic. What seems to be pick-up attribute system. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Jing approached the location of the message box. Just a short distance from him and a few message boxes. After zooming in, above the information box, the option of pick up or not appears. Pick up. Zhang Jing said in his heart, like an experiment. Next second, a message box turned into a streamer and disappeared in place. In Zhang Jing's ear, the system prompt sounded. Open black lens bracket ding. Picked up skill fragments. Crash X. The host successfully picks up the skill fragments, and the skill section opens. In an instant, one after another information poured into Zhang Jing's heart. In a blink of an eye. Back to normal. Zhang Jing's eyes fell in front of him, and the other flashing information boxes showed enlightenment in his eyes. He already understands the function of the pickup attribute system. Without hesitation, the other impact fragments were also picked up by him one by one. The system beeps continuously. Just after the last message box was picked up, the system prompt sound changed to some extent. Open black lens bracket ding. Pick up skill fragments. Hit X, detect that the host has acquired hit fragments X, and automatically synthesize hit skills. Zhang Jing showed such an expression as he expected, and then took the out of the Pokeball. This is naturally his initial elf, Ibrahimovich. Light flashed. Ibrahimovich's cute figure appeared in front of him. Zhang Jing's eyes fell on Ibrahimovich. The initial elf must appear in the list of elves participating in the elf exam, which means that, for a long time to come, Ibrahimovich will inevitably be his main elf and close partner. Looking at this cute little guy, Zhang Jing leaned over slightly and hugged it in his arms. Ibrahimovich was very useful. He rubbed Zhang Jing's cheek with his soft cheek, very intimate. Nice little guy. He sighed softly. Zhang Jing's eyes became serious, and he said in his heart, give the collision skill to Ibrahimovich. In the information he just obtained, he already understands the usage of the attribute picking system. The light that only he could see flashed in front of him and merged into Ibrahimovich's body. Ibrahimovich's eyes narrowed, showing a rather comfortable look. The system beep sounded in my ears. Ding! It is detected that Ibrahimovich has mastered the impact skill. With the fusion of the two, its impact skill is powerful. Increased close black lens bracket. Zhang Jing did not hesitate and picked up the experience information box. Open black lens bracket ding. Pick up some experience. The host successfully picks up experience. The experience section opens. Give experience to Ibrahimovich. Zhang Jing said silently in his heart. Ibrahimovich's experience has improved. After doing all this, Zhang Jing looked at Ibrahimovich in his arms with a satisfied expression. Without a doubt, Zhang Jing, who has a wealth of knowledge of elves, had an excellent start after coming to this world. And now, the appearance of the pickup attribute system can make his improvement more quickly. The elf will test. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and information about the elf exam flashed in his mind. The elf exam started years ago, and this year is the 7th, and all aspects have been perfected. In the past few years of the elf exam, being able to achieve the top results, becoming the champion, the second place, and the third flower in various regions, there is no doubt that there are various backgrounds behind it. After all, the elves have aptitude and potential, and the background behind them is not. All candidates will naturally be able to obtain elves with great training value, high potential, strong aptitude, and extraordinary strength to participate in the examination. This kind of candidate, with the support of the background, can also obtain the guidance of a powerful trainer, so as to obtain all aspects of improvement. By comparison, it is not that there are not many civilian candidates with extraordinary results, but there are very few. This is a direct result of the unequal resources. Even a very talented trainer has his own unique understanding of elf fighting, but when faced with an opponent elf that is much stronger than you, he can. Enough to play a role is still limited. Because of this, after seeing that he obtained Ibrahimovich, Linya felt a pity, after all. In Linya's eyes, Zhang Jing's family was not enough to support him to cultivate Ibrahimovich. If Zhang Jing's family is extraordinary, then Linya will be very happy for him to get an elf like Ibrahimovich, because he can directly buy evolution stones, and in a short period of time, his elf strength will undergo a qualitative change. In Zhang Jing's original plan, he only needed to get a passing score for the elf exam. As long as you can successfully enter the Elf Academy, even if it is inferior. Yes, with his understanding of elves, he will grow up sooner or later. But now, with the existence of the pickup attribute system, Zhang Jing's mentality has undergone a certain change. For him, picking up the attribute system is an alternative resource. This resource support, he has already risen to the pursuit of higher grades. After all, being able to enter a better Elf Academy means better resources, and everything will form a virtuous circle. If you can fight, naturally you have to fight. Just when Zhang Jing was thinking, there was a crisp cry from the side. Zhang Jing, I finally found you. Hey, is this your initial elf? This is Ibrahimovich. So cute. Chapter 4_First Battle. Zhang Jing followed the reputation. Ibrahimovich in his arms also looked at him curiously. Only see. Not far away, a figure in a white dress hurried over. Zhang Jing's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and he responded, Lu Qin, have you finished receiving the initial elves? The name Lu Qin nodded and came to Zhang Jing. She is Zhang Jing's classmate, and she is also a good student in the class. As the saying goes, things gather by like, and people are divided by groups, because the grades are all good. Son, she has a good relationship with Zhang Jing. So cute. Lu Qin's eyes showed a strong interest, and then sighed. Ibrahimovich is not only cute, but also has good training value. Zhang Jing, you are so lucky. You have obtained such an initial elf. Zhang Jing's arms. It seems that he heard that the girl opposite was complimenting himself. Ibrahimovich called out softly, and stretched out in Zhang Jing's arms. Zhang Jing looked at Lu Qin and asked, what about you? What kind of spirit did you get? It's this little guy. Lu Qin replied, and then took out the Pokeball. Light flashed. A figure appeared in front of her. As soon as it appeared, the voice had already rang out. Seed, seed. Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Zhang Jing immediately recognized the identity of the other party. Frog seeds. Elf world, one of the 3 royal families in the Kanto region. There is no doubt that this is also a very valuable elves to cultivate. For the new trainers of Blue Star, it is definitely good luck to be able to obtain the initial elves such as the seeds of the wonderful frog. That kind of gas-bursting canopy. Beside, Lu Qin's gaze reverberated twice on Ibrahimovich and the wonderful frog seeds, and then he proposed, Zhang Jing, do you want to have an elves battle? There was some excitement in her eyes. I've been looking forward to the elf battle for a long time, and now I finally got the initial elf. You will be my first opponent. Of course you can. Hearing this, Zhang Jing readily agreed. He is also very longing for the battle of elves, and at the same time, he also wants to prove something through the battle. The two hit it off and immediately opened up the distance. In fact, on the surrounding playground, there were many students who had just obtained the initial elves and started their first battle, so Zhang Jing and Lu Qin's actions did not attract much attention. Under Zhang Jing's command, Ibrahimovich jumped and stepped on the ground. It looked at the wonderful frog seeds on the opposite side, showing a look full of war. The intelligence of the elves is not low. Just got a trainer, this little Ibrahimovich wants to perform well. Another side. Lu Qin's eyes are quite excited. He said to his own wonderful frog seed, Meow frog seed, this is your first battle, you must perform well. Seed seed. Frog seed responded. Seeing the active attitude of his own elf, Lu Qin was determined, looked at Zhang Jing, and then said, the battle begins. Moments after the sound fell. She then said, Frog seed, use ram. The skills mastered by low-level elves are limited, which also makes the battle more monotonous. The wonderful frog seed responded quickly, kicking its 2 hind legs and moving towards the other. Ibrahimovic at the end collided directly. Is it hitting? Zhang Jing showed an expression of, as expected, and said without any hesitation, Ibrahimovic, we also use collision. Ibrahimovic. Ahead, Ibrahimovic gave a light drink. Then, its tan figure suddenly rushed out. The two elves are rapidly approaching. In a moment. Bang. With a dull sound, the two elves slammed into each other. Then, a scene that made Lu Qin quite unexpected happened. Only see. Under the collision, Ibrahimovic's figure did not move an inch, on the contrary. Her wonderful frog seeds flew backwards directly under the powerful collision force. After falling to the ground, it tumbled several times in succession. Frog seeds. Lu Qin drank anxiously. Frog seeds did not respond. It has lost its fighting ability. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jing clenched his fists. In the letter he knew. In the information, Ibrahimovic's race value is a point, while the race value of a wonderful frog seed is a point, and the difference is very small. The same as the initial elves, the level is the same LV. It can be said that the strength gap between the two elves is extremely limited. And in this case, with the same skill, Ibrahimovic killed the frog seed in one blow. No doubt. This is the role of the pickup attribute system. He gave Ibrahimovic the impact skill, which enhanced the power of Ibrahimovic's crash skill, thus gaining an absolute upper hand in this elf battle. Impact skills are just the most basic skills. Zhang Jing's thoughts flashed in his heart. If you can pick up more powerful skill fragments in the future, then the improvement of the elves' strength will undoubtedly be even more amazing. And, by picking up skill fragments, it seems that elves can also master new skills. Zhang Jing was thoughtful. The other side. Lu Qin held up the wonderful frog seeds with some distress. Fortunately, both sides of the battle are initial elves, and their strength is still low. After such a period of buffering, the seeds of the wonderful frog have recovered. Wake up, it's not serious. He has a good relationship with Zhang Jing. Although he feels a little distressed for his own elf, Lu Qin still praised calmly, Zhang Jing, your Ibrahimovic is very strong. She glanced at the wonderful frog seeds in her arms, hesitated for a while, and said, I took the wonderful frog seeds to the infirmary for treatment, and left first. Zhang Jing nodded lightly. Watching Lu Qin leave, Zhang Jing didn't stop at number 3 middle school too much. After obtaining the initial elf, his identity changed from a third-year student to a rookie trainer. From now on, go to the elf meeting. In the first half-year, he had absolute freedom and could freely manage his time. Zhang Jing is naturally ready to plan his next actions first. Chapter 5_Skill Fit. Finally, Zhang Jing did not leave the school immediately. Attribute, information boxes that flickered on the entire playground. Open black lens bracket strike X close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket experience, point close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket sand X close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket catch X close black lens bracket. ... etc., etc. Liucheng number 3 middle school is a middle school in Liucheng, and the number of students can only be regarded as medium. But now, after all, they are the new recruits. At home, on the day of receiving the initial elves, too many people couldn't help the excitement in their hearts, and directly fought their first battle on the playground. Through his familiarity with the picking attribute system, Zhang Jing already knew that whether or not the attribute information box could pop up was completely random. Attribute information boxes that exist on the playground today is considerable. It is not Zhang Jing's style to enter Baoshan and not return. He deliberately stayed at the school for a while, and left the school contentedly until he cleaned up all the attribute information boxes on the playground. Fruitful. When leaving school and walking home, Zhang Jing thought a little, and said silently in his heart, Skills section. In an instant, a curtain of water that only he could see appeared in front of him. The above clearly lists the skill fragments that Zhang Jing has harvested. Open black lens bracket strike X close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket sand X close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket catch X close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket spinning X close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket sound X close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket wag your tail X close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket vine whip X close black lens bracket. Because of the lower level of the two sides. For this reason, the power of the mastered skills is limited, and they are all relatively basic skills. At this time, some of the skill fragments were flickering slightly because they had already met the requirements of synthetic skills. Zhang Jing did not hesitate, and said in his heart, synthetic impact skills. Synthetic sand removal skills, synthetic grasping skills, synthetic silk spinning skills. The system beeps constantly. Then, Zhang Jing released Ibrahimovic. Holding Ibrahimovic in his arms, Zhang Jing kept walking and said silently in his heart, give Ibrahimovic the collision skill. Ding, it is detected that Ibrahimovic has mastered the impact skill. With the fusion of the two, its impact skill is more powerful. The system prompt sounded in my ear. Zhang Jing nodded with satisfaction and continued, give Ibrahimovic the ability to move sand. Open black lens bracket ding. Ibrahimovic has mastered the sand removal skills. Sure enough. Zhang Jing's eyes lit up. He looked at Ibrahimovic in his arms and said to himself, Ibrahimovic can master the sand removal skills, but this little guy's current level is not high enough to understand the requirements of sand removal. Come now. Look, it is completely possible to use skill fragments to synthesize skills to let Ibrahimovic master new skills. This is undoubtedly a huge gain. Zhang Jing concluded in his heart. The way elves learn new skills, aside from the heredity of congenital factors, Zhang Jing only knows 4 ways. The most basic thing is that the elves will naturally master some new skills as the level increases. The second is to learn new skills through skill machines. The third is to learn by teaching moves. As for the fourth type, there are some special methods. Methods, such as increasing intimacy, etc., so that the elves can comprehend new skills by themselves. It has been a while since he came to Blue Star, and he has learned a lot of information related to elves. Without a doubt. The price of skill machines is also quite extravagant. And now, he can pick up skill fragments and synthesize skills, and his demand for skill machines has dropped a lot. Next, Zhang Jing gave Ibrahimovic the grasping skill, which he successfully mastered. Then, Zhang Jing looked at the skill section. Nei has successfully synthesized the silk spinning skill. After hesitating for a while, he said in his heart, give Evie the silk spinning skill. Moments later, the system prompt sounded in my heart. Ding! It has been detected that the spinning skill and Ibrahimovic have a low degree of fit, and the grant may fail. Do you want to continue? Fitness. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed, thoughts flashing in his heart. Ibrahimovic is an elves with general attributes, and spinning is a bug-type skill, so it's quite normal to have a low degree of fit. But his eyes showed memories. Look. As a senior elf fan in his previous life, he was quite familiar with some relevant information. If I remember correctly, it's not just the worm-type elves who can master the spinning skills. By teaching moves, even elves with water attributes can master the spinning skill. In that case, Zhang Jing whispered, continue. Open black lens bracket ding. Ibrahimovic has mastered the spinning skills. Success. Zhang Jing's eyes lit up. Then, his heart. Zhang Si thought, the degree of fit given to spinning is low. Judging from this evaluation, I am afraid there is a lower evaluation, and there is even the possibility of giving a certain failure. After thinking about it, Zhang Jing didn't care about this. For him, all this is enough. After finishing the skill section, Zhang Jing opened the experience section. At this time, He's already gained some experience by collecting attribute info boxes on the playground. Although the level of the two sides is low and the experience provided is limited, it will add up. Don't hesitate, Zhang Jing directly chose to give Ibrahimovic. He currently only has one elf, Ibrahimovic, and naturally prepares to enhance Ibrahimovic's strength as much as possible. The system prompt beeps. Open black lens bracket ding. Ibrahimovic's level has increased. Open black lens bracket ding. Ibrahimovic's level has increased. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. In the arms. Ibrahimovic showed a comfortable look. Zhang Jing held it in one hand and took out the elf picture book from his pocket with the other hand, and then he aimed at Ibrahimovic. Ask for a wave of evaluation tickets and flowers tilde. Chapter 6_ Qualification Bonus. Ibrahimovic, an evolutionary elf, has the possibility to evolve a variety of elves. The Pokédex issued a soft female voice. Then, lines of information appeared on the Pokédex screen. Name, Ibrahimovic. Attributes, general. Trait, adaptability. Gender, female. Level, LV. Rarity, common. Qualification, unknown, requires qualification. Current mastery skills, crash, scream, tail wagging, sand pushing, silk spinning, lightning flash. Zhang Jing's eyes swept over the information above. As far as he knew, the Elf Pokédex currently used by Blue Star trainers was jointly developed by Elf World and Blue Star. Provided by the Wizard World, Blue Star is responsible for manufacturing. In the face of wild elves, the elves can only scan the basic information introduction, and only when viewing their own elves' attributes through the elves, will they display detailed information. Zhang Jing's eyes swept away, and he first stopped at the level column. LV. The level of the initial elves is a unified LV, and Ibrahimovic has only experienced. A battle, being able to reach LV, is obviously the result of giving experience through the system. But a thought flashed in Zhang Jing's eyes. You must know that in the original work in his memory, the original V animation version of the Pokémon, but there is no detailed concept of level. But after coming to Blue Star, through the information he found, after the Eternal Night, the rules of the world changed, and Blue Star knew the concept of elf level when they first contacted the Elf World. This proves that the Elf World that the dimensional passage leads to also has. The elf level exists. Zhang Jing was quite surprised by this. However, nowadays, these things have nothing to do with him as a rookie trainer. After Zhang Jing's gaze stayed for a while, it fell on skills. Lightning flash skills. Obviously, this is a new skill that Ibrahimovic has learned after his level has been improved. Zhang Jing looked at the rather well-behaved Ibrahimovic and said to himself, the impact skills with multiple power bonuses, combined with other skills Ibrahimovic currently masters, although the level is still low, the strength that can be exerted should not be underestimated. Quote. It's a perfect start, so to speak. Then, Zhang Jing set his sights on the qualification column. It had been a while since he had crossed over, and he usually took classes seriously, so he had already understood this information. In Blue Star, the qualifications of elves are divided into innate and acquired qualifications. Innate qualifications are divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, top grade, and suspected perfection. To put it simply, innate aptitude affects the growth rate of elves. Because of the level, it can also be seen as the speed of gaining experience. You must know that in this world, elves can not only gain experience through combat, but also gain experience through ordinary exercise. It's just that the number is less than the battle. The higher the innate aptitude of the elves, the more experience they gain, the faster they grow, and the faster they grow. And acquired aptitude, in simple terms, is the upper limit of an elf's strength. Divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, elite, and more. It is said that there is a higher level later, but in the curriculum of Liucheng No. 3 Middle School, it is not stated. The higher the acquired aptitude, the higher the level of the elves. The greater the attribute improvement you get. Zhang Jing has learned that there is no way to directly scan the elves' qualification information in Blue Star's elves. Without a doubt. This is also the point that candidates with backgrounds are ahead of civilian candidates. However, after having the attribute picking system, Zhang Jing didn't care about qualifications. The picking attribute system can pick up experience and give it to elves, which undoubtedly improves the speed of elves' experience acquisition, which is completely equivalent to the improvement in disguise. Heavenly qualification. The ability to pick up skill fragments and give elves skills, thereby enhancing the power of the skills, undoubtedly increases the upper limit of the elves' strength at the same level. This is the enhancement of acquired qualifications. Therefore, Zhang Jing doesn't think too much of the aptitude of the elves themselves. After all, he is now a super aptitude booster. Putting Ibrahimovic back into the Pokeball and putting away the Pokédex, Zhang Jing walked towards the residence. His thoughts kept running in his mind. According to my original plan, after obtaining the initial, after the elves, leave the city directly and go to the wild to capture elves. The minimum registration requirement for elves in the elf exam is 3, but in fact, as a trainer, you can carry 6 elves. The more elves to choose from, the better prepared you will undoubtedly be when facing the elves exam. But now, Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. The plan to capture the elves remains the same. But, I'm going to go to places where there are many elves fighting as much as possible. After all, the ability to obtain more attribute information boxes means that the elves, the stronger the strength. Walk all the way. Zhang Jing returned home. Chapter 7_Sister. Click. With the slight sound of unlocking, Zhang Jing walked into the room. There was no one in the room. My sister is now studying in a neighboring city and is not at home at this time. His eyes swept across the relatively empty room, and Zhang Jing let out a long breath. Finally become a rookie trainer. It has been a while since he traveled to Blue Star, but because of Blue Star's rules, he has been unable to perform. Now, finally got the initial elf and became a trainer, giving him a high responsibility. Birds fly, the sea is wide with the feeling of fish leaping. He is very familiar with the related information of elves, but he has never exposed it to others. Because, right now, he doesn't have the strength to protect this knowledge. Especially, under the premise that the relationship between the elf world and Blue Star is quite delicate. What would happen if it was revealed that someone at Blue Star knew very well information about the elves? Zhang Jing couldn't be sure. After the Blue Star's world rules changed and the elves came, the essence of the entire Blue Star has actually changed from a collective to an individual. The real strength is amazing. A powerful trainer, he can completely change the world by himself. And now, he finally got his start. After quietly sighing, Zhang Jing released Ibrahimovic, prepared a dinner for himself, and gave Ibrahimovic the elf food that had been prepared a long time ago. As the saying goes, be prepared. Zhang Jing has already prepared everything after knowing that he will receive the initial elves today. Darkening night. Zhang Jing was lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling. Not far from his side, Ibrahimovic twirled and fell asleep. Just after Zhang Jing was about to fall asleep, the home communicator in the bedroom beeped. Zhang Jing got up and connected the communication. After the screen in front of him flashed, a figure appeared on the screen of the communicator. It was a woman. She has black hair with a shawl and a beautiful face. Now her eyes are slightly narrowed, and she seems to be a little tired. It is Zhang Jing's sister, Zhang Qian. Seeing that the communication was connected, Zhang Qian lifted her spirits and showed a smile. Xiao Jing, today should be the day for you to receive the initial elves you have obtained. What sprite? During the period of time passing by, Zhang Jing had already gotten along very well with this chief sister. Because the sister and brother depended on each other, the other party was very considerate and concerned about him. Hearing this, Zhang Jing turned the communicator and pointed the camera at Ibrahimovic. Is it Evie? Zhang Qian's eyes lit up, and after thinking for a moment, she said, it seems that you are lucky, Ibrahimovic's training value is very high. But, her brows were slightly wrinkled, apparently thinking of something. She lowered her head slightly and muttered, Ibrahimovic needs to evolve if he wants to. To evolve the stone. She raised her head and looked at Zhang Jing on the screen and said, Xiao Jing, which direction are you going to let Ibrahimovic evolve in? Thunder elf, water elf, or fire elf? Tell me if you think about it, the evolution stone is wrapped around me. Zhang Jing was silent for a moment. Frequent contact. He naturally understands the situation of his sister. The opponent did not perform well in the ELF exam, fell off the list, failed to become a student of the ELF Academy, and finally turned to a major related to elves. Not only that, in addition to her studies, she also works part-time to earn a living. Fees, as well as their own and Zhang Jing's tuition. The burden of the evolution stone on her is absolutely huge. But seeing Zhang Qian so directly wanted to take the burden on herself, Zhang Jing was also slightly moved. After a moment of silence, Zhang Jing said directly, I'm not going to let Ibrahimovic become these three kinds of elves. Huh. Hearing this, Zhang Qian's eyes widened a bit, and then she frowned. Xiao Jing, as long as I work hard, I can still collect the money to buy evolution stones. Ibrahimovic is an elf with high training value. As long as I can make it evolves, and it will definitely perform quite poorly in the ELF exam. Wrong. She lowered her tone a bit, and then cheered up. I know you feel bad for me, but you must know that as long as you can pass the ELF exam and enter the ELF Academy, everything will change at that time. Old lady, I still count on you. Quote. Hearing Zhang Qian's series of words, Zhang Jing shook his head and said, I understand what you mean, but I recently checked the data and found that Ibrahimovic seems to have other evolutionary directions. And you don't need to go through the evolution stone. Zhang Jing looked directly at the screen and said calmly, I'm going to try this method. Other evolutionary directions. Quote. Zhang Qian frowned slightly, but after seeing Zhang Jing's calm eyes, she sighed. Well, you have grown up, I believe in you. But if you have any difficulties, you must tell me. Zhang Xinik nodded. It's already late, so I won't disturb your rest. Zhang Qian looked down at the time and said, the next 6 months are very important. Xiao Jing, you have to do your best. After the two exchanged 2 sentences again, the communication hung up. Zhang Jing stayed in place for a while, then lay on the bed and fell asleep. The next day. The sun is rising. Zhang Jing got up, washed, put on the backpack he had prepared for a long time, and went out. After locking the door, Zhang Jing looked at his residence and let out a long breath. It's estimated that I won't be back for a while. With a sigh, Zhang Jing turned around and set off. Chapter 8_Windfall. 10 years ago, after the 10-day eternal night, elves appeared all over the world. Now, the elves' settlements have long been determined. Most wild elves don't like to live in cities. Most of them live in the suburbs or even in the wild forests. At the same time, because the relationship between elves and humans is relatively harmonious, there are also various elf cultivation gardens dedicated to wild elves living in the city. Zhang Jing looked at the map in his hand, thoughts flashing in his heart. This map. It is a simple map near Luzhou City, with the elves living around Luzhou City and their approximate locations marked on the top. It had been an hour since he left the house. During this hour, he bought something and made perfect preparations for the trip. During this period, many students contacted him. To know. Today, it can be said that it is quite a lively day in the entire Blue Star. Because there are countless rookie trainers who have just received the initial elves and choose to set out to capture new elves. As the top student in the class, there are naturally many students who want to find Zhang Jing to travel with him, but out of consideration for all aspects, Zhang Jing refused one by one. Whether it is his own mastery of elf information or the appearance of the pickup attribute system, he is not suitable for acting with other people. Looking around on the map, Zhang Jing's eyes fell on one of them. It starts with you. Long before he received the initial elves, he had already made some plans for what elves he needed to capture. However, because of the appearance of the picking attribute system, he has made some changes to the plan today. After determining the target, Zhang Jing did not hesitate, and left Luzhou City by car and went to the suburbs. After driving and walking all the way, it took nearly 2 hours before Zhang Jing finally arrived at his destination. It's a pretty lush forest. Likewise, this is also the largest forest around the entire Luzhou City. Zhang Jing held the pokeball from his waist and thought. Light flashes. The figure of Ibrahimovic appeared beside him. Ibrahimovic looked quite excited, as if he liked his surroundings. We're leaving. With a soft command, Zhang Jing walked in front, and Ibrahimovic followed closely behind him. Just after taking a few steps, Zhang Jing's steps stopped. Because an elf stopped in front of him. That's a Pikachu. At this moment, this Pikachu stared vigilantly at Zhang Jing and Ibrahimovic, as if he was quite dissatisfied with his intruder. It's actually a Pikachu. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and a flash of memory flashed. He, who is familiar with the original work, is naturally quite familiar with Pikachu. He didn't expect that the first elf he encountered in the wild would be a Pikachu. A flash of thought in his eyes, Zhang Jing said directly, Ibrahimovic, use a flash of electric light to approach it, and then use the impact. The moment his voice fell, Ibrahimovic's hind legs kicked hard, and his entire body turned into an electric light. Lightning flashes. In an instant, it was already close to this Pikachu. Pikachu sensed the enemy's attack, the electric lights on both sides of his cheeks flickered, and he was ready to fight back. However, next second, the galloping Ibrahimovic slammed into it. Ibrahimovic's impact skills have gone through many power bonuses. At the moment when the two elves touched, the power of the collision exploded instantly. Like a kite with a broken string, Pikachu's body flew backwards and landed on the ground. It has lost its combat capability. Instant kill. Ibrahimovic gained experience. Without any hesitation, Zhang Jing took out the Pokeball, aimed and threw it. The Pokeball smashed into Pikachu's body, turning it into a red light and absorbing it. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. After the Pokeball flickered for a moment, it calmed down. Successfully captured. Zhang Jing's eyes lit up, and he leaned over to pick up the Pokeball. A windfall. Zhang Jing held the Pokeball and said to himself. He came here. Here, the target is not Pikachu. After all, there is only one Pishin that can compete with the Divine Beast, and the normal Pikachu race value is low, and the strength that can be exerted is really limited. As he prepares to take the elf exam, there is no doubt that every elf is very important. But now, he doesn't introduce a Pikachu. After all, he has a pickup attribute system. Now he can completely make up for the shortcomings of Pikachu through the system. And what makes Zhang Jing value most is Pikachubin. Attributes of the body. Electricity. The only attribute that can restrain the electric system is the ground system. On the contrary, the electric system restrains the flight system and the water system, which is undoubtedly a good attribute. The thoughts in his mind turned, Zhang Jing's thoughts moved, and Pikachu in the Pokeball was released. The power of Ibrahimovic's impact just now was quite amazing. Although Pikachu had regained consciousness, he looked a little weak. Leaning down, Zhang Jing took out the wound medicine he had prepared from his backpack and carefully smeared it on Pikachu. Chapter 9_feature section. After the wound medicine was applied to the injured part of Pikachu, its complexion was obviously better. Pikachu, who had just been subdued, was still a little wary of Zhang Jing, but with Zhang Jing's careful smearing, after a cool and refreshing feeling came from the wound, the vigilance in his eyes gradually disappeared, and he even took the initiative to stick his head out and rub it. Riverview. Seeing this, Zhang Jing smiled. He is not a particularly strict trainer, after all, in his opinion. The elves he chooses to subdue will be his closest companions for a long time to come. And Zhang Jing is quite clear, training. There is an intimate connection between home and elves, and intimacy affects the evolution of elves, and even affects the comprehension of skills. Therefore, Zhang Jing will naturally pay attention to his relationship with the elves. Little guy, just follow me outside first. After applying the wound medicine, Zhang Jing said to Pikachu. Beside him, Ibrahimovic looked at Pikachu, as if he wanted to get acquainted with his new teammates. Zhang Jing took out the elf picture book and aimed it at Pikachu. As a trainer, it is natural to have some understanding of your own spirits. Pikachu, the elf living in the forest, feels numb to the touch due to the electrical energy stored in the pockets on the sides of the cheeks. The soft female voice passed by, and lines of information appeared on the screen of the picture book. Name, Pikachu. Attribute, electric. Features, static electricity, lightning rod. Gender, male. Level, LV. Rarity, common. Qualification, unknown, requires qualification. Currently mastered skills, electric shock, scream, tail wagging, lightning flash. There is. Does it have a hidden lightning rod feature? Not bad. His eyes flashed over the information, and Zhang Jing was a little surprised. The characteristics of elves are divided into ordinary characteristics and hidden characteristics. Among the elves of the same race, some will have hidden characteristics, while some will not. For the electric-type Pikachu, the damage of electric-type skills has been reduced, but it will still cause damage after all. The effect of the lightning rod feature is, Pokémon with this feature are not affected by electric-type moves, and when they are hit by electric-type moves, they will increase their special attack. In other words, not only electricity skills. It doesn't cause damage, and it even increases its skill power. And the lightning rod feature has other functions, and it can be used as a tactic in group battles. Zhang Jing was planning in his heart. He was quite satisfied with the Pikachu he had just captured. After getting to know each other for a while, he followed the path in the forest, one person and two elves. Zhang Jing soon met his second opponent. It was a passing green caterpillar. Zhang Jing was not very interested in green caterpillars, but after all, this is all the experience of elves. Directly, Pikachu, it's up to you to fight. Pick up. Pikachu responded, looking rather excited. At the other end, the green caterpillar seemed to have noticed something and looked at it with vigilant eyes. Pikachu, electric shock. Zhang Jing immediately gave an order. After hearing the order, Pikachu's eyes quickly became serious, arcs flashed on both sides of its cheeks, and then the current surged. The electric shock swept across the sky, and after a while, it bombarded the body of the green caterpillar. Green caterpillar. Showing a rather painful look. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jing immediately prepared to pursue the victory. But, just when he was about to direct Pikachu to launch the next wave of offensive, his eyes swept in the direction of the green caterpillar, and his movements couldn't help but pause. Because just after the electric shock hit the green caterpillar, an attribute information box popped up on the green caterpillar. Open black lens bracket Scale Crusher X Close black lens bracket. As a senior elf fan, Zhang Jing has a good understanding of the information about elves, and he naturally knows what scale powder is. Scale powder, not a green caterpillar. Skills, but the characteristics of green caterpillars. Can you even pick up features? Zhang Jing's eyes lit up slightly, and he didn't have the thought of wasting time, and said directly, Ibrahimovic, hit. With the addition of Ibrahimovic, they easily won the battle under the super powerful impact skills. Then, Zhang Jing stepped closer to the attribute information box. The option of picking up or not appeared above the scale fragment X. Pick up. After a slight movement of the mind, the message box. It turned into a stream of light and disappeared in midair. In Zhang Jing's ear, the system prompt sounded. Open black lens bracket ding. Picked up feature fragments. Scale powder X close black lens bracket. The host successfully picks up the characteristic fragments, and the characteristic section opens. With the familiar system prompt sound, Zhang Jing's eyes brightened. For elves, characteristics are undoubtedly a very important part. Most sprites have two qualities, normal and hidden. And now. He opened the feature section. This is. Doesn't it mean that I can give the sprite other characteristics? Zhang Jing's eyes became brighter and his thoughts flashed in his heart. Some elves, combined with special characteristics, can exert their abilities that are simply terrifying. He hadn't waited for him to think carefully. The system beep sounded again. Open black lens bracket ding. It is detected that the host has successfully opened all the sections of the wizard direction, and obtained a special reward package. Chapter 10_spree. Special Reward Pack. Zhang Jing's spirit shook. At the same time, along with the system's prompt sound, a gift bag-like graphic appeared in front of him. Above the gift package, there is also an option to turn it on. Zhang Jing did not hesitate, and immediately chose to open it. Then, the sound of the system in the ear is ding-dong. Open black lens bracket. You got the dimensional pocket close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You got a lucky charm close black lens bracket. You get a chance to draw random skill fragments X. One after another. After the 3 system prompts, the ear was quiet. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he thought, according to the prompt sound just now, this is my reward for opening all the sections of the elf direction. So, is there any other plates in other directions? As his thoughts changed, Zhang Jing checked the rewards he had obtained. Dimensional pockets. Simply put, this is a device similar to a portable space. Zhang Jing made a brief investigation. Inside the dimensional pocket is a space of about 6 cubic meters. It is quite practical, and he can completely let him come. Reserve supplies when you go out. Lucky charm. Lucky charm. Within 10 minutes after wearing it, the host will get a special effect that doubles the lucky value. This is a powerful piece of equipment that provides luck. After knowing the function of the lucky charm, Zhang Jing thought about it and quickly thought of its purpose. You must know that on the road of trainer, Ohuang can undoubtedly take a lot of advantage. On the same trip, a lucky trainer can often encounter rare elves, and the training value is naturally extremely high. Lucky talisman planned. After the use of, Zhang Jing looked at the last reward. Chance to draw random skill fragments. This is a reward that Zhang Jing attaches great importance to. At present, his elf level is still low and his strength is weak. Most of the skill fragments that the elf can touch are relatively common skills. If you can get some powerful skills through this drawing opportunity, it will undoubtedly be quite good. Zhang Jing did not hesitate, and directly chose to start drawing. After a while, the sound of the system sounded in Zhang Jing's ears. Open black lens bracket. You got the destruction death light fragment X close black lens bracket. Destroy the dead light. Zhang Jing's eyes lit up. Without a doubt, this is one of the most powerful skills. However, there are only pieces of fragments, and the ability to destroy the dead light cannot be synthesized at present. The stronger the power and the greater the effect of the skill, the more skill fragments are required. Even so, Zhang Jing was already satisfied. After all, this gift package reward was completely beyond his expectations. After a brief tidying up, Zhang Jing took Pikachu and Ibrahimovic towards his destination. In front of you is a flowing river. Zhang Jing looked at the map in his hand and confirmed it. Here is his final destination. Along the way, both Pikachu and Ibrahimovic went through many battles. With the experience fragments picked up, Pikachu reached LV and Ibrahimovic reached LV. Strength has increased. Not only that, Zhang Jing has accumulated a lot of skill fragments. As long as he accumulates enough, he can synthesize skills to give elves and enhance their strength. After arriving at his destination, Zhang Jing took it out from his backpack. A fishing rod. After hanging the special bait on the hook, Zhang Jing took out the lucky charm he obtained not long ago. If it's as I guessed, it depends on your effectiveness. Glancing at the lucky charm, Zhang Jing put it on his body. Then, with a flick of his fishing rod, the hook fell into the river in front of him. Zhang Jing calmed down and waited quietly. Beside him, Ibrahimovic and Pikachu stood beside him obediently, and also quieted down. Zhang Jing's eyes fell on the calm. On the lake. Here, it is exactly his planned destination. The reason why I came here is because according to the map, in this river, there is a kind of elves. Carp King. The Carp King known as the salted fish. In fact, at the very beginning, the Carp King was not in Zhang Jing's plan. After all, the Carp King, known as the salted fish, lives up to the name of the salted fish, and it can be said that it has no fighting ability with only the water splash. In the case of unable to fight, the speed of gaining experience will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. Most of the trainers who train Carp Kings have learning devices, so that Carp Kings can share their experience. Blue Star also has a place to sell learning devices, but the price is not affordable for the current Zhang Jing. Because of this, Zhang Jing didn't think about the Carp King at the very beginning. But now, he has a pickup attribute system. The ability to give experience can completely replace the role of learning devices, allowing the Carp King to grow rapidly. The ability to give skills can even allow the Carp King who only has the water splash skill to learn other skills, so that it has a certain fighting power in the salted fish period. Not to mention, the evolution of the Carp King, the tyrannical carp dragon is quite a powerful elf. Under the premise of not having to worry about the speed of cultivation, this is undoubtedly a good choice. Zhang Jing stared at the lake, his thoughts flashing. Just then, his eyes narrowed suddenly. Because there were ripples on the lake, and there was a pulling force from the premonition that he was holding it. A fish is hooked. Chapter 11_European Emperor. The ripples on the lake gradually rippled from the initial relaxation to the intense. The pulling force from the fishing rod in Zhang Jing's hand was also increasing. He was quite calm, not in a hurry at all. Just after feeling the struggle from the fishing rod in his hand reached a certain level, Zhang Jing's eyes froze, and he suddenly threw the fishing rod. In an instant, a figure was lifted up from the river. With a flick of Zhang Jing's arm, the figure was thrown directly onto the shore. On Zhang Jing's side, Ibrahimovic and Pikachu who had been prepared for a long time rushed out. Then, two paws pressed against the figure. Zhang Jing's fists clenched suddenly, his eyes fixed on the figure he caught. That is a Carp King. What makes Zhang Jing more excited is, at this time, the Carp King was constantly shaking his body and struggling under the pressure of Ibrahimovic and Pikachu's claws. And under the reflection of the sun, its whole body flashed bright golden light. The Golden Carp King. This is a Glitter King Carp. Zhang Jing looked at the lucky charm that he hung on his chest. Unremarkable. But Zhang Jing knew that he was able to catch this flashy Carp King, which was undoubtedly inseparable from the lucky charm. The number of flash elves is rare. Any elves with the word flash are quite rare. To encounter such elves, you must have enough luck to bless them. And now, through the lucky charm, Zhang Jing turned into the Emperor of Europe, and directly caught the King of Shining Carp. After obtaining the lucky charm, he chose to use it directly at this time. Ready to give it a try. Unexpectedly, the lucky charm brought him a harvest neatly. Front. The Flash Carp King struggled hard, trying to escape. However, it only mastered the water splash skill, how could it be the opponent of Ibrahimovic and Pikachu, and was tightly pressed under it. Without hesitation, Zhang Jing took out the Pokeball and threw it out. Bang! The Pokeball smashed into the head of the king carp, and the red light flashed, and the king carp was included in it. The Pokeball fell to the ground. After a few tremors, the Pokeball calmed down. Successfully captured. I.e. Zhang Jing gave a low drink, quite happy. Glitter elves not only represent rarity, but also represent great strength and amazing potential. This shining Carp King has limited combat power right now, but once it evolves into a shining Tyrannosaurus Carp Dragon, it will become quite powerful. If I remember correctly, the Carp King only needs to reach LV to evolve into a Tyrannosaurus. Zhang Jing's thoughts flashed in his heart, and he quickly made a decision. When the elf is at a low level, the improvement is quite rapid. Since this is the case, during this time, I will concentrate on improving the level of the Carp King, help it achieve evolution, and become a combat power. Before he set off, he had already made adequate preparations, and the backpack contained a lot of convenient food, which was enough to support him for a while. And, although this forest is far from the urban area, there are also some small villages nearby, which are convenient for replenishing supplies. After making the decision, Zhang Jing immediately prepared to leave here, look for wild elves, and fight to improve the strength of his elves. At once. At this time, Ibrahimovic's voice sounded. Ibrahimovic. Hearing Ibrahimovic's somewhat puzzled voice, Zhang Jing looked at it. I saw that Ibrahimovic and Pikachu both looked at one place. He immediately followed the eyes of the two elves and looked over. Entering the eye, it is a big tree. At this time, in the grass behind the trunk, there seems to be an elf moving. After a while, a figure came out from behind the big tree, and looked at Zhang Jing and his two elves. Glancing at this figure, Zhang Jing's eyes lit up. What appeared there was a little fire dragon. One of the 3 imperial families in the Kanto region. Subconsciously, Zhang Jing looked down at the lucky charm on his chest. Is it also your role? The duration of the lucky charm has not been reached yet. At this time, he met an elf with high training value. Zhang Jing would not believe it because there was no luck. I thought it was the biggest surprise to get a Flash Carp King. Hi, I didn't expect that there would be other harvests now. The other side. The little fire dragon moved its claws quite violently, his eyes fell on Zhang Jing, and suddenly he stepped on his right leg and charged directly towards Zhang Jing. It chose to take the initiative to attack. Each elves have different personalities, some are kind, some are irritable. Zhang Jing is not surprised, seeing the little fire dragon who took the initiative to bring a smile, and then said, I will leave it to you, Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic responded, and then quickly walked towards the sprinting little fire dragon to meet him. Next second, Zhang Jing's command sounded. Ibrahimovic, use spinning. ... The fourth more is sent, the data is a bit poor. I hope everyone has votes and flowers to support it. Chapter 12_Subdue. 2c. A new skill that Ibrahimovic masters by giving skills. Just as Zhang Jing's voice fell, Ibrahimovic, who rushed out in front, opened his mouth, and viscous silk threads spit out. Next second, the silk thread was wrapped around the body of the little fire dragon. The momentum of the little fire dragon suddenly stopped. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed, and then he commanded, Ibrahimovic, hit. Ibrahimovic's impact skill has undergone multiple power enhancements, and it is undoubtedly the skill with the highest damage at present, and it is simple and straightforward. Body wrapped in sticky thread. Around, the movement of the little fire dragon suddenly slowed down. Looking at Ibrahimovic who was rushing towards it, it bowed its head slightly, and suddenly opened its mouth. The flames spew out. Spark. However, its target is not Ibrahimovic who collided, but the silk thread wrapped around the body. The flame instantly ignited the silk thread, and the little fire dragon regained its freedom. Far away. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jing's eyes lit up slightly. This little fire dragon is quite clever. Just when the little fire dragon regained his freedom, Ibrahimovic has already rushed over. Facing Ibrahimovic, the little fire dragon's eyes were fierce, and his claws suddenly raised. Grasp! Ibrahimovic suddenly hit the little fire dragon's claws. After many times of power augmentation, the impact skills are completely beyond the imagination of ordinary people, even if the little fire dragon is ready. Under the impact of Ibrahimovic, under the impact of powerful force, its body is like being hit by a heavy hammer. It is inevitable it flew backwards and flew out. After falling to the ground and rolling back several times, the little fire dragon's body stopped. Zhang Jing took out the poke ball. Ready to throw. Just then. Far away. After struggling for 2 times, the little fire dragon slowly climbed up. Its body trembled a little, and it was obvious that the blow just now caused it to be seriously injured. Nice willpower. Zhang Jing's eyes were fixed on the little fire dragon, and his eyes became more and more satisfied. Being able to withstand the terrifying impact of Ibrahimovic did not directly lose its combat effectiveness, but stood up with perseverance. The performance of this little fire dragon greatly exceeded Zhang Jing's expectations. He didn't hesitate. Elf. The ball is thrown. The red and white Pokeball crossed an arc in midair. The little fire dragon seemed to sense something and wanted to raise its claws to hit the Pokeball, but the impact just now obviously caused serious damage to it, and its movement was much slower. The Pokeball smashed into little fire dragon's forehead. Flashed red. After flickering for a moment, the Pokeball calmed down. Successfully captured. If you want to capture the elf, you don't have to completely defeat the opponent, as long as you weaken the opponent and reduce its resistance to the elf ball. Zhang Jing took a few quick steps and picked up the Pokeball. His mind moved. The little fire dragon that had just been included in it appeared in front of him. After seeing Zhang Jing, it subconsciously took 2 steps back. Don't move. Zhang Jing took out the wound medicine from the backpack, and then leaned down. After being captured by the Pokeball, the elves can realize that they have a trainer, but the relationship between the trainer and the elves still needs to be cultivated with patience. The character of this little fire dragon is undoubtedly fierce. Do not. Over. As Zhang Jing patiently smeared the wound medicine and felt that his pain gradually weakened, his eyes towards Zhang Jing became kinder. After applying the wound medicine to the little fire dragon, Zhang Jing straightened up. The duration of the lucky charm has ended. However, Zhang Jing is quite satisfied. Through the lucky charm, he not only caught a flashing carp king, but also obtained a small fire dragon, one of the 3 royal families in Kanto, and he has gained a lot. Maybe they are limited in their ability to play now. But once they complete their evolution, whether it is the tyrannical carp dragon after the evolution of the carp king, or the fire-breathing dragon after the 2 evolutions of the little fire dragon, they are all elves with quite terrifying strength. His eyes stayed on Xiao Hualong's body, and Zhang Jing's thoughts flashed in his heart. The number of elves that can be carried is 6, and 4 places have been determined. Ibrahimovic, Pikachu, King Carp, Little Fire Dragon. If nothing else happens, these 4 elves should be the main force for me to take part in the elves exam in half a year. As for the positions of the other 2 elves, I'm not in a hurry for the time being. To the appropriate elves, and then reign. Zhang Jing quickly cleared his mind. He has always believed that quality is more important than quantity. Even if he has a pickup attribute system, the number of elves that he can cultivate by himself is still limited, so he naturally has to grasp the quality of each elves. In the next period of time, the first priority is to give priority to the level of the Carp King, and strive to make it evolve as soon as possible. Of course, the other elves can't fall behind and develop in a balanced way. After making a decision, Zhang Jing took out the illustrated book and carefully checked the information about the Carp King and the Little Fire Dragon. After all, he is his new partner, Zhang. It is necessary to get acquainted with Jing. Facts have proved that even the Flash Carp King can't get rid of the name of salted fish, and there is only a pitiful, water splash, skill in the skill column. It's worth mentioning that the little fire dragon has dual characteristics, the fire of the normal characteristic, and the power of the sun with the hidden characteristic. The elf team expanded a bit. Zhang Jing didn't stop there too much, and began to look for wild elves and fight. Chapter 13_Battle Invitation. Little Fire Dragon, Spark. Zhang Jing's voice fell, and the little fire dragon suddenly opened his mouth, and scorching flames spewed out. The flames bombarded the already scarred hornet. In the face of the fire-based skill with attribute restraint, under the fierce damage, the giant stinger finally couldn't resist, and its body fell towards the ground. Zhang Jing nodded with satisfaction and praised, "Little fire dragon, you did a good job." Then, his thoughts moved slightly, and he picked up all the attribute information boxes that the big needle bees burst out. The system beep is. The ear rang one after another. Open black lens bracket ding. Picked up feature fragments. Sniper X. Open black lens bracket ding. Pick up experience, point. Give the experience to the Carp King. Zhang Jing said silently in his heart. The level of the Carp King has been increased. Go further. Hearing the sound of the system, Zhang Jing was excited. 3 days have passed since he first came to this forest. In the past 3 days, under the continuous hard work, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Pikachu has reached LV, I. Cloth LV, Little Fire Dragon LV. As a salted fish, the Carp King, with the blessing of experience ability, has become the highest level existence in the River Scene Elves, reaching LV. After all, the source of experience for the other elves is fighting, and they need to find opponents, etc. But as the king of the carp is a salted fish, he just needs to lie down and wait for experience. You must know that in this lush forest, some wild elves are also fighting. When Zhang Jing was exploring the forest, he also picked up the experience information box left by the wild elves fighting. And after several days of picking up skill fragments, Zhang Jing successfully synthesized several skills and gave them to elves, so that the combat power of their elves continued to increase. The little fire dragon and the Carp King are about to reach the edge of evolution, and the next battle should be given priority to the little fire dragon. By the way, and scale powder properties. There are a lot of green caterpillars that have been defeated during this time. Although the explosion rate of characteristic fragments is much lower than that of skill fragments, they are about to collect the fragments needed to synthesize scale powder. If that's the case, let's keep looking for bugs. Zhang Jing made a decision. The forest is the most suitable place for insect elves to live, so it is the insect elves that he has encountered the most in the past 2 days. Just as Zhang Jing was about to leave the place, footsteps could be heard in the woods beside him. Zhang Jing and Xiao Huolong looked over at the same time. I saw a figure walking slowly over. It was a man who looked rather young. When he saw Zhang Jing, he was stunned for a moment, and then he saw the giant stingerbee who had lost his ability to fight not far away. The strong interest in his eyes flashed, and he looked at Zhang Jing and said, "You this is a new rookie trainer. My name is Wang Ziqi, a middle school student. Do you want to have an elves battle?" Zhang Jing was not surprised to see other trainers coming. This forest is the largest forest near Luzhou City, and there are many low-level elves inhabiting it, which is quite suitable for rookie trainers. Actually, in the past few days, Zhang Jing has met many trainers. He even took advantage of the fact that after many trainers' battles ended, he picked up the attribute information box that the opponent's elves burst out. He lowered his head and glanced at Xiao Huolong, Zhang Scenic. The head said, "Of course you can. The little fire dragon is approaching the edge of evolution, and Zhang Jing will naturally not refuse any battle." Actually, although the elf meeting will not start until half a year later, but now, the competition has already begun. The number of places for admission to the Elf Academy is limited. Every new trainer is a competitor to each other, and there is an opportunity to fight and fight against each other, and no one will miss it. Hearing this, Wang Ziqi's eyes became excited. His eyes swept across the little fire dragon beside Zhang Jing, then took out a pokeball and threw it directly. The light flashed. A figure appeared in front of him. It was a brownish-yellow figure. When his eyes fell on the elf sent by the other party, Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. The one sent by the prince period was a Yangjira. The evolution of Casey. Yangjira of the superpower department is undoubtedly one of the rare elves, and his own strength is absolutely extraordinary. The visitor is not good. Zhang Jing swept over Wang Ziqi's body. Be able to train as a rookie. Just a few days after the home, he owned a Yangjira. In Zhang Jing's guess, the background of the other party must not be simple. However, Zhang Jing was not afraid. His eyes fell on the little fire dragon beside him. Zhang Jing said, "Little fire dragon, it's up to you to fight." Hearing this, the little fire dragon's eyes flashed a little bit of sharpness, and the fighting spirit continued to rise. This little fire dragon's own character is quite fierce. After being subdued by Zhang Jing, the fierceness gradually turned into a desire to fight, with a strong fighting spirit. The little fire dragon stepped in front of Zhang Jing. Another side. Yangjira, holding the spoon in his right paw, was ready to fight. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he said, "Since everything is ready, then the battle begins." Chapter 14_Evolution, Seek a Flower Evaluation Ticket. After his voice fell, the command voices of Zhang Jing and Wang Ziqi sounded almost at the same time. Little fire dragon, the lightning flashes. Yangjira, mind power. At the moment when Zhang Jing's voice sounded, the little fire dragon has already launched its action. After fighting side by side for a few days, the tacit understanding between Xiaohualong and Zhang Jing is rapidly improving. As soon as its right leg stepped on, its entire body turned into an electric light, rushing straight towards Yangjira. Lightning flashes. This is one of the new skills of river scene synthesis these days. The choice is given to the little fire dragon. It's too late, it's too soon. In the elf game, a flash of lightning is a skill that must be able to attack first. In reality, due to various conditions, although the flash of lightning cannot achieve that kind of powerful effect, the blessing of speed is quite terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the little fire dragon has come to Yangjira. And this time, Yangjira just heard the master's order and raised the spoon to activate the power of thought. The little fire dragon's body slammed into Yangjira's body directly. Its movement is interrupted. The body could not help but take 2 steps back. Zhang Jing's eyes were calm and he said decisively, "Little fire dragon, grab it, and then use the spark." Facing Yangjira, who was close at hand, the little fire dragon's claws suddenly raised, and the sharp light flashed away. As one of the more basic skills, most elves master this skill, which makes the explosion rate of skill fragments quite impressive. Grasping, skill of the little fire dragon has undergone 3 full power increases. The claws crossed in the air, leaving a cold light behind. On Yangjira's body, there is a bright, visible scars. This super-type elf showed a painful expression. In essence, Yangjira is not an elf that is good at melee combat, and its defensive capabilities are not that outstanding. Behind it, Wang Ziqi's expression changed greatly. He never expected that the attack of the opponent he was looking for would be so violent. Looking at the severely injured Yangjira, he subconsciously shouted, "Yangjila." Yangjira did not respond to him. Because, just after the claws, the little fire dragon's mouth opened. Hot flames spew out. With so close at hand, Yangjira has no room to dodge. The scorching flames directly covered Yangjira's chest. The flames dissipated. In Yangjila's chest, there is still a faint flame flashing. Burned state. The additional effect that comes with the spark has appeared. However, this Yangjira has a hidden magical protection feature. The burn effect does not cause damage to it, but only has the effect of having the attack. But, despite this, under the continuous attack, under the terrifying power of the little fire dragon's augmented skills, this Yonjira had reached its limit, staggered twice, and then fell to the ground in a woeful manner. Yonjira. Incapacitated to fight. Neat. Under the continuous attack, the opponent was directly defeated without even finding a space for the counterattack. Yonjira's rear. Wang Ziqi's expression changed drastically as he watched his Yonjira lose his ability to fight. As Zhang Jing guessed. In that way, the background of the princely period is not simple. His father, a top-ranked businessman in Luzhou City, attached great importance to his only son. This Yonjira, a gift from his father, had been in his hands as early as Cathy's time. The abilities of the super-type elves are strange and unique, and the training value is huge. But Wang Ziqi never imagined that after he successfully evolved Casey into Yonjira not long ago, he would randomly choose an opponent to fight in the first battle, and he would lose such a dismal defeat. His eyes flickered twice, Wang Ziqi's eyes. Looking at Zhang Jing. You. Wang Ziqi's lips moved, ready to say something. Before he could say the next words, he suddenly stopped. Because at this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the body of the little fire dragon. This is. Prince Qi's expression changed slightly. Another side. Zhang Jing's eyes were fixed on Xiao Hualong's body. The little fire dragon reaches LV, it will undergo the first evolution. And now, after the battle with this Yonjira, the little fire dragon finally met the requirements of evolution and began to evolve. You know, this is the first time Zhang Jing has seen the evolution of elves with his own eyes. Therefore, he attached great importance to it, and his attention was completely focused on the little fire dragon. The scene quieted down. Under Zhang Jing's gaze. Only see. The light around the little fire dragon became more and more dazzling, and under the shroud of light, the body of the little fire dragon was changing rapidly. In continuation. After a while, the changes terminate. The light that enveloped the little fire dragon gradually dissipated. An elf with a slight resemblance to the little fire dragon appeared in place. Fire dinosaurs. Evolved. In situ. The fire dinosaur seemed to be quite curious about its own changes. It waved its claws a few times, and the sharp claws left a cracking sound in the air, and then suddenly opened its mouth and spit out hot flames. Looks vibrant. NBP. Semicolon. Chapter 15 Scale Powder Properties. Looking at the imposing fire dinosaur, Zhang Jing took out the elf picture book and aimed at it. Fire dinosaurs, fire Pokemon, in the process of fighting a powerful enemy, if they become excited, they will sometimes spew out bluish-white fire. With the soft introduction to the picture book, the information of the fire dinosaur appeared on the picture book screen. Name, Fire Dinosaur. Attribute, Fire. Ability, Blazing Fire, Power of the Sun. Gender, Male. Level, LV. Rarity, Rare. Current Mastery Skills, Grasping. Crash, Cries, Smoke Screens, Sparks, Dragon Rage, Lightning Flashes. Glancing over the attributes, Zhang Jing had a clear understanding of its changes. After evolving into a fire dinosaur, it mastered the Dragon's Fury skill. Just then. Opposite. The prince's voice rang out. What's your name? Zhang Jingxun looked around and saw Wang Ziqi looking at him with a questioning look in his eyes. Squinting his eyes slightly, Zhang Jing responded, Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing. Ellipsis quote. Wang Ziqi repeated it silently, then looked at Zhang Jing and said solemnly, Zhang Jing, your strength is very strong, I will remember you. He lifted the Pokeball, took the injured Yonjira back into it, and then said, I will try my best to improve my strength, and I will challenge you again when the elf exam is over. After the voice fell, Wang Ziqi turned around and left the place. After witnessing the evolution of fire dinosaurs, Wang Ziqi suddenly realized something. Evolution is undoubtedly a considerable improvement for elves. While in before evolution, the little fire dragon easily defeated his Yangjira. Then, what about the evolved fire dinosaurs? This undoubtedly means that the gap between him and Zhang Jing has widened again. Although he didn't ask about Zhang Jing's school, he appeared in this forest and Wang Ziqi was sure that the other party was also a student from Luzhou City, so it could be said that the two were direct competitors. Therefore, Zhang Jing's combat power also made Wang Ziqi give birth to the idea of urgently improving his strength. Zhang Jing retracted his gaze. What the prince said would be. When the exam club challenged him again, he said he was quite calm. There is still nearly half a year before the elf exam. In the past 6 months, even he himself does not know how much he will improve his strength with the scavenging attribute system. The battle was won, and the little fire dragon evolved into a fire dinosaur. Zhang Jing did not stay in place too much, and left the place directly. Pick up. As Zhang Jing's voice fell, he picked up the scale powder characteristic fragments in front of him. Then, the system prompt sounded in my ear. Open black lens bracket ding. It is detected that the host has obtained the scale powder X, and the scale powder characteristics are automatically synthesized. Zhang Jing said in a tentative tone, give scale powder properties to fire dinosaurs. Open black lens bracket ding. It is detected that the scale powder characteristic and the fire dinosaur fit very low, and the grant is very likely to fail. Do you want to continue? Close black lens bracket. As the fit very low. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. As early as a few days ago, when he tried the skills, he knew the problem of fit, so it was not unexpected. Next, he tentatively chose Pikachu, the Carp King. Ibrahimovic. Of which, the compatibility of Pikachu and Carp King for the characteristics of scale powder is extremely low, and the grant is very likely to fail. By comparison, Ibrahimovic's fit is medium. Thoughts flashed in his eyes. Zhang Jing thought quietly. Looking at it this way, the degree of fit involves the attributes of the elves themselves. The fire attribute of the fire dinosaur, the electric attribute of Pikachu, and the water attribute of the Carp King are all quite distinct attributes, so the degree of fit is extremely low. By contrast, BUZ is an elves with general attributes, which is relatively peaceful, so does the degree of fit reach a medium evaluation. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Zhang Jing made the final decision. Give scale powder properties to Eevee. Open black lens bracket ding. It is detected that the scale powder characteristic and the Ibrahimovic fit are medium, and the grant may fail slightly. Do you want to continue? Close black lens bracket. Go on. Zhang Jing's tone was clean and neat. Ibrahimovic has the highest success rate, and as his initial elf, Ibrahimovic, who must appear in the elf meeting, is undoubtedly one of his well-deserved main elves in the future, and can improve its strength. Zhang Jing will naturally not refuse. Next second, the system beep sounded again. Ibrahimovic has mastered the characteristics of scale powder. Success. Zhang Jing's eyes lit up. After all, according to the system's prompts, there is a slight possibility of failure, so after the real success, Zhang Jing is still quite happy. After all, the effect of the scale powder characteristic itself is rather peculiar. The effect of the scale powder feature is, during the battle, the additional effects of the opponent's moves targeting you will not work. Many skills of elves have additional effects, including negative effects on the enemy and positive effects on themselves. And the role of the scale powder is to block the additional effects brought by the opponent's skills. Therefore, Zhang Jing still attaches great importance to it. After successfully letting Ibrahimovic master the characteristics of scale powder, Zhang Jing quickly left here and looked for a new opponent. The fourth is sent, please ask for evaluation tickets and flowers. Chapter 16_Red Storm. Pick up experience. Watching Pikachu defeat his opponent, Zhang Jing said softly. Open black lens bracket ding. Pick up some experience. The sound of the system beeps in his ears. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he said solemnly, "Give it to the Carp King." The level of the Carp King has been increased. Just when the system beep fell, a pokeball on Zhang Jing's waist suddenly trembled. The light flashed. A figure that kept bouncing appeared on the spot. Under the reflection of sunlight, it also reflects dazzling golden glow. Carp King. Glitter Carp King. Looking at the Carp King in front of him, Zhang Jing had some expectations, and there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes, and said to himself, "Have you finally met the requirements of evolution?" In the past few days, all the experience he picked up, he chose to give it to the Carp King, just to increase the speed of its evolution. Only see. On the ground, above the body of the beating Carp King, a dazzling light flickered, covering its entire body. Zhang Jing's eyes were serious, without the slightest distraction. This is not the first time he has observed the evolution of elves up close. But still quite interested. Under the shroud of light, the shape of the Carp King has undergone rapid changes. Its size is growing rapidly at an extremely terrifying rate. After going on for a while, the light is gone. An elf completely different from the Carp King appeared in front of Zhang Jing. Tyrannosaurus. Zhang Jing's eyes were fixed on the tyrannical carp dragon. It has a red body that looks vicious and domineering. Red Tyrannosaurus. Glittering carp dragon. Under the gaze of Zhang Jing, the tyrannical carp dragon also looked at his current appearance, and then suddenly raised his head. Next second. Roar. The deafening dragon roar came out, resounding in the forest. Coupled with the coercive characteristics of the carp dragon itself, in an instant, the elves living around only felt a strong pressure attack, and they were subconsciously startled away from the place. For a while, there was a mess around. The tyrannical carp dragon, the initiator, seemed to have nothing happened. After the dragon chanted, he lowered his head slightly and looked at the river scene below. There was a hint of softness in the fierce eyes. The IQ of the elf is not low, and the tyrannical carp dragon naturally knows that it is with the help of Zhang Jing that it can evolve from the Carp King to the tyrannical carp dragon so quickly, so it is very grateful to Zhang Jing. Facing the gaze of the tyrannical carp dragon, Zhang Jing carefully looked at the appearance of the tyrannical carp dragon now. Bowing his head slightly, Zhang Jing thought about it for a while, and then there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes, and then he said, "Broken carp dragon, don't move." The tyrannical carp dragon revealed a puzzled look. Zhang Jing walked to its side, then jumped, climbed to its back, and then came to the head of the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. The Tyrannosaurus that was ridden for the first time was obviously not used to it, but after all, it was the owner of Zhang Jing who rode it, so the Tyrannosaurus did not object. After climbing the head of the Tyrannosaurus, Zhang Jing bowed his head slightly and said, "Broken carp dragon, straighten your body." Straighten your body. Following Zhang Jing's instructions, the tyrannical carp dragon raised its head, and the dragon roared again. Spread out. Then, its body quickly rose up. In a blink, the Tyrannosaurus that straightened up had broken through the obstacles of the forest, and the dragon's head was exposed above the forest. Then, under Zhang Jing's instructions, it stopped moving and stayed where it was. Zhang Jing's gaze looked down. Below, it is a continuous lush forest. After straightening up, the giant carp dragon's huge body was vividly reflected. Zhang Jingchang let out a sigh of relief, followed by, after taking out the wizard illustration. After obtaining the dimensional pocket, most of his supplies and equipment were put into the dimensional pocket, and the backpack behind him was nothing more than a deceptive display. Lifting up the elf picture book, Zhang Jing aimed at the red tyrannical carp dragon. The tyrannical carp dragon, a ferocious Pokemon, although its instinct will drive it to destroy everything, it will also obey the trainer that it truly trusts. The familiar female voice of the introduction to the picture book sounded. Then, Information about the Tyrannosaurus appears on the Pokédex screen. Name: Tyrannosaurus, Flash. Attributes: Water, Flying. Trait: Intimidate, Overconfidence. Gender: Male. Level: LV. Rarity: Rare. Qualification: Unknown, requires qualification. Current mastery skills: Bite, Rumble, Stare, Dragon's Fury, Bind. Gaze swept above, Zhongjing's eyes narrowed slightly. After evolution, multiple skills were directly mastered. Combined with the various attributes of the tyrannical carp dragon itself, the combat power it can exert now is already quite impressive. After learning about his own elves through the illustrated book, Zhongjing took out the map and checked it carefully. The little fire dragon has evolved into a fire dinosaur, and the carp king has evolved into a tyrannical carp dragon. The first stage of the plan has been achieved. In that case, squinting his eyes slightly, Zhongjing got down from the back of the tyrannical carp dragon, took back the tyrannical carp dragon, and prepared to go to the nearest elf center to rest. Chapter 17-Rising Sun Race. As early as a few years ago, after the trainer gradually became the most important profession in Blue Star, the construction of the Elf Center was put on the agenda. And now, over time, countless elven centers have been built around the world to serve trainers. Of course, because of the delicate relationship between the Elf world and Blue Star's Elf Center is hosted by Blue Star's local staff who have studied elf care, not like the Elf world, which is in the hands of the Big Joey family. The big forest where Zhongjing is located is the largest elves living in the vicinity of Luzhou City. Especially on the eve of the elf meeting every year, countless rookie trainers will come here, so there is naturally an elf center here, and there are even more than one. After taking the tyrannical dragon back to the Pokeball, Zhongjing rushed along the map to the center of the Pokémon closest to him. The tyrannical carp dragon itself is quite a vicious elf, and the flashing tyrannical carp dragon is too conspicuous. In order to prevent confusion, Zhongjing did not choose to ride it. At this time, in this elf center, many new trainers have arrived and chose to rest here. The service of the Wizard Center is quite complete. The whole Wizard Center is divided into 5 areas: Rest Area, Battle Area, Shopping Area, Medical Area, and Accommodation Area. Trainers can choose to buy supplies here, rest status, etc. After arriving at the Elf Center, Zhongjing headed to the medical area first. His elves have gone through quite a few battles in the past few days. Although they have enough wound medicine, how can the healing effect of the wound medicine be compared to that of a high-tech healing machine? Therefore, Zhongjing took the lead in giving some serious treatment to his elves to eliminate all hidden dangers. Then, he went to the shopping area. After a few days, the materials he originally purchased were nearly exhausted, and naturally he had to replenish them. After doing all this, Zhongjing finally went to the battle zone. There are many trainers who choose to fight elves in the war zone. For Zhongjing, these are all gold masters who provide attributes, and he will naturally not miss them. After picking up Chi-Chi's attribute information box, Zhongjing immediately prepared to leave the Spirit Center. Just then, the broadcast of the Elf Center suddenly came out with a soft female voice. Please let go of what you are doing first. With the sound of the broadcast, the originally noisy Spirit Center gradually quieted down, and even the trainers who were in the battle stopped the battle temporarily after looking at each other. Zhongjing's steps stopped, a little surprised. After a pause, a soft female voice sounded again in the broadcast. We have just received a notification from our superiors. In order to enable the new trainers in Luzhou to better improve their strength and achieve better results in the examinations, after comprehensive consideration by the city leaders, we are going to prepare for the Spirit Center is a pilot project to hold the Rising Sun competition. Rising Sun competition, take the meaning of the Rising Sun. The Rising Sun competition is held once a day. The maximum number of applicants for each elf center is 4. The applicants must be the new trainers this year. The final winner will be determined through multiple rounds of battles. Every day, the top 3 in each elf center can get rewards funded by the municipal government. After a slight pause, the female voice said again, "The more detailed information has been sent to your elves' ebook mailbox, you can check it yourself." Then, broadcast is off. The originally quiet center of the elf suddenly became noisy. Many trainers took out the elf illustrated book and checked the detailed information. The Rising Sun Race. Zhang Jing's eyes lit up slightly. He could guess Lu Zhou's idea of doing such a thing. To know. After the rules of the world were changed, the powerful trainer became the real high-ranking figure in this world. Lu Zhou City has come up with this competition, which is undoubtedly equivalent to a disguised investment. Among the human trainers, being able to produce a powerful trainer with terrifying strength in the future will undoubtedly bring many benefits to the entire Lu Zhou City. Zhang Jing's eyes swept away, seeing that the other trainers around were checking the detailed information through the illustrated book. To know. 4 people to register for each fairy center on the day. If you take a step too late, you may miss out on registration. Not to mention, this way of trainer competition has a special effect on Zhang Jing, which made him pay more attention. For other trainers, the Rising Sun competition is a stage for them to improve their combat experience and strive for rewards. But for Zhang Jing, this is simply equivalent to a fixed pickup attribute location. A small competition of 4 people, a battle mode of V, there will be dozens of elves battles in a day. How many attribute info boxes does this pop up? Zhang Jing moved very quickly and became the first applicant. Then, he waited quietly. Month day to month day. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 18_Fight. Sitting on the seat in the service hall, Zhang Jing took out the elf picture book. The elf picture book in his hand is provided by the elf world, and the picture book is produced by the Blue Star Scientific Research Team. Naturally, the role is not only to check the information of the elves. For Blue Star's trainers, the elf Pokédex is equivalent to a small laptop, through which they can communicate, surf the internet, search for information, and many other functions. After starting the illustrated book, Zhang Jing directly clicked on the mailbox. Only see. There is an unopened email in the mailbox at this time. The sender is Lu Zhou Elf Union Division. After opening the email, Zhang Jing checked it carefully. Inside, there is information about this Rising Sun competition. Lu Zhou is a relatively remote and small city. In the past few years of the elf exam, most of the newcomer trainers in Lu Zhou performed mediocre. Among them, there is no shortage of people who can be admitted to the Elf Academy, but the provincial champion, the national champion, and even the leading figures in the world have never appeared. After the rules of the world have changed, the importance of trainers is beyond imagination. This year, obviously, Lu Zhou City is determined to make something famous, so it held the Rising Sun competition. According to the email, the rewards obtained by the Rising Sun competition are not just those on the surface. The potential rewards are equally astonishing. The rookie trainer who performed outstandingly in the Rising Sun competition will undoubtedly be noticed by more people, and it is very likely that it will attract the attention of some forces and consortia. Civilian trainers lack resources, but there is no shortage of geniuses among civilian trainers. Before the elf meeting in the past, there were often many forces, and they would choose to find trainers with good potential. Provide support, sign cooperation contracts. They provide resources, and the trained trainers will provide combat power in the future, which is mutually beneficial. However, in the past, everyone would start to choose potential trainers before the elf exam and during the mock exams in various regions, but now, the emergence of the Rising Sun competition has undoubtedly brought this forward. Lu Zhou City's consortium and organization can completely screen out the trainers they think have good potential based on the results of the Rising Sun competition. As Zhang Jing expected. Next, the number of registered come more and more, and soon the limit of 4 people is reached. Many trainers who came a step late were quite frustrated. After all, they didn't register at this elf center, which meant that they had no chance to participate in today's competition. The trainers who received the elves in Luzhou City and obtained the illustrated book have all received emails. I am afraid that the various elves centers in Luzhou City are already overcrowded, and countless new trainers have visited. Zhang Jing, who had already signed up, was naturally quite calm. Soon, the staff of the elf center took the 4 new trainers who successfully signed up to the battle area. Then, a figure in a nurse uniform came to the front of the contestants. She glanced at the rookie trainers present, and then said, "Introduce myself, my name is Zhang Qing, and I am the person in charge of this elf center. I will be the referee for the next competition." Zhang Jing's eyes stayed on her for a moment. He was a little familiar with the other party, because when he was in the medical area before, the other party treated his elves to recover. "I didn't expect to be the same family as me," Zhang Jing said silently in his heart. Zhang Qing stood on the spot, graceful. After a pause, she continued, "Let's briefly introduce our rules, which will be adopted in the next Rising Sun competition every day. The 4 contestants randomly determine their opponents through the system, and they will compete against each other with V.S. spirits, and start a 4-go, go knockout match. The famous players selected from the knockout rounds will go to the semifinals. The semifinals are also randomly determined by the system. In the semifinals, someone will need to play 2 matches. It depends on your luck." Her eyes were calm, and she continued, "Straight. After one person is eliminated, the remaining 4 people will start a group battle to decide the 2 finalists. It's the finals." Zhang Qing's eyes swept over all the trainers, and then said solemnly, "The winner of the final will receive the richest rewards. Does anyone have any questions?" she asked out loud. The trainers looked at each other and shook their heads. Zhang Qing has introduced the rules in great detail. In that case. Zhang Qing coughed twice. Today's Rising Sun competition officially begins. Start the draw now. After her voice fell, the big screen on the side of the battle area lit up. Photos of the contestants appeared on the screen. After a while, the photo converged, and in the center of the screen, a huge VS word appeared. With Zhang Qing's start sound, the left side of VS flashed quickly. A photo has been swiped. Finally, fixed on a photo of a man. Zhang Qing glanced at. Said, Hu Yifan. She apparently did her homework on the contestants when she came, and easily identified each other's identities from the photos. Hearing the call, a nervous-looking boy walked out of the crowd quickly and came to the opposite end of the battlefield. Then, the right side of VS also starts to flicker. After a while, Zhang Qing looked at the photo frozen on the screen, narrowed her eyes, and said, Zhang Jing, go to battle. Chapter 19-Victory in the first battle. Sidelines. Zhang Jing was a little surprised when he heard the other party pronounce his name. He didn't expect that he would be the first to fight. The unexpected emotions were fleeting. Zhang Jing looked calm, and then stepped to the other end of the battlefield. He and Ku Yifan were separated on opposite ends of the battlefield. The battlefield in this elf center is the most common land, not a special battlefield. Zhang Qing's eyes swept across the two of them, and then said, the battle rule is V, and the only elves that can be used by both sides are the only ones that are used. If you defeat it, you will be eliminated. Do you have any doubts? Zhang Jing shook his head. The other side. Ku Yifan's expression was a little nervous, and he said in a low voice, no. Good. Zhang Qing nodded, and then said solemnly, please release the elves you want to fight. In a regular elf competition, both players need to release the elf at the same time to ensure fairness. After all, there is attribute restraint between elves. If the selection of the first elves has a priority, then the trainer who releases the elves in the back can completely choose according to the attributes. Choose, so as to obtain restraint in attributes and gain certain advantages. After Zhang Qing's voice fell, Zhang Jing and Ku Yifan took out the pokeball almost at the same time. Then, throw it out. The trainers who were watching the battle all focused their attention. Two figures appeared in the opposing battlefield. Only see. Appearing in front of Ku Yifan was a brown-yellow elf with a brick-shaped pattern on its back. Mountain rat. Ground elves. And appeared in Zhang Jingshan. Former. It is Ibrahimovic, the initial sprite of Zhangjing. After seeing the elves on both sides clearly, there was a loud discussion about the position of the trainers watching the battle. It's the pangolin and Ibrahimovic. It's hard to say whether it will win or lose. Ibrahimovic's cultivation potential is definitely greater than that of pangolins. After all, there are many evolutionary choices. But this is an Ibrahimovic that has not evolved yet. It depends on the performance of both sides. That's right. On the battlefield, Zhang Qingzhan is a referee. When the two sides were ready, they immediately raised their arms. After a while, her arm fell, and the voice sounded at the same time. The battle begins. The moment her voice fell, the conductor voices of Zhang Jing and Ku Yifan sounded almost at the same time. Ibrahimovic, cry. Mouse, use burrowing. Neither side had used an attacking move. Standing still, Ibrahimovic opened his lips slightly, and a cute cry came from it. Calls. Let opponents hear lovely calls. Diverts attention and makes it negligent, thereby reducing the opponent's attack. Weakening the opponent's moves. Most importantly, calling is a relatively basic skill. There are many elves who have mastered this move. Ibrahimovic's calling skill has been strengthened twice. Another side. The mountain rat burrowed into the ground by burrowing. Ibrahimovic stood there, staring vigilantly around. Ku Yifan's expression was tense, but his eyes were quite serious. There was a moment of silence in the battlefield. Subsequently, Ku Yifan's voice suddenly sounded. It's now, the mountain rat, use the impact on Ibrahimovic. On the ground, a pothole suddenly appeared again. The mountain rat rushed out of it and rammed towards Ibrahimovic. I have to say that Ku Yifan took the opportunity quite beautifully. Facing the attack that was so close at hand, Ibrahimovic could no longer avoid it. The pangolin directly hit Ibrahimovic's body. But that's all. The moment the mountain rat appeared, the corner of Zhang Jing's mouth. He turned up, and suddenly shouted, Ibrahimovic, 2 consecutive kicks. This is a new skill that Ibrahimovic masters as his level increases. Fighting skills. Only see. On the battlefield, the pangolin angrily hit Ibrahimovic's body, looking menacing, but in fact, after the impact, Ibrahimovic didn't even take a step back. Its expression hasn't even changed at all. At the moment when Zhang Jing's voice sounded, Ibrahimovic, who took the opponent's attack forcibly, seemed to have not suffered any damage, and his body suddenly jumped up. Facing the pangolin close at hand, its legs suddenly kicked on the pangolin's body. Double kick. Under the powerful force, the mountain rat was directly kicked and flew out. Not only that. Zhang Jing's eyes were calm, and the moment the mountain rat was kicked out, the command sounded again. Ibrahimovic, the lightning flashes. The moment Ibrahimovic landed on the ground, it started again. Its body turned into an electric light and galloped out. Then, brazenly hit the body of the pangolin. You know, in the past few days, Ibrahimovic's lightning flash skills have also been strengthened once. Under the successive attacks, the body of the mountain rat fell to the ground, and there was no movement. Beside, Zhang Qing remembered the countdown. After the countdown reached 0, Zhang Qing looked at Zhang Jing, and then said loudly, Zhang Jing is promoted. After her voice fell, there was a sudden burst of noisy discussions around. The battle ended so quickly. It's that this mountain rat is too weak. Its attack did not seem to cause any damage to Ibrahimovic at all, and it was won by a direct counterattack. Yes, It was a good tactic to attack by digging holes, but the impact on Ibrahimovic was too low. Listening to the discussions around, Zhang Jing's eyes were subtle. Naturally, the attack power of the opponent's mountain rat shouldn't be that low. But what it encountered was the screaming skill that had been strengthened twice, and the attack power had been severely reduced. In the past few days of battle, Zhang Jing has long discovered that some non-offensive skills, after being strengthened by their power, the effect is equally extraordinary. Chapter 20-semifinal. The impact is a physical attack move, and the sound weakens its power, so that even if Ibrahimovic lost the first mover advantage, he came back and launched a beautiful counterattack. Because of the ability to enhance the power of the skills, even if Zhang Jing's current elf level is still low, he can already exert a combat power that cannot be underestimated. After Zhang Jing ended the battle, a battle is going on. There are a lot of battles in a competition of 40 people. Fortunately, those who participated in the Rising Sun competition were all rookie trainers who had just received the initial elf, and the elf level was still low. The skills mastered are also relatively limited, so the battle time is very short. For the knockout round is over soon. During this period, Zhang Jing's harvest was quite rich. Except for the battles he fought, there was a total of elf battles. He picked up a lot of skill fragments, and even directly synthesized the lightning flash skill again, and chose to give Ibrahimovic to enhance its strength. Apart from that, the experience he picked up also increased the level of the elf. Today, his 4 elves, Ibrahimovic LV, Tyrannosaurus LV, Fire Dinosaur LV, Pikachu LV. Fast progress. In the knockout round, Zhang Jing met a female trainer. The other party sent the 6 tails of the fire element. Coincidentally, the fire dinosaur that Zhang Jing played in this battle. Battle of the Fire Spirits. The outcome of this battle was already doomed from the beginning. Although Zhang Jing has never conducted a qualification test, he is not sure about the qualifications of Fire Dinosaur, but through the skills he gave, Fire Dinosaur has mastered a lot of new skills, and the power of his own skills has been enhanced. Finally, the battle ended with a neat combo of fire dinosaurs. Makes Zhang Jing more happy is that the opponent's 6 tails exploded with spark skill fragments, and with the skill fragments he accumulated in the previous few days, he successfully synthesized that spark skill, allowing the fire dinosaur's spark skill to obtain enhance. Before mastering the spray flame, spark is undoubtedly one of the more important skills of fire dinosaurs. Then, the 10-5 knockout round begins. In this battle, Zhang Jing sent Pikachu. Pikachu's opponent is a BB bird. Genus: sexual restraint. The electric system has serious restraint on the flight system, and Pikachu easily won. So far, the 5 contestants in the semi-finals have already competed thoroughly. 3 men and 2 women. After the knockout round, 5 semi-finalists, including Zhang Jing, came to Zhangqing. Zhang Qing's eyes swept over the 5 people, and then said, "The draw for the semi-finals will begin." After her voice fell, on the big screen of the battle zone, a battle form appeared. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. V open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, V, close black lens bracket. Zhang Qing glanced at the big screen, then looked at a few people, and said, "You should already understand the rules of the semifinals. According to the lottery, there are 2 players who will have one more battle. The winner of the match will compete with the 3rd person for a place in the final." Quote. Any questions? The crowd shook their heads. In that case, Zhang Qing narrowed her eyes and said softly, "Start drawing lots." His voice fell, and the big screen flashed. A picture appeared on the screen. Zhang Qing stared at the screen and said slowly, "Yujia versus Song Yi." After her voice fell, the 2 players whose names were called immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to not have to fight one more battle is undoubtedly an invisible advantage. Then, The photo below is also gradually freezing. Zhang Qing said truthfully, wiping versus Zhang Jing. She looked at the two of them. The winner among you will compete with Kuling for another final spot. Zhang Jing's eyes turn around and look at his opponent. It was a boy with a cold face, and his eyes fell on him at this time. With the end of the group below, the voice of discussion rang out immediately. Zhang Jing and Wei Ping are a bit miserable, they need to fight one more time. I'm more optimistic about Wei Ping. The arm strength he sent in the previous battles has been cultivated quite well. I think Zhang Jing is stronger. His elf skills are very powerful, and he has undergone special training at first sight. Noisy discussions continued. Zhang Qingqing. After a cough, he said, let Zhang Jing and Wei Ping fight first. Hearing this, the others left the venue. On the battlefield, only Zhang Jing and Wei Ping were left. Just then, the cold-faced Wei Ping glanced at Zhang Jing, and then said coldly, your strength is not bad, but it's impossible to win against me. Huh? Zhang Jing glanced at him in surprise, then said quietly, then let's wait and see. After the voice fell, Zhang Jing turned around and went to the end of the battlefield. Fight 1. Trigger. Chapter 21_gap. Spirit Center. Against the war zone. Zhang Jing and Wei Ping were separated from each other at both ends of the field. Around the battle area, there were many trainers watching the battle. Some of them were eliminated in the knockout rounds today, and some were pure spectators. Those who can make it all the way to the semi-finals are undoubtedly the best in their eyes. If they can watch their battles, maybe they can also gain something, so everyone is quite serious. The person in charge of the Spirit Center, the referee Zhang Qing's eyes swept over the two of them, and then said, please send your spirits who are ready to participate in the war. Spirit. After glancing at Zhang Jing indifferently, Wei Ping took out the pokeball. Zhang Jing's expression was calm, and he also took out his pokeball. Then, pokeballs are thrown at the same time. The light flashed, and two figures had already appeared in the opposing battlefield. The one who appeared in front of Zhang Jing was his original elf, Ibrahimovic. At this time, Ibrahimovic's eyes were filled with arrogant fighting intent, staring at the opposite side. Appearing at the other end, in front of Wei Ping, is a humanoid elf. Fighting elves. Arm strength. Loud discussions erupted around. Sure enough, this wrist strength is Wei Ping's main force, and he brought it on the field again. This Ibrahimovic is also very strong. I remember easily defeating the opponent in the knockout round. Seeing that the two sides were ready, Zhang Qing's eyes became more serious, and then suddenly said, the battle begins. The moment her voice fell, Zhang Jing's command sounded. Ibrahimovic, the lightning flashes. Ibrahimovic, who was in front of him, was ready, kicked his hind legs hard, and rushed out in an instant. Another side. Wei Ping narrowed his eyes when he saw Ibrahimovic's action. Do you want melee combat? Just what I want. Wrist strength. Come on. Hearing the master's command, he stepped on his right leg and charged straight ahead. Brown Eevee. Light blue arm strength. The trainers around were quiet, nervously watching the first collision between the two elves. Only see. After Ibrahimovic took a few steps forward, his speed suddenly accelerated. Lightning flash skill, activate. Its body erupted at an unimaginably powerful speed in an instant, and the entire body turned into a ray of electric light, slamming into the arm force that was taking the initiative to meet it. To know. In the previous knockout round, Zhang Jing once again synthesized a lightning flash skill, and the choice was given to Ibrahimovic. Now, Ibrahimovic's lightning flashed, faster and more powerful. After seeing Ibrahimovic's sudden increase in speed, there were exclamations around him. Because Ibrahimovic's speed is too fast. This scene also exceeded Wei Ping's expectations. His eyes suddenly widened, and then he subconsciously said, wrist force, chop with bare hands, intercept the opponent. On the field. The arm of the wrist lifts up. But haven't waited for the arm to fall. The speed increased sharply, and Ibrahimovic, who turned into electric light, sprinted in front of it, and slammed into its abdomen fiercely. After many flashes of intensified electric light, the power is beyond imagination. The wrist force only felt a violent impact, its body lost its balance uncontrollably, and flew backwards. Ibrahimovic, high-speed star. Zhang Jing's command sounded again. Ibrahimovic's steps stopped, and his spirit was condensed. Countless star-shaped rays of light condensed and formed, and then roared towards the arm force that flew out. Boom 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 boom. Just as the high-speed star hit the wrist, an explosion sounded. Bang! The body of the arm is dull. Fell to the ground. Its body was covered with scars, and it struggled a little weakly. Finally, there was no movement. On the side of the battlefield, Zhang Qing's eyes fell on the body of the wrist. After confirming that her wrist strength has completely lost its ability to fight, she said solemnly, "The winner, Zhang Jing." With her voice falling, there was a sudden burst of loud exclamations around. This is the end. It's already the semi-finals, but the battle is over. So fast. This Zhang Jing's strength is very strong. His Ibrahimovic must have undergone quite strict training before he can use such powerful skills. Ibrahimovic's speed is so fast. An exclamation sounded. The neat battle result, combined with the terrifying speed and skill power of Ibrahimovic, shocked everyone. On the other side of the battlefield, Wei Ping's eyes were a little dull. The speed of Ibrahimovic's surge through lightning flash skills also exceeded his expectations and caught him off guard. His wrist strength, without even a chance to counterattack, was easily defeated. Just then, on the other side of the battlefield, Zhang Jing's voice sounded and entered his ears. "It seems, wanting to win you seems to be easier than I thought." Chapter 22_Admit defeat and message. Hearing Zhang Jing's flat tone, Wei Ping's face immediately turned blue. He lowered his head slightly, and after hesitating for a moment, he put his arm back into the pokeball without saying a word, turned and walked away quickly. Elves battle, the winner is king. No amount of cruel words left by the loser would be nothing but ridicule. Ibrahimovic, you did a good job. Zhang Jing retracted his gaze, praised him, and put Ibrahimovic back into the pokeball. Around, many trainers looked at him with great attention. Now, in this elf center, most of them are Luzhou City's newcomer trainers this year. They are all students who are going to participate in the elf exam. Zhang Jing's excellent performance undoubtedly attracted their attention. The remaining 3 players in the semi-finals only set their sights on Zhang Jing. Ibrahimovic defeated the arm force neatly, which means that the strength of the 2 elves is very different. Only in this way will the arm strength not even have the opportunity to counterattack. Everyone is a player who successfully entered the semi-finals. No one thought that the gap between them would be so different. Big. After Zhang Jing left the battlefield, the next battle is on. Since Zhang Jing had just finished the battle, in order to give the players some buffer time, another group of battles took the lead. Yu Jia vs Song Yi. 1 male and 1 female. This battle ended with Song Yi winning and taking the lead in advancing to the final. Yu Jia's luck was poor. The elf she sent was a Jenny turtle, a water elf, who happened to meet the chrysanthemum leaves sent by Song Yi. The grass element has serious restraint on the water element, and Song Yi easily won. In fact, in the elf battle, the choice of the first elf is very important. Under the premise of not knowing what elves will be sent by both parties, if you can send elves that restrain the attributes of each other's elves, you will undoubtedly have an advantage. This is also a test for trainers. After the battle between the 2, Zhang Jing returned to the ring again. His eyes turned to the other end of the ring. Ku Ling. His opponent. This is a tall and slender woman with a beautiful face and long hair tied in a ponytail, looking quite capable. Zhang Jing was looking at each other, and Kuling was also looking at Zhang Jing. There seemed to be some curiosity in her eyes. After looking at Zhang Jing for a moment, she withdrew her gaze and looked at Zhang Qing, who was the referee. Miss Zhang Qing, I admit defeat in this battle. Huh. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Jing's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Zhang Qing narrowed her eyes slightly, then looked at Kuling and confirmed, are you sure? She paused and continued, this is already the semi-finals. If you win, you will definitely be rewarded. Quote. If you concede defeat, you also need to fight wiping to decide the third place. Okay. Kuling nodded. Okay. Zhang Qing nodded, then said, in that case. Zhang Jing advanced to the finals. Her voice fell, and there was an uproar around. The trainers were quite surprised. I thought I could see a battle between dragons and tigers, but I didn't expect it would end with one side admitting defeat. I see, Kuling sees that there is no chance of defeating Zhang Jing, so he is ready to prepare for the battle with all his strength. The battle for third place is up. You're right. Zhang Jing's strength is really strong. It's a good choice to avoid an elf being injured and affecting his state. On the battlefield. The surrounding discussions did not affect Kuling in any way. The girl stepped forward and came to Zhang Jing. She looked at Zhang Jing and said in a relaxed tone, get to know me, my name is Kuling. Zhang Jing looked at her. After hesitating for a while, Zhang Jing frowned and asked, why should you admit defeat? Huh. Kuling was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, I watched your battle, I am not your opponent, naturally there is no need to fight. Right. She thought of something and continued, Ku Yifan is my cousin. Ku Yifan was Zhang Jing's opponent in the first round of the knockout round. Kuling didn't seem to be ready to talk more on this topic, and instead said, Zhang Jing, the elves will be admitted to the exam, but there is a project for team assessment, are you interested in cooperating together at that time? Cooperation. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. He had a special understanding of the elf meeting. In the elf exam, in addition to the single-person assessment items, there are also team-based assessment items. Of course, the proportion of team-based assessment items is relatively low. Even if this performance is average, as long as the single-person assessment project is good enough, it will still be admitted to the Elf Academy. However, if you want to get the top ranking in the Elite Fair, the team assessment project must not be ignored. With thoughts flashing in his mind, Zhang Jing said, it seems that my performance has left a certain impression on you. But, he paused and continued, there is still nearly half a year before the Elf exam. You are looking for teammates now. Aren't you afraid that my strength will not be able to keep up? Half a year. After hearing the words, Kuling gave Zhang Jing a meaningful look, and then lowered his voice, it seems. You are not a child of a big family. Huh. Zhang Jing raised his brows. Kuling's eyes swept around, and he took 2 steps closer to Zhang Jing, and his voice was lowered again. I have a message for you, as far as I know. This year, the Blue Star Elf Alliance will carry out reforms, and the time for the Elf exam will most likely be earlier. The data is bleak, please ask for a wave of evaluation tickets and flowers, thank you. Chapter 23 _ the beginning and the end. Spirit exams. Most likely early. Zhang Jing keenly captured the key words. There was a wave in his expression. There is no doubt that after crossing to this point, the elf exam is the most important thing for Zhang Jing at present. As long as you get good grades in the elf exam and enter the Elf Academy, you will receive abundant resource support. Even if he already has a pickup attribute system, all this is not in conflict. And now, someone told him that in this year's elf exam, it is very likely that he will take the exam. Forward. This undoubtedly surprised Zhang Jing. However, Zhang Jing calmed down instantly after his expression changed. For him, even if the ELF exam is going to take place tomorrow, he is not afraid at all. The 4 main elves are ready, and the strength they can exert is far beyond ordinary elves. This is where Zhang Jing's strength lies. Not to mention, judging from the ELF exams in the past few years, during the exam, there was no shortage of combat links, even a lot. Picking up the attribute system, he can use the battle to support the battle, so as to climb to the top. In front of him, Kuling is close at hand. After seeing Zhang Jing's expression quickly returning to calm, there was a hint of surprise in Kuling's expression. You know, she was shocked for a long time when she first learned the news. Unexpectedly, this rookie trainer who had just met and performed well in front of him could calm down so quickly. With a serious look in his eyes, Kuling looked at Zhang Jing with more attention, and said in a low voice, "Pay attention to my words, it is very possible. At the moment, there is no certainty that this will happen, but there are already a lot of forces pushing the fire." She paused and continued. The rules of the ELF meeting were initially determined 7 years ago, and now it has been held for 7 times. In these 7 sessions, although there are some trainers with ordinary backgrounds and awe-inspiring talents who have performed well, but those who really stand at the top of the exam are mostly rookie trainers with strong forces behind them. The half-year from receiving the initial elves to taking the elves exam is too long. 2 elves of the same aptitude. Under the cultivation of different resources, there will be a gap in strength, not to mention. For half a year, the rookie trainers who are supported by powerful forces can completely change their elf strength qualitatively. When the strength gap of elves is too large, no matter how talented the trainer is in commanding battles, it is basically useless. 1 power down 10 sessions. But what if this time is reduced? For example, after receiving the initial elves, you can directly take the elves exam a few days later, so that even if someone can still take this opportunity to raise money through various resources. The strength of elves is also extremely limited, thus creating fairness in disguise. She emphasized fairness, and then continued, "Of course, I'm just making an analogy. It's unrealistic to expect the elf exam to take place a few days after receiving the elf." Zhang Jing's eyes flashed with thought. He looked at Kuling, and then calmly said, "If I'm not mistaken, you should also be the so-called child of the big family. The current elf exam mode has certain advantages for you, but I hear your tone, you seem to support the advance of the elf exam." Hearing this, Kuling shook his head. She said in a deep voice, "I'm from the Modu Ku family. The Ku family is a top-ranked existence in China, and their strength is not bad. But," she paused, and a trace of regret flashed in her eyes, "in the world, it will be greatly reduced. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp. There are many big forces in the world who eat the dividends during the half-year interval of the elf meeting. If you arrange them carefully, it will not be our Ku family's turn." And she seemed to be interested. Zhu Zhangjing introduced in detail, "Actually, the reform of the elf exam was mentioned a few years ago. But that time is finally over. If you look it up online, you can even find some news about that time. But now, it's been 10 years since Eternal Night, and 7 years have passed since the elf exam." Kuling's tone was a little emotional. With the accumulation of time, there have been many trainers from ordinary backgrounds, who have grown up and become trainers with great strength. On resources, civilian trainer. It can't be compared with the background trainer, but when it comes to the base, the two will be reversed. Her eyes turned to Zhang Jing. Now the first trainer to mention this reform is a very famous trainer in China, Ji Ziyang from ordinary background. He has received some assistance from our Ku family and has a good relationship with our Ku family, so our Ku family chose to support him after considering it. Ji Ziyang. Zhang Jing felt a little familiar, and after recalling it in his mind, he quickly thought of the source of the name. He's looking for pictures about the elf exam. I've seen this name before when I'm on the news. Other party. is a trainer from an ordinary person, but in the elf exam, he achieved very good results. And, if he remembered correctly, according to the news he browsed, as early as half a year ago, Ji Young had become a Heavenly King level trainer recognized by the Blue Star Elf Alliance. Chapter 24_Reason. 10 years after the arrival of elves, according to the relevant information from the elves world, Blue Star has already had its own trainer rank system. The most basic, of course, is the rookie trainer. After receiving the initial elf and elf picture book, he naturally became a new trainer of the Blue Star Elf Alliance. Then, it is a junior trainer, intermediate trainer, advanced trainer. Among the 3 trainer levels, if you want to be promoted, you need to conduct a combat power assessment in the Wizard Assessment Center affiliated to the Wizard Alliance, and the combat strength can be completed. Conduct. The so-called combat power assessment is naturally a battle of elves. And above the advanced trainer, it is an elite trainer. Elite trainers can be said to be like the name, a real elite character. All the strengths are superior. Elf trainers are divided into 3 levels: low grade, middle grade, and high grade. Starting from high-level trainers, if you want to become elite-level trainers and continue to improve, each level needs to complete special tasks distributed by the Elf Alliance. The higher the promotion level, the higher the difficulty of the task. Complete. Actually, an elite-level trainer, who is already in existence in the upper and middle ranks of the Elf League, is quite important. On top of the elite top-grade trainer, there is a more vague title. The Quasi-King. The Quasi-Celestial King is the title of a trainer who has not passed the approval of the Blue Star Elf Alliance, but already has a near-celestial level strength trainer. Further up, it was the level that Ji Young was currently at. Heavenly King Trainer. Being able to be promoted to a Heavenly King level trainer is definitely one of the most famous characters in Blue Star, with astonishing strength as a support. In the entire Blue Star, there is a good right to speak. On top of the Heavenly King level trainer, there are also powerful champion level trainers. However, according to the information Zhang Jing knew, in the entire Blue Star, there are currently only 2 champion level trainers, who can be said to truly stand at the top of the world. A lot of information flashed through Zhang Jing's mind. In front of you. Ku Ling's voice sounded again. As I said before, it's not a few years ago now. After years of development, many trainers from ordinary backgrounds have grown up, so. King Ji Young's. After this reform was proposed, it quickly caused a big storm. There are more and more people who support the reform, and it has grown to the present. According to the information I have received, the top forces are also very likely to choose to compromise, thus officially launching the reform of the elf exam. Her eyes turned to Zhang Jing. Actually, the reason why Luzhou City held the Rising Sun competition was also because it was influenced to a certain extent. In the past few years, there will be a large-scale mock exam before the elf meeting, so that the major forces can select suitable seedlings for cooperation. But this year, because of the reform of the elf exam, the mock exam is very likely to be cancelled, so most of the regions have held competitions such as the Rising Sun competition, which has allowed some talented trainers to emerge. Listening to Ku Ling's explanation, Zhang Jing nodded slightly. He thought for a moment, then said to Ku Ling, "Since you are from the Ku family, then you can find a lot of trainers who work with you. Why did you choose me? We should have just met." Ku Ling glanced at him. Then, she said solemnly, "The reform of the elf exam. It is quite comprehensive. It is said that not only the time is very likely to be advanced, but the specific rules and modes of the examination will also change. It's a pretty big test for the rookie trainers who take part in the exam." The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she looked at Zhang Jing with a smile. "I wasn't sure yet, but you turned out to be a trainer from a relatively ordinary background, which made me more confident in my choice. I carefully observed your previous battles. The 3 elves you sent, Ibrahimovich, Fire Dinosaur, and Pikachu all performed quite well. The power of their skills is amazing. It seems that after rigorous training, it can be seen that you have a hand in cultivating elves. And she paused and continued, your command is neat and tidy, and you're not bad at fighting. If the elf exam is really reformed, then it will undoubtedly become a competition between trainers and talents. I certainly won't miss meeting an exceptional trainer like you. She still wanted to say something. At this time, Zhang Qing's voice rang. She was shouting Ku Ling to appear. Because it's the third place competition and the championship competition, so several of their players have a certain rest time. With the exchange between Zhang Jing and Ku Ling, the rest time has been exhausted. What is going on now is the battle for the third runner-up between Ku Ling and Wei Ping. Glancing at Zhang Jing, Ku Ling showed a kind smile and said softly, just right, since I am preparing to cooperate, I also need to show my strength. You may also consider my proposal now. After the voice fell, she turned around and stepped into the battlefield. Month day to month. Day. Chapter 25_Championship Fight. Zhang Jing's eyes fell on the field and quietly watched the battle between the two sides. As Ku Ling said, since we want to cooperate, we naturally need to understand her strength. Cooperation has always been a two-way choice. As Wang Qing's voice fell, Ku Ling brought the first surprise to Zhang Jing after the two sides sent elves to appear. The elf she sent was a metal monster. The evolution of iron dumbbells. Quasi-god spirit. Quasi-god elves refer to powerful elves with a racial value. It can be compared with divine beasts, so it is called a quasi-god. There is no doubt that every quasi-god elf is quite a powerful elf. When this metal monster evolves into a giant gold monster in the future, with the powerful attributes of its steel system plus super energy system, the combat power that can be exerted is definitely far beyond imagination. The appearance of the metal monster undoubtedly shocked the trainers around. You know, not long ago, in the battle with Zhang Jing, Ku Ling directly chose to admit defeat. Therefore, after seeing Ku Ling release the metal monster, many people present subconsciously looked at Zhang Jing, and in their hearts, a strange feeling was born. An idea. Could it be, Ku Ling thinks that Zhang Jing's strength is even stronger than her with the metal monster? So, how strong is Zhang Jing? The battle starts soon. The process can be called destructive. Although it has not evolved into a giant gold monster, the dual attributes of the metal monster, combined with the skills it masters, have been able to exert quite terrifying combat power. With Shang Ku Ling's good command ability, Wei Ping's elf can be easily defeated directly. Wei Ping, who has a cold expression and a proud personality, has never been relieved by Zhang Jing. Coming out of the blow of defeat, he suffered another fiasco. After being defeated by Ku Ling, Wei Ping's expression had already collapsed, and before Zhang Jing announced the result, he had already left the center of the elf in a disheartened manner. After watching Wei Ping leave, Zhang Jing announced the result of the battle. The first day of the Rising Sun competition, the third runner-up, Ku Ling. On the battlefield, Ku Ling showed a smile, and then stepped in front of Zhang Jing. She looked at Zhang Jing, the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and then she said, "How is it? Is my strength okay? Should be qualified to be your teammate." Her tone was a little smug. As an existence that can grow into a quasi-god elf in the future, this metal monster has been by her side as early as the Iron Dumbbell period, and the Ku family spent a lot of money to get it. This is also her absolute main elf, but she is quite satisfied with this elf. Zhang Jing's expression was calm, and he nodded lightly. In his opinion, the existence of this metal monster, combined with the commanding ability Ku Ling showed in the battle just now, would at least not hold him back. Moreover, the other provided him with more important information, which can be said to be sincere. Just then, on the battlefield, Zhang Qing's voice sounded. "Zhang Jing, Song Yi, come to power." Looking at Ku Ling beside him, Zhang Jing gave her an inexplicable smile, and then stepped into the battlefield. Another side. His opponent, Song Yi, also came quickly. Song Yi is a young man with black-rimmed glasses and looks polite. Seeing that both parties involved in the war were ready, Zhang Qing coughed twice and said, "In the championship battle, it's also a battle of V.S. spirits, but the spirits that both sides can use are the only ones. In the battle, only the scent elf is defeated, and the next elf can be replaced." Her eyes swept over the two of them. "Is it all clear?" The two nodded at the same time. "If that's the case, please release your first elf to fight. Pokeball out. Throw." Light flashes. The elves sent by Song Yi were the first to appear in the field. "That's a Nidalino. This Nidalino is quite energetic." After debuting, he jumped in place twice, with fighting spirit in his eyes. Those who can enter the finals, naturally have one hand. "Did you send a poison-type Nidalino?" On the side of the battlefield, Kuling took his eyes away from Nidalino and said to himself, "What about you, Zhang Jing? What kind of elves will you release? Pikachu, Fire Dinosaur, or that Ibrahimovic?" With doubts, Kuling turned his gaze to Zhang Jing. Just then, there was an exclamation all around. Kuling was a little surprised, but the moment her eyes fell in front of Zhang Jing, her eyes widened in an instant, and even her mouth opened slightly, and a strong shocked expression hung on her beautiful face. Kuling couldn't help but let out an exclamation. This is only see. Within her sight. In front of Zhang Jing. As the light of the Pokeball converged, a huge red figure appeared there. Chapter 26_Intimidate. What kind of spirit is this? It's so big. Is there such a elf in this Zhang Jing? A series of exclamations sounded. I don't know how many people chose to take out the elf picture book and aimed at the huge figure that appeared in front of Zhang Jing. The tyrannical carp dragon, a ferocious Pokemon, although its instinct will drive it to destroy everything, it will also obey the trainer that it truly trusts. The soft Pokédex female voice prompt sounded. When using the elves to check other people's elves and wild elves, you can only get simple. Introduction. Tyrannosaurus. The rookie trainer who first took out the elf picture book looked at the photos of the tyrannical carp dragon that appeared in the picture book, and then looked at the red figure standing in front of Zhang Jing. The obvious difference between the colors surprised him. Could this be a glitter Tyrannosaurus? After his voice fell, there was a moment of silence in the war zone. But then, a louder discussion sounded. The tyrannical carp dragon itself is already a very powerful elf. The flashing tyrannical carp dragon, just thinking about it, you can think of its terrifying reality. Force. Everyone was quite shocked. Many more people looked at Kuling subconsciously. After Kuling dispatched a metal monster to easily defeat Wei Ping, many people were quite curious as to why she had such a tyrannical elf and chose to admit defeat when facing Zhang Jing. But now, after seeing the flashing carp dragon sent by Zhang Jing, many people came up with an idea. Could it be that this is also in your calculations? Obviously, in their thinking, Kuling must have long known that Zhang Jing had such a. Only the terrifying elves would choose to admit defeat and retain their combat power for the third runner-up battle. Kuling looked at the flashing carp dragon in the field with complicated eyes. After the initial shock, she gradually regained her composure. Suddenly, she thought of the meaningful smile Zhang Jing left to her just before her debut. Is it a flashing elf? Kuling bit her lip. In terms of rarity, the shining elf is even rarer than her metal monster. The number of quasi-god elves is rare, but there are ethnic groups after all. But the glitter fairy, but totally random. Only when the elf itself mutates will it become a shining elf. Some trainers may never even see a glitter elf in their entire life. On the battlefield. After the flashy carp dragon appeared, his ferocious eyes glanced around, and then he raised his head suddenly. Roar. The ear-piercing dragon roar rippling around. I don't know how many elves were left outside by the trainer, and they shrank subconsciously. The most shocking thing is in the battlefield. At the other end, Nightilino, who was sent by Song Yi, saw the tyrannical carp dragon and heard the dragon roar of the tyrannical carp dragon. The fighting spirit in his eyes gradually disappeared, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. This is the characteristic of the tyrannical carp dragon, the powerful effect of intimidation. The visual impact brought by the huge red carp dragon is quite shocking. Just looking at it will make some weak elves fear. Nightilino! Song Yi shouted anxiously. Under the master's call, Nightilino finally summoned up a little courage. Stayed in place. Zhang Qing, who served as the referee, was the calmest one on the field. You must know that when Zhang Jing gave medical treatment to his 4 elves in the medical area in front of him, it was Zhang Qing who operated the treatment machine. She has long known Zhang Jing's elf identity. At this moment, with admiration in Zhang Qing's eyes, she paused for a moment on the flashing carp dragon and asked, "Are you all ready?" Zhang Jing nodded lightly. Another side. Song Yi looked at the huge figure opposite, gritted his teeth and said, "Get ready." In that case. Zhang Qing's arm was raised, and then he fell down. The sound is ringing at the same time. The battle begins. Nightilino, use the poison needle. Almost at the moment Zhang Qing's voice fell, Song Yi spoke quickly. Facing such a huge tyrannical carp dragon, Song Yi knew that there was no advantage in melee combat, so he chose to use long-range skills. Another side. Zhang Jing's command voice also came out at the same time. Dragon carp dragon, dragon's wrath. Roar. The tyrannical carp dragon raised its head suddenly, and a tyrannical shockwave was brewing in its mouth. Just then, Nightilino's poisonous needle shot out quickly, piercing the body of the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. There was a trace of pain in the eyes of the tyrannical carp dragon, but this made it even more angry. The dragon head swung forward, and the terrifying shockwave was released in an instant. Dragon Fury. Bang! The dragon's fury bombarded Nightilino's body. Under the tyrannical impact, its body was suddenly rolled up, and then fell to the ground fiercely. There was no movement. After just one blow, Nightilino had already lost his ability to fight. There was silence all around. Although it was expected that the strength of this flashing carp dragon would be quite terrifying, after seeing its performance with their own eyes, these rookie trainers could not help but feel shocked. Defeat your opponent in 1 hit. This is a real kill. On the other side of the battlefield. Seeing Nightilino being instantly killed, and seeing that there was nothing unusual about the Tyrannosaurus, Song Yi's eyes flashed with concentration. Deep disappointment. Chapter 27_wins. The shock that this flashing carp dragon brought to him was too great. The huge elves themselves can give people a strong visual impact, not to mention the flashing elves. Song Yi's aura could not help but drop a level before the battle started. He instructed Nightilino to use the poison needle skill, just to see if it could trigger the poisoning effect. After all, this tyrannical carp dragon just looks rough and thick, and its defensibility is very good. In his thoughts, only the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon was in a state of poisoning, and he still had a chance to turn around. But look at. Now that there is no abnormal Tyrannosaur, Song Yi understands that his plan has failed. In front of Zhang Jing. After killing Nightilino directly, the tyrannical carp dragon became even more imposing, and the fierceness in his eyes became more intense. This is the function of the hidden characteristics of the Tyrannosaurus. Overconfidence. Overconfidence. After defeating an elf, your own attack will be improved to a certain extent. More and more brave skills. It is precisely because of this that Zhang Jing took the lead in dispatching the tyrannical carp dragon in this battle where the elves that can be used by both sides are the only ones. Of course, this only is one of the reasons. Another reason is that Ku Ling, who came to find him for cooperation, has already shown his strength, and Zhang Jing will naturally not let the other party look down on him. Song Yi took Nightilino back into the poke ball, and then took out another poke ball. The light flashed. A figure appeared in front of him. That is an Abilan. Fighting elves. The referee Zhang Qing looked at Abilang, then looked at Zhang Jing, and asked, Zhang Jing, do you want to change the elves? Battle with multiple elves. The first battle can be said to be quite important. The trainer whose first elf was defeated needs to change the elf, and the winning party can choose whether to replace the elf or not. This is also a game between trainers. Hearing Zhang Qing's question, Zhang Jing shook his head. Due to its hidden characteristics, the tyrannical carp dragon is more powerful now, and Zhang Jing naturally has no idea of replacing it. And after seeing this Abilene, Zhang Jing had already made up his mind. His opponent. Song Yi, there is no elf in his hands that can restrain the attributes of the tyrannical carp dragon. Otherwise, in the crucial second elf selection, he would never send a fighting elf. In Zhang Jing's view, this Abilan is likely to be his strongest main force. After all, Abilang is a fighting elf, and he is best at physical attack, but the tyrannical carp dragon with intimidating characteristics, its opponent, physical attack will be weakened. Under this premise, Song Yi still chose to send Abilong, probably because he wanted to make a last-ditch effort. In that case, the battle begins. Zhang Qingqing said. Abi Lang, move at a high speed and get close to each other quickly. After Song Yi pushed the glasses with his right hand, he calmly commanded. He understands that his chances of winning are low, but he still has to fight and make an effort. Abi Lang stepped on his right leg and his body went straight out. With the blessing of high-speed movement, the speed has skyrocketed. Its physique is quite strong, and as an elf's good at boxing, it has undergone a long period of training. The distance between Abilan and Tyrannosaurus is rapidly approaching. Zhang Jing's eyes were calm. After a while, just as Abilang was about to sprint to the front of the storm carp dragon, Zhang Jing's voice sounded. Tyrannosaurus, stare, then bite. Roar. The tyrannical carp dragon roared, and in the fierce eyes, rays of light burst out. Its eyes were already extremely vicious, but now, with the blessing of the staring skill, Abilang's steps stopped and could not help but be affected to a certain extent. Then, the body of the tyrannical carp dragon suddenly rushed forward. Bite. Evil skills. The damage of the evil type skills to the fighting type elves has been weakened, but the staring skills just now have reduced Abilan's defense. Abilang was bitten by a tyrannical carp dragon. Abi Lang, hold on. Song Yi's anxious voice sounded. After biting Abilang's body in a big mouth, the dragon head of the tyrannical carp dragon slammed, and in one fell swoop, Abilang flew out of his mouth. Its body fell to the ground. However, as the main elf carefully cultivated by Song Yi, this Abilang was injured in the attack, but still stood up strong. Song Yi was overjoyed when he saw this, and immediately said, I belong, use continuous punches on the tyrannical carp dragon. His voice fell. The usual tacit understanding of Abilan didn't even make any movement. Song Yi's face changed slightly, and his eyes immediately turned to his own Abilan. Although Abilang's eyes were fixed on the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Crap, it's flinching. Although biting caused limited damage to Abilang, it successfully caused him to recoil, for Song Yi. It's just a house. Rainy night. Zhang Jing naturally also keenly captured this. Without any hesitation, he immediately said, the violent carp dragon, the wrath of the dragon. The next second, a ferocious shock wave attacked Abilang. Chapter 28_First Champion. Boom. The dragon's fury bombarded Abilang's body. The ferocious shock wave directly knocked Abilang out. Its body fell to the ground, and after struggling twice again, there was no movement. Beat. Song Yi's second elf was once again defeated by the tyrannical carp dragon. There was an uproar off the field. Because the Rising Sun contest is a competition limited to rookie trainers, most of the people who come to watch the game are rookie trainers. When the flashy carp dragon appeared, it brought them a very strong shocked. Now, seeing the strong performance of the glittering carp dragon makes them even more unreal. Everyone is a rookie trainer who has just received the initial elves, but the gap between them has already reached this level. Obviously they all became trainers at the same time. Next, Sungyi sent a third elf. It was also the last elf he could use. His last elf was a monkey monster. As Zhang Jing expected, AB Lang is his strongest elf. Take it out and do it as a last-ditch elf. The level of this monkey monster is very low, and it is not even comparable to the first Nightingale sent by Songyi. In the face of the tyrannical carp dragon whose attack power has increased again, the monkey monster's performance is even more unbearable. Without any limited resistance, it has lost its fighting ability. After the monkey monster was defeated, Zhang Qing's voice sounded. Day 1 of the Rising Sun competition, champion, Zhang Jing. After her voice fell, the scene became noisy. It's a one-sided championship battle. 1 where 3. With the tyrannical strength as a support, the flashing Tyrannosaurus carp dragon neatly completed a one-piercing 3-game match without giving the opponent any chance. On the field. Hearing Zhang Qing's announcement of the result, Zhang Jing's eyes flickered slightly. Champion. This is undoubtedly a noun that can bring people a touch. The first battle champion, Zhang Jing sighed in his heart. In the future, I want to win more championships. Zhang Jing said firmly in his heart. The Rising Sun race is only available to rookie trainers. The added battle game can be said to be the lowest level. But in fact, with the continuous development of the Blue Star Elf Alliance, there are different levels of competitions going on all over the world. For Zhang Jing, participating in high-level competition events is also one of his future plans. After all, there, he will encounter many opponents with good strength, which is definitely the most suitable place for the attribute system to play its role. The thoughts in his mind turned, and Zhang Jing looked at the flashing Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. He opened his mouth softly and praised, "The tyrannical carp dragon, you did a good job." The tyrannical carp dragon heard the words and let out a low roar in response. Zhang Jing's eyes flickered with admiration. You know, this is the first battle of the glittering carp dragon since it evolved from the Carp King. Moreover, in addition to giving experience to the Carp King so that it can upgrade its level as soon as possible and complete its evolution, Zhang Jing has not given it any skills. In other words, this flashy carp dragon can have such a tyrannical performance entirely because of its own ability. From Zhang Jing's point of view, the aptitude and potential of his flashy carp dragon itself is quite astonishing. Dominance in the game. With the championship battle over, the trainers who were watching the battle also left one by one, and the dense crowd shrunk a lot. When Zhang Jing was thinking, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around. I saw that it was Ku Ling who approached. At this moment, Ku Ling was looking at Zhang Jing with a complicated expression. She is quite proud to have the potential stock of metal monsters that can become quasi-god spirits in the future. But, unexpectedly, she was ready to seek. The cooperative teammates brought her an even bigger surprise. Glittering carp dragon. Just from the performance in the battle just now, Ku Ling can clearly find that the combat power of this flashing carp dragon is not inferior to her metal monster, and even more than that. And, in the finals, Zhang Jing only sent out 1 elves, the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, and in the knockout rounds, there were only 4 elves. Who knows, will Zhang Jing have other elves that can change the situation in one fell swoop? Many thoughts made Ku Ling pay more attention to Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing. Quote. Ku Ling's tone was a bit complicated, and he said, "Congratulations, you won the first championship in the Rising Sun competition." After a pause, she said again, "How is it, my proposal? How are you thinking about it?" After the voice fell, she looked at Zhang Jing with some anticipation. Proposal. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. Then he said, "I promise you." We can work together in the team project of the spiritual examination. Ku-ling performed well and provided him with important information. Zhang Jing had no reason to refuse. Good. Ku-ling's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and then he took out his elf picture book. Let's leave a contact first. The elf illustrated book made by Blue Star also has the function of communication. The two exchanged contact information. At this time, the person in charge of this elf center, Zhang Qing, who had just served as the referee, came to their side. Glancing over Ku-ling and Zhang Jing, Zhang Qing said, "Let's go, come with me to collect the rewards you've won." Chapter 29_Award. After looking at each other, Zhang Jing and Ku-ling followed Zhang Qing and left the battle area. They followed Zhang Qing to an office behind the service hall, and then one person obtained an ordinary decorated box. At the same time, as the champion, Zhang Jing received a reward of 5,000 elf coins, which was directly credited into his account. This is a high-standard currency that is unified and universal all over the world after the establishment of the Blue Star Elf Alliance. After receiving the reward, Zhang Jing and Ku-ling left the elf center side by side. Outside the genie center, Ku-ling's sight. Zhang Jing then said softly, "The specific time for the reform of the examination is still uncertain. Once I get the news, I will contact you as soon as possible." Zhang Jing nodded slightly. In front of him, Ku-ling hesitated for a moment, as if hesitant. "Do you have anything else?" Seeing this, Zhang Jing asked. If he had made a decision, Ku-ling said, "Zhang Jing, after returning home, I will communicate with the family. I don't know, are you willing to accept the investment from our Ku family?" Invest? Zhang Jing raised his brows, but there was no surprise. In fact, this has long been an unspoken rule before the elf meeting, something that all forces are doing. The base of civilian trainers is large, and there are many geniuses who are gifted in training and fighting, but because of the lack of resources, their ability to play in the elf exam will be greatly affected. In previous years, many forces would select potential civilian newcomer trainers, cooperate, provide resources, and sign contracts to enhance themselves in disguise. It's a mutually beneficial thing. Of course. Among them, there is no shortage of forces that directly provide general contracts of prostitution. Zhang Jing's thoughts flashed in his mind. Seeing Zhang Jing's silence, Ku-ling's expression became anxious, and he immediately said, "Zhang Jing, don't worry, our Ku family has always been kind to potential trainers." She attached great importance to Zhang Jing and said seriously, "We have a special potential rating in our Ku family. The higher the rating, the more relaxed the contract will be. Remember Ji Ziyang, Ji Tianwang I mentioned to you? He was in the process of becoming a rookie. In the early days of the training family, I received the assistance of the Ku family, so now I have a good relationship with us." Ku-ling stared at Zhang Jing and continued, "With the strength you show, you will definitely get a high rating. For a potential stock like you who has a high chance of becoming a powerful trainer in the future, our Ku family's attitude, I have always been able to make friends, and it is enough to form a good relationship, and it will not impose any restrictions on you." Quote. Hearing her explanation, Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed slightly. Afterwards, he said solemnly, "Let's talk about this after you communicate with the Ku family." With the existence of a pickup attribute system, Zhang Jing's demand for resources is not large. However, if the Ku family is really sincere, he doesn't mind. Okay. Ku-ling also understood what Zhang Jing meant and nodded in response. After the two exchanged two sentences again, Ku-ling left first. Zhang Jing was not in a hurry to leave the spirit center. He took a box out of his backpack. It was the reward he received after he became today's champion. After opening the box, there are 3 things inside. Before everything, there is a label. Describe the function in detail. Zhang Jing's eyes glanced around. 3 rewards. The first item is a one-time skill learning machine. Skill learning machines are divided into those that can be used indefinitely and those that can only be used once. The price gap between the former and the latter is naturally quite staggering. What makes Zhang Jing more happy is that the skill stored by this skill machine is exactly, spray flame. One of the core skills in fire skills. Without any hesitation, Zhang Jing let out the fire dinosaur and let it learn this skill. It is true that as the level increases, the fire dinosaur can comprehend the fire spraying skill by itself. But, in Zhang Jing's memory, the level required for fire dinosaurs to comprehend this skill is high. Under the premise that the ELF exam is very likely to be advanced, it is naturally the most important to improve the current strength. Zhang Jing was very decisive and never hesitated in such matters. The remaining 2 rewards are 2 bottles of potions. Defense Booster, that increases the elves' defense capabilities. Special Attack Enhancer, that can enhance the special attack ability of the elf. Quote. Although elves use potions with drug resistance, but potions like this that can improve the basic attributes of elves are still expensive in the market and in short supply. Zhang Jing originally thought that the rewards of elf coins were not bad, but now the rewards in the box gave him some surprises. In his opinion, Luzhou City attaches great importance to this Rising Sun competition, and I am afraid that it is determined to achieve good results in this year's elf exam, so it will provide such rich rewards. After a little thought, Zhang Jing gave the special attack enhancer to the fire dinosaur. Mastered Jet Fire. After the fire skill, the fire dinosaur's ability in special attack has been greatly enhanced. The defense enhancer was given to the tyrannical carp dragon. The tyrannical carp dragon performed well in the battle just now, and Zhang Jing simply gave it some rewards. After doing all this, Zhang Jing left the elf center directly. Chapter 30 _ Strength Improvement. Fire Dinosaur, Throwing Flames. Zhang Jing's voice fell, the dragon mouth of the fire dinosaur opened, and hot flames spit out. The big needle bee not far ahead could not dodge in time, and was hit by the flames. Its body was scorched by the flames, leaving a trail of charred marks, and then fell to the ground. Beat. On the body of the giant stinger, an experience point popped up. Zhang Jing picked it up directly and chose to give the fire dinosaur. The level of fire dinosaurs has been increased. Hear the system prompt ringing in your ear. Showing the sound, Zhang Jing showed a satisfied look. Today is the 4th day after he won the single-day championship of the Rising Sun for the first time. In the past few days, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes again. Grade. Pikachu reached LV, Ibrahimovic reached LV, and Tyrannosaurus reached LV. As the level increases, more and more experience is required for elves to upgrade, and the speed of improvement can't help but slow down. As far as Zhang Jing knows, once the level of the elf reaches a higher level, the time it takes to increase the level of the elf is quite astonishing, but the boost you get for each level up is also terrifying. It is worth mentioning that Fire Dinosaur has become the highest level elf in his team. Now, the level of Fire Dinosaurs has come to LV4. That's because in the past few days, all the experience Zhang Jing has picked up has chosen to give Fire Dinosaurs. For him, among the few elves currently in his hand, Pikachu needs to use the Thunderstone to achieve evolution, and the Tyrannosaurus dragon has reached the peak of the evolution of Mega. As for Ibrahimovic, the training direction Zhang Jing hopes is not the direction that the 3 items of water, fire and thunder need to be achieved through evolution stones. In addition to preparing the necessary conditions, it is also necessary to get along with Ibrahimovic day and night to improve the relationship. This undoubtedly needs to be cultivated slowly. By comparison, Fire Dinosaur, but it has not reached the peak of its evolution. For the elves, each evolution is a qualitative change of itself, so Zhang Jing did not choose to give the experience equally, but like the promotion of the Carp King a while ago, he chose to give all the fire dinosaurs, and strive to make it evolve as soon as possible. This is undoubtedly the option with the highest return and the fastest improvement in a short period of time. As for the improvement of skills, not much. Say. In the past few days, Zhang Jing has never missed the Rising Sun competition and has won 4 championships in a row. The skill fragments picked up each time have already been synthesized into multiple skills, which are given to the elves, thereby enhancing the elves' strength. And the rewards won by the champions allowed Zhang Jing to gain certain resources in disguise and improve his strength. Everything forms a perfect virtuous circle. When his eyes fell on the fire dinosaur, Zhang Jing's mouth curled slightly, and he was in a good mood. He likes the feeling of improving his strength at this moment. After looking at the time, Zhang Jing will. The fire dinosaur retracted into the Pokeball, and then quickly left the place. He's going to the nearest elf center. Because today's Rising Sun competition is about to begin. Walking all the way, Zhang Jing quickly arrived at the elf center. After he arrived at the center of the elf, he immediately became the focus of attention, and the sound of pointing continued. Fuck, is that Zhang Jing? How did he come to this elf center? Huh, what are you nervous about, bro? You don't know, this Zhang Jing is a ruthless man, according to. As far as I know, he's been in the Rising Sun competition since day 1, and has now won 4 one-day championships at the 3 elf centers. Old paper, I came to this elf center that he had never been to just to avoid him. I didn't expect that I would still encounter it. I have no luck anymore. The 4 crowned champions, isn't this too cruel? Can't be offended, can't be offended. Zhang Jing did not respond to the surrounding discussions. There are only a few elf centers near this forest. In the past few days, with his performance in the Rising Sun competition, he has long become a celebrity. Today's Rising Sun competition has not yet started. Zhang Jing went to the shopping area first. The shopping area itself has goods sold by the elf center, as well as a small trading area for trainers to trade. After arriving in the shopping area, Zhang Jing checked the current sales list through the computer in the shopping area. After winning 4 championships in the past few days, his wallet also bulged. His fingers continued to slide, and Zhang Jing's eyes swept over items. Suddenly, as soon as his movements stopped, he settled on an item. That is a one-time skill machines. Open black lens bracket round eye close black lens bracket skill. A skill that reduces the opponent's attack power. But it wasn't this that made Zhang Jing care. But this is a fairy type skill. Without any hesitation, Zhang Jing chose to buy. Chapter 31_Evolutionary Selection. The price of skill machines is not cheap, but the price of one-time skill machines has shrunk a lot. After spending the elf coins, Zhang Jing's purchase is complete. Round pupil skill machine. Soon, the service staff from the Spirit Center brought the packaged skill machines over. After taking the box, Zhang Jing randomly chose a seat in the hall and sat down. He opened the packaged box. Inside, there is a disposable machine with the round eye skill. Without hesitation, Zhang Jing took out a sperm. Spirit ball, mind flickering. Light flashes. Ibrahimovich's familiar figure appeared in front of him. EV. After appearing, Ibrahimovich let out a soft cry, and then rubbed the probe against Zhang Jing's calf. Good. After patting Ibrahimovich's head lightly, Zhang Jing looked at the skill machine in front of him and let out a long breath. Actually, after earning the first funds through the Rising Sun competition, he has been looking for a skill machine with fairy skills these days. And now, finally got something. Fairy-type skill machines are naturally prepared for Ibrahimovich. After the initial elf received was Ibrahimovich, Zhang Jing had already determined its evolution direction. Ibrahimovich's evolutionary choice, as far as Zhang Jing knows, has a full variety, which involves water, fire, thunder, superpower, evil, grass, ice, fairy, a variety of attribute options. After acquiring Ibrahimovich, Zhang Jing had already determined his goal without any hesitation. He is going to let Ibrahimovich evolve into a fairy elf. Fairy-type elves. In Zhang Jing's view, there are completely better alternatives to other evolutionary choices. For example, the fire elves, the racial value is not low, but how does it compare with the fire-breathing dragon with the possibility of MGA? The sun elves of the super energy system are not necessarily as powerful as the super energy elves such as Shinado and Hudi. What's more, the latter two themselves have the possibility of MGA evolution, and the strength that can be erupted in battle is beyond imagination. In summary, Zhang Jing chose the evolution direction of the fairy system. Fairy type can be said to be one of the favored attributes. 1. The fairy system itself fully restrained 3 attributes: fighting department, evil department, and also restrained the powerful dragon system. With the strange and complex skills of the fairy system, it is definitely the first choice. Of course, there is another reason for the low percentage. Fairy elf's appearance is also quite high. As a partner who needs to get along day and night in the future, Zhang Jing also wants to be seductive. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Zhang Jing looked at Ibrahimovic, who had doubts in front of him, and took out his skills. The machine, handed to it. Ibrahimovic looked at the skill machine curiously. Then, Zhang Jing pressed the switch on the skill machine. A faint light flickered above the skill machine, and Ibrahimovic's eyes were fixed on the skill machine, as if he was attracted by something. After a period of time, the light of the skill machine dimmed. Ibrahimovic raised his head, as if he had just recovered. Zhang Jing immediately took out the elf picture book and checked the current situation of Ibrahimovic. After seeing the technology, being able to see the latest, round pupil, in the information, he showed a satisfied look. Study successfully. You know, if Ibrahimovic wants to evolve into a fairy, one of the prerequisites is to learn fairy skills. According to the evolutionary requirements, next, you only need to cultivate feelings with Ibrahimovic. This thing can't be forced. He lowered his head slightly and looked at Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic was looking at him, his head turned slightly, his big eyes twinkling, quite cute. With a smile on his face, Zhang Jing picked up Ibrahimovic, feeling self-conscious in his heart. The letter is full. With the relationship between Ibrahimovic and me, the day of evolution will never be far away. Just then, inside the Spirit Center, a broadcast sounded. Please go to the battle zone for trainers who participated in today's Rising Sun competition. The broadcast lasted 3 times. Zhang Jing had already stood up, and simply let the petite Ibrahimovic lie on his shoulders and walked towards the battle area. Spirit Center. Against the war zone. There have been many trainers who participated and watched the game gathered here. After Zhang Jing arrived, there was a commotion immediately. The Rising Sun competition lasted for 4 days. Trainers from various elf centers streamed and passed messages to each other. Many trainers who performed well were already famous. Of which, the river scene with 4 crowns in 4 days is undoubtedly the best among them. His arrival caused a lot of discussion. Zhang Jing was quite calm about this. He looked into the battlefield and saw that there were already 3 battles going on at the same time. The Rising Sun competition lasted for 4 days, and a lot of optimizations have also been made, and the time spent in the knockout competition has been greatly reduced. During the river landscape war. Beside him, several figures in suits hurried over. The leader was a middle-aged man. After looking at Zhang Jing carefully, he said politely, "Hello, are you classmate Zhang Jing?" Chapter 32_Tournament Champion Package. Hearing the question, Zhang Jing narrowed his eyes and looked at a few people. The few people who came were wearing suits and looked quite serious. Nodding lightly, Zhang Jing responded, "I am." Hearing this, the leading middle-aged man showed a smile, stretched out his hand, and said solemnly, "Introduce myself, I am Zhang Cheng, Deputy Manager of the Personnel Department of Zhancheng Group, responsible for finding potential new trainers." After listening to him introduce himself, Zhang Jing's heart was enlightened. He already understood the purpose of the other party's visit. His performance in the Rising Sun competition these days. When outstanding, the other party is obviously rushing to this point. Sure enough. After the introduction, Zhang Cheng said eloquently, "Student Zhang Jing, we have deliberately learned about your performance in the Rising Sun competition in the past few days. I don't know, are you interested in signing a contract with us?" He looked directly at Zhang Jing. Zhancheng Group is one of the top big groups in Luzhou, and it has been involved in all walks of life. Every year in Luzhou, there are many new trainers who choose to cooperate with us. According to the assessment of your current potential by the group's Human Resources Department, as long as you sign a contract with us, we will provide it before the ELF Club exam. You have a total of resources worth about ELF coins, and will provide certain subsidies to your family. If you perform well in the ELF exam and are successfully admitted to the ELF Academy, the Zhancheng Group will also provide follow-up growth resources. And you just need to cooperate with some group activities when you are at the ELF Academy, and after graduation, you can work for the built group for a few years. He looked at Zhang Jing, his eyes flashed with confidence, and asked, "How is it? Classmate Zhang Jing, are you interested?" When he came, he deliberately investigated some information about Zhang Jing, and knew that the young man in front of him was of ordinary background, such as, "Today, I live with my sister." In his view, the conditions provided by his own group can be said to be quite rich, and the other party has no reason to refuse. Zhang Jing frowned slightly. He became a trainer, but not to work for others. And the ELF coins mentioned by the other party are actually not many. You must know that he has already obtained ELF coins by becoming a single-day champion these days. However, the other party's tone and attitude were very kind. With thoughts flashing in his eyes, Zhang Jing shook his head and said calmly to him, "I've already made a verbal agreement with the Ku family, so I'm afraid I can't promise you." The composer. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng frowned. He thought about it carefully, but he didn't think that there was a big man named Ku in Luzhou. Student Zhang Jing. Thinking of the opponent's achievement of 4 single-day championships, Zhang Cheng's tone became more gentle. "You are also a student born and raised in our Luzhou city, and you should be aware of the influence of the Zhancheng Group in Luzhou. Being able to sign a contract with the Zhancheng Group is the dream of many rookie trainers." Quote, "I have never heard of the Kujia you mentioned, so don't be deceived. If you are not satisfied with the conditions we offer, then we can fully discuss it in detail." Just then, the broadcast sound of the Spirit Center sounded. "Player Zhang Jing, please go to the battlefield." After glancing at Zhang Cheng and the others, Zhang Jing said, "My game is about to start, so I won't accompany you for now." After speaking, Zhang Jing turned around and headed to the battlefield. Zhang Cheng stood there, frowning. Before coming, he did not expect that he would encounter such a situation. After thinking for a while, he did not lead the people to leave immediately, but stayed where he was, preparing to take this opportunity to see Zhang Jing's performance. Next. Today's Rising Sun competition in Zhangjing is officially opened. 4. Enter. Enter. Zhang Jing's battle can be said to be swept all the way, without obstacles. After these few days of fighting, how quickly his elf has transformed, and his strength is stronger than his first time participating in the Rising Sun competition. I don't know how much it has improved. In fact, this is just an abbreviation for Zhang Jing's participation in the Rising Sun competition these days. With his current strength, participating in this level of competition can be regarded as standing out from the crowd. The opponent in the final is a girl. After dispatching a fire dinosaur with a level of LV4, Zhang Jing once again completed one pass and 3 times with the crushing of his level and his own strength, and easily won 5 consecutive championships. Rising Sun Race 5 consecutive one-day champions. What makes Zhang Jing more happy is that, just as the referee announced the final result, in his ear, the system prompt sounded. Open black lens bracket ding. It is detected that the host has won the championship of the competition and won the championship package. Tournament champion package. You must know that the last time he got a gift package was when he finished opening the elf section of the attribute system. It was through that gift package that he obtained the lucky charm, and thus got the shining carp king and the little fire dragon. And now, he got a new gift package again. This undoubtedly surprised Zhang Jing. However, after the surprise, there is doubt. You must know. Counting the championship he just won, he has won 5 single-day championships. But until today, just triggered the first gift package. Chapter 33 _ Special Power Fragment. On second thought, Zhang Jing felt that he had thought of the reason. The Rising Sun competition is actually a competition specially set up by Luzhou to cultivate potential trainers. Only rookie trainers can participate, and it is a one-match-a-day format. Perhaps compared to the system, the gold content of the single-day champion of the Rising Sun contest is too low. It does not meet the conditions for triggering the gift package at all. And now, the 5 single-day champions are added together to trigger the champion package. After trying to understand the reason for triggering the gift pack, Zhang Jing focused his attention on the champion gift pack. The opening of the gift package can only be seen by Zhang Jing himself. He was looking forward to it without any hesitation, and chose to open it directly. The system beep keeps ringing. You get a chance to draw random skill fragments X. You get a chance to extract special power fragments X. Open black lens bracket. You got lucky recharge agent close black lens bracket. 3 consecutive system beeps flashed. Zhang Jing's mind moved slightly. In the gift package this time, he was already familiar with the skill fragments, but Zhang Jing had never heard of the so-called special power fragments and lucky recharge agents. His thoughts sank, and information about 2 new things came to his mind. After a while, Zhang Jing let out a long breath. He has figured out what they do. Lucky Recharger. This is actually a supporting facility for a lucky charm. Lucky Talisman was reached. Zhang Jing took it back into his dimensional pocket because it was an item provided by the system after all. This time, the Lucky Recharge agent can give the lucky charm an extra minute of use time. As early as when he fished out the Shining Carp King, he had already had a profound experience of the sudden increase in luck in the incarnation of Emperor O. In the gift package this time, there is no doubt that this one piece alone has made him quite satisfied. However, Zhang Jing is not going to use the lucky charm with the 3-minute time limit directly nearby. Lucky charms in the real world, to put it bluntly, are to increase the luck value and increase your luck, but it does not create an elves for you out of thin air. Zhang Jing was able to meet the Shining Carp King and the Little Fire Dragon through the lucky charm. That's because these 2 kinds of spirits already lived in that area. Spirit. He was ready to think carefully about the choice of the 5th elf, and then use the lucky charm after going to the other's habitat. Another reward in the gift package, special power fragments, also made Zhang Jing attach great importance. In the elf world, some human beings have special powers. For example, the superpower represented by Nazi. From the Yulong family, it can increase the power of the dragon-type elves. There is also the power of Waveguide, the power of Vibrant, and so on. The special power fragments refer to these special powers. Zhang Jing attaches great importance to special power fragments, there is no doubt. Once he can successfully master a special power, his own strength will be improved, and his safety will definitely be more guaranteed. With the end of today's Rising Sun competition, the surrounding trainers have gradually dispersed. Others couldn't see the system interface, so Zhang Jing couldn't wait, so he simply prepared to start the extraction directly to see what kind of fragments could be obtained. Just then, there was a call from the side. Student Zhang Jing. With a slight frown, Zhang Jing paused and returned. Looking around, I saw that it was Zhang Cheng and his party who were calling him. Have you left yet? Zhang Jingxin said. Zhang Cheng and his group walked quickly to Zhang Jing, and then Zhang Cheng, who was the leader, smiled and said, "Student Zhang Jing, I just contacted the headquarters. If you are willing to sign with our Zhancheng group, we will take part in the spiritual examination. To provide you with resources worth elf coins." Quote. His tone was rather solemn. He watched Zhang Jing's battle all the way. After seeing Zhang Jing commanding the elf and ending the battle in a destructive manner, Zhang Cheng realized that he had met Bao. Watching the video and text data, there is absolutely no shock from watching the battle directly on the spot. So, he directly used his authority to double the resources. Zhang Jing frowned slightly. The sincerity of the other party seems to be good, but just what Zhang Cheng proposed. After graduation, he needs to work for the Zhancheng group for a few years, which is completely unacceptable to Zhang Jing. The Elf Academy is an annual system, and he has an attribute-picking system. Who knows how he will grow in 3 years? Working for a group in a small city. This is over. Not at all in Zhang Jing's plan. Just as he was about to open his mouth to refuse, at this moment, the elf picture book he carried with him rang. Zhang Jing took out the illustrated book and checked it. Someone sent him an email. After briefly browsing an email, Zhang Jing looked at Zhang Cheng in front of him. "The people from the Ku family have sent me news. They will be there soon, and they are going to talk to me about the details of the cooperation." So, Zhang Jing shook his head. "I can't promise you." The songstress. Zhang Cheng's brows furrowed. After reciting the name, he said earnestly, "Student Zhang Jing, our Zhancheng group is very sincere. I don't think the Ku family you mentioned can offer better conditions than ours." Zhang Jing shrugged, noncommittal, turned around and sat down in the seat of the war zone. Zhang Cheng and his party watched him sit down. "Manager." The man in the suit next to him got closer and asked Zhang Cheng, "What should I do now?" Zhang Cheng was silent for a while. Then, he whispered, "Wait. The performance of this river scene is quite outstanding. We have to fight. I want to see how sacred this Ku family is, to be able to intercept two of our build-up group. ... Today's fourth is sent. It is said that now the evaluation votes and flowers can be cast normally. So, because of the poor data, I am going to do a plus activity to stimulate the data. Currently this book is V collection, flowers, evaluation votes. Still before updates tomorrow, but if you can reach the flower and evaluation tickets before tomorrow night, then there will be a wave of updates the day after tomorrow. If only one of them is achieved, then the day after tomorrow. Brother Meng, the opportunity to add more is in front of you. Everyone give some strength. Don't let the author want to add, there is no reason not to. This book is actually written very smoothly. This is also my personal style. Next, the curtain will be opened little by little. I hope everyone will continue to support Tilda. Thank you, author." Chapter 34 _ A delightful extraction session. Hearing Zhang Cheng's order, several people looked at each other, then chose a few seats near Zhang Jing and waited quietly. With the rising sun competition over, most of the trainers in the battle zone left. But there are also many trainers who choose to stay and learn from other trainers. In the war zone, the trainer's command voice sounded from time to time. Zhang Jing leaned on the seat. Seeing that Zhang Cheng and the others did not choose to leave directly, he didn't care. Because, just now, he did receive a message from the Ku family. Give him. It was Ku Ling who sent the message. According to Ku Ling, the Ku family she was in had already rated Zhang Jing's potential in the past few days, and was ready to come to formally sign a contract with him. The specific conditions will definitely satisfy him. Although Zhang Jing himself did not look down on the conditions proposed by Zhancheng Group, the presence of Zhang Cheng and others was also a means of raising prices. He sat on the seat, bowed his head slightly, took out the elf picture book, and opened a web page casually as a cover. To outsiders, it looks like he is browsing the web for information. But actually, after taking out the elf picture book, Zhang Jing said silently in his heart, start extracting skill fragments. In front of him, only the big turntable he could see appeared. A series of skills are listed above the turntable. Just then, in Zhang Jing's ear, the system prompt sounded. Open black lens bracket ding. It is detected that the host has an advanced skill fragment. Destruction of deadlight X. Is the extraction target locked to destruction of deadlight? Close black lens bracket. Locked. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed, somewhat surprised. His destruction of deathlight fragments, it is not long before. Previously, obtained by drawing a chance. And now, under the premise of destroying the deathlight fragments, he can directly lock the extraction target. With a slight change in his mind, Zhang Jing was sure that this was a very favorable choice for him. You must know that his current level of elves is not high, and the high-level elves and powerful trainers he can meet are relatively limited. Under this premise, picking up the attribute system cannot provide him with some advanced skill fragments. For example, the ability to destroy the deathlight. Destruction deathlight is a very powerful attack. Strike skills, the minimum level that the elves want to understand, is also above LV4+. The skill fragment extraction opportunity rewarded by the gift package can be said to be the easiest opportunity for him to get access to advanced skill fragments at this stage. If there is no locking function, other high-level skill fragments can be pulled out, which looks very powerful, but in fact, it has no effect on his strength improvement. After thinking about everything in his mind, Zhang Jing immediately said silently in his heart, lock. Then, he said silently again, start drawing. The big turntable in front of him spun rapidly. After lasting for half a minute, the turntable is terminated. A system prompt sounded in Zhang Jing's ear. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained destruction deathlight fragment X close black lens bracket. Zhang Jing's eyes lit up. He has already accumulated a piece of destruction and deathlight fragments, and it is not far from the final synthesis of complete skills. Next, Zhang Jing used special power to draw opportunities. After the turntable stops, the system prompt sounds in time. Open black lens bracket. You have obtained vibrant power fragment X close black lens bracket. The power of Viking. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. As a senior elf fan in his previous life, he is naturally quite aware of the role of Vibrant's power. Vibrant power, it can read the thoughts and emotions of elves, and can heal elves. Without a doubt, this is a relatively pure auxiliary ability. However, after a brief thought, Zhang Jing found that this special power was quite suitable for him now. At present, he has not yet participated in the elf exam, and on the way to the trainer, he is still a cute newcomer who has just joined. In this case, there are not many opportunities for him to use his special power in attack. On the contrary, the auxiliary ability like the power of Vibrant will definitely be used often. The ability to perceive the elf's thoughts and emotions can improve the tacit understanding between him and the elf. The relationship is better, the treatment of the elf can save the medicine, and in some specific environments, it can also play a special role. Since the skill extraction opportunity can lock the extraction target, then the special power should be the same. If you get a special power extraction opportunity later, you will directly prioritize the power of Vibrant. Zhang Jing made a decision. He glanced left and right, then glanced at the message Ku Ling had sent before, got up on the spot, and walked towards the entrance of the center of the elf. Not far. Seeing him move, several people from the Zhangcheng group quickly got up and followed. Zhang Cheng's eyes focused on Zhang Jing and whispered, "It seems that the Ku family should be here. Let me see, who in Luzhou has such great ability to compete with our Zhangcheng group." Zhang Jing came to the gate of the elf center. His eyes are on. Looking around. Finally, his eyes were fixed on the left side of the road. There, an extended, slightly luxurious office car is approaching the center of the elf. License plate number, Shanghai AG. This is the license plate number from the Magic Capital. ... Tomorrow's more, only flowers, evaluation tickets, Red Duck. Chapter 35_Queer's Condition. Zhang Jing's gaze fell. I saw that the vehicle turned into the parking lot on the side of the Elf Center, and then a figure took the lead and rushed towards Zhang Jing. It is Kuling, who has not seen in a few days. This girl is wearing shorts and a shirt today, her big white legs are exposed, and she has a neat ponytail, showing her youthful vigor. After seeing Zhang Jing, she showed a rather bright smile and shouted, "Zhang Jing." Zhang Jing nodded slightly towards her. Seeing this, Kuling's smile brightened. These days, she is. He has been praised by his parents a lot. The reason is precisely because of Zhang Jing. After leaving that day, Kuling immediately reported to his elders about Zhang Jing, and proposed to cooperate with him. As the eldest lady of the Ku family, Kuling's suggestion was still highly valued, and the Ku family immediately searched for information about Zhang Jing. In the past few days, the news that Zhang Jing has won the championship in succession is naturally known to them. And most importantly, it is the combat power shown by Zhang Jing's elves. Undoubtedly, the elf. The combat power is linked to the strength of the trainer, and with the combat power shown by Zhang Jing's elves, according to the Ku family's prediction, their potential talents must not be bad. When everyone's level is similar, there is no doubt that the higher the potential of the elves, the stronger the strength can be exerted. This is a guarantee for the future. Not to mention, Zhang Jing's flashy carp dragon attracted their absolute attention. For various reasons, the Ku family set out to come today, and Kuling, the introducer, also came here with him. I heard from my uncle that you got the champion of the Rising Sun competition for a few more days. Kuling said in admiration, I really didn't see you wrong. Zhang Jing smiled slightly and was just about to respond. Just then, beside him, a discordant voice rang out. Student Zhang Jing, isn't this what you said, from the Ku family? If you are not satisfied with the conditions for our establishment of a group, it is completely negotiable, and you don't need to tease us like that. Zhang Jing and Kuling turned their heads and looked over at the same time. I saw that Zhang Cheng of the Zhancheng group looked a little gloomy at this time, and was looking at it quite unhappily. With them both. Who is this? Kuling looked at Zhang Jing with puzzled eyes. A deputy manager of Luzhou Zhancheng group. Zhang Jing replied in a low voice, come and invite me. Kuling immediately understood what he meant when he said the word, invitation. In an instant, Kuling's gaze towards Zhang Cheng became vigilant. You must know that Zhang Jing is the partner she found herself, and she is even more prepared to make the family a good relationship. These people in front of them are the competitors of their Ku family. Zhang Cheng's eyes fell on Ku Ling. He shook his head and said, little girl, are you Zhang Jing's classmate? Are you acting with him? He seemed to want to understand something, and with a stunned look in his eyes, he looked at Zhang Jing again, and said, Student Zhang Jing, it's okay to be arrogant, but it's not good to be too greedy. The elf coin resources we built and provided are already rich enough. Too greedy, but there is no good end. Elf coins. Before waiting for Zhang Jing to speak, Kulinger repeated it, and then showed a funny look. She seemed relieved and looked back. When he saw a figure, his eyes lit up and he shouted, Uncle. Zhang Jing followed her gaze and looked over. I saw, within sight, a middle-aged man in casual clothes was walking slowly. Behind him, there were also two figures in black suits who looked like bodyguards. The middle-aged man heard the call and walked over slowly. Kuling said to Zhang Jing, Zhang Jing, let me introduce you, this is my uncle. She looked at the middle-aged man again. Uncle, this is Zhang Jing. The middle-aged man in casual clothes looked at Zhang Jing and said, introduce myself, I'm Ku Yuan, Kuling's uncle. After the introduction, he frowned, looked at Zhang Cheng and others at the other end, and asked, who are these? Don't mind them. Kuling shook his head, his eyes flashed with intense interest. You can tell Zhang Jing the conditions that our Ku family proposed. You little girl. Zhang Cheng immediately said with some dissatisfaction. But he's not finished yet. Suddenly stopped. Because Ku Yuan's voice overshadowed him. Zhang Jing, our Ku family's potential rating for you is S grade. If you choose to cooperate with us, you will receive resource subsidies worth elves coins. Among them, the elf coins will be freely controlled by you, and will be converted into various elf-related materials of equivalent value and provided to you. And if you can do well in the elf exam, our Ku family will provide different rewards based on your performance. If you get accepted into the top 10 elf academies in the world, no matter what. If you have any difficulties, you can contact us. Of course, our Ku family invests in you, and we hope to get a certain return. If you can really grow into a powerful trainer in the future, then our Ku family hopes to get a promise from you. Within your ability, help our Ku family accomplish 3 things that don't go against your heart. After speaking, Ku Yuan looked at Zhang Jing calmly, waiting for his reply. NBP. Chapter 36 Cooperate. Beside. Zhang Cheng and others heard the conditions clearly, and their expressions changed again and again. Millions of elf coins. The wizard will get different rewards based on performance. If you encounter any difficulties, you can contact Qjia. Such rich conditions, as exchange, actually just need to help them complete 3 things that do not violate their original intentions, and are within their abilities. When it comes to these 2 conditions, it can be said, whether to help or not, the initiative is entirely on Zhang Jing's body. This is no longer cooperation, this is simply charity. You must know that the elf coin is a new currency that is popular around the world after the eternal night, and its value is higher than that of other countries' currencies. Zhang Cheng's first reaction was disbelief. But his eyes swept across Ku Yuan, whose eyes were calm at this time, and then looked at the 2 bodyguards with focused expressions behind him, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart. Being able to become the deputy manager of a large local group in Luzhou, Zhang Cheng naturally has a certain vision. From his point of view, Ku Yuan's tone was mixed with a touch of confidence and an invisible aura. It's a long time. The momentum that can only be cultivated by being in a high position. The songstress. There are no big people with the surname Ku in Luzhou, but in China. Could it be? Zhang Cheng's heart skipped a beat, and there was a hint of speculation. He gritted his teeth, and then whispered, "Let's go." Manager. But the subordinate next to him made a surprised voice. There are so many but, let's go. Saying that, he left the place first. His expression was calmer, but he was quite nervous. If it is really the Ku family of the magic capital that he guessed, then his tone to Ku Ling just now was not kind, so it would be better to slip away first. In situ, only Zhang Jing and the Ku family were left. No one cared about Zhang Cheng's departure. Zhang Jing has been quietly listening to Ku Yuan finish his words, but now facing Ku Yuan's calm gaze, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although I have heard Ku Ling say it for a long time, the conditions put forward by their Ku family will be more relaxed. But Zhang Jing did not expect that it would be so relaxed. Compared with the efforts of the Ku family, their demands can be said to be better than nothing. After hesitating for a while, Zhang Jing simply asked the doubts in his heart, the Ku family. Is it so generous? Generous. Ku Yuan was slightly taken aback. But then, he realized what Zhang Jing meant. Shaking his head, Ku Yuan showed a kind smile. It's not generous, after all, our Ku family is not a charity. In our Ku family, there is a set of strict rules and regulations for rookie trainers. Potential review. The higher the level of the trainer, the looser the conditions obtained. He looked at Zhang Jing and said calmly, for our Ku family, there is no shortage of trainers who work for our Ku family. He paused and continued, a trainer with higher potential represents a greater achievement in the future. If you can become an elite level trainer in the future, or even a higher-level Heavenly King-level trainer, just befriending our Ku family will bring us enough rewards. After listening to Ku Yuan's explanation, Zhang Jing completely understood what he meant. It's in the real sense. Investment. Take Zhang Jing himself as an example. If he becomes a Heavenly King-level trainer in the future, he will have his own right to speak in the whole world. Under these circumstances, having a good relationship with Zhang Jing's Ku family will naturally get intangible rewards. Without any doubts in his heart, Zhang Tian nodded and said, I promise. Ku Yuan showed a smile. He took out a card directly from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Jing. There are elf coins in it, the password is 4, you can transfer it to your account at any time. The money will be at your own disposal. He handed Zhang Jing a business card with a communication number recorded on it. For the rest, you can contact this number and report the address, and he will be responsible for delivering the resources. I still have things to deal with, so I left first. After the voice fell, Ku Yuan nodded in greeting, then turned and left. As Ku Ling's uncle, he is undoubtedly an important figure in the Ku family, and being able to come in person can already show the importance he attaches to Zhang Jing. In place, only. Zhang Jing and Ku Ling. Zhang Jing looked at her and asked, aren't you going? No hurry, no hurry. Ku Ling shook his head, and then his tone became more serious. Zhang Jing, get ready in the next few days. Zhang Jing narrowed his eyes and said, could it be? Ku Ling nodded and replied, although the exact time of the elf exam is still uncertain, but the reform has basically been put on the agenda, and it is very likely that the results will be announced in the next few days. Once the results are announced, I'm afraid it will cause a stir. Zhang Jing sighed in a low voice. That's for sure. Ku Ling nodded in agreement, and then said, although it will cause a sensation, it is definitely benign. After all, even in the entire world, the base of civilian trainers is larger. Chapter 37 I am Oh Huang, who am I afraid of? After chatting with Ku Ling again for a while, the two said goodbye and separated. Zhang Jing did not leave the Elf Center for the first time, but made a transfer through the facilities of the Elf Center. He transferred a sum of money to his sister's account. Almost not long after the transfer, the communication of Sister Zhang Qian came over. After connecting to the communication, Zhang Jing explained it well, and at the end, Zhang Qian couldn't help crying. After all, the relationship between the two brothers and sisters is quite deep. After the death of their parents, the siblings depended on each other for life, and Zhang Qian was a young. The girl pulled her brother, and now that Zhang Jing was able to get help even before the elf exam, she had a feeling that the younger brother has finally grown up. This also proves her brother's excellence from the side. After hanging up the communication, Zhang Jing couldn't help but let out a long breath. Before receiving the initial elf, he had traveled for a while, and he also had some feelings for this sister, who depended on each other for life. Now, with his own ability, the other party will not be so hard in the future, which undoubtedly makes Zhang Jing quite satisfied. Then, River View through Ku. The communication number left by Yuan made contact. After all, the resources are provided to him, and he can naturally make some requests. After doing all this, Zhang Jing went directly to the station near the Elf Center and returned to the city by car. Luzhou City. Urban streets. Zhang Jing got out of the car and walked along the side of the road. Looking at the people around, there was a faint feeling of being separated from the world. Zhang Jing left the city the day after receiving the initial elves. This time. Since then, he has spent most of his time sleeping in tents directly in the wild. Take some time to rest in the rest area of the Elf Center. Although there are a lot of trainers in the forest and the Elf Center, they are not inaccessible, but they are quite different from the lively scene in the city. Soon, Zhang Jing returned home. Looking at the familiar arrangement in the room, Zhang Jing couldn't help shaking his head. He also remembered that when he left, he thought he would not be back for a long time. I didn't expect it to be now. In order to receive the materials provided by the Ku family, there was a gap. It didn't take long for him to return home. After simply tidying up the house, Zhang Jing had a rare leisure time. After thinking about it, he released his 3 elves. Ibrahimovich. Fire Dinosaur. Pikachu. The Tyrannosaurus carp dragon is too big to fit in his residence, so he can only be aggrieved and let him stay in the Pokeball obediently. After the 3 little guys came out, they couldn't help looking around curiously. You know, except for Ibrahimovich, the other 2 guys are here for the first time. Even Ibrahimovich only stayed here for 1 night. Zhang Jing played with them for a while, and then carefully prepared food for them. Zhang Jing attached great importance to his relationship with the elves. It's not just that the relationship with the elves involves future evolution. In Zhang Jing's view, every elf is a partner he will fight side by side in the future. The deeper the relationship with them, the better their performance will be when fighting in the future. The next day. The efficiency of the Ku family is extremely high. In the early morning, the sky was bright, and the elves-related resources they provided had already been delivered to Zhang Jing's home. These include various potions that can increase the basic attributes of elves, as well as the special elves food made by the Ku family, as well as the skill machines of the famous Zhang Scenic Spot, etc. Quite rich. After watching the people who brought the supplies leave, Zhang Jing briefly browsed the various resources, and then put them directly into the dimensional pocket. The resources of elf coins sound scary, but combined with the high price of elf-related resources and the small size of each item itself, the footprint is not large, and the space in the dimensional pocket is enough. Remain. He was not in a hurry to use it for the elves, but was ready to plan it out. And he has more important things to do now. After putting away all the resources, Zhang Jing picked up a map from the desktop. This is a map of the habitat of elves in China that he specifically asked for from the music family on the phone yesterday. The Modu Ku family is also a top-ranked force in the whole country. The habitat maps they have organized are naturally much more detailed than the maps purchased on the market. After unfolding the map, Zhang Jing's line of sight is carefully above. Browse through. Finally, his gaze was fixed on one of them. It was a large forest called Phoenix Terrace, located in the capital of the capital, near the imperial capital. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed when he saw the elves that had once appeared in this forest marked above. Originally, he didn't have an accurate target for the 5th elf. After all, the rarer the elves, the more difficult it is to meet. Even if he has some ideas, he has to be able to meet them. But now, after getting the lucky recharge agent from the championship package, he has the possibility to choose actively. I am Oh Huang, who am I afraid of? Chapter 38_Learn from each other. With the lucky charm as support, Zhang Jing can be said to be full of confidence. After all, he had already experienced the effect of a lucky charm once. Luck is a rather elusive thing, but in Zhang Jing's opinion, after wearing the lucky charm, he has a feeling of, everything comes true, and, unintentionally inserting willows and willows. When he fished out the shining carp king, what he really thought at the time was whether he could catch a shining spirit with the blessing of the lucky charm. Finally succeeded. This is exactly what you want. The little fire dragon is an unexpected harvest. This is inadvertently inserting willows and willows. After confirming his goal through the map, Zhang Jing left the house. He went to the nearby market first and bought some living supplies. A small part is put in the backpack, and most are put in the dimension pocket. After doing all this, Zhang Jing went to the station. He was going to take a car to the imperial capital. Blue Star is the same world as the Earth he crossed, but the technology here has developed to a more advanced level, and the speed of the car is quite fast. Zhang Jing waited quietly in the waiting hall. In the waiting hall, in addition to humans, there are many elves, which is the normal state after the arrival of elves. For 10 years, humans and elves have lived together harmoniously. Zhang Jing leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. In his arms, Ibrahimovic was leaning against his arms, his cheeks pressed against Zhang Jing's chest, and he was sleeping soundly. If you want to evolve into a fairy spirit, you need the relationship between the trainer and Ibrahimovic as the basis, so Zhang Jing also intends to continue to cultivate. Just then, a somewhat suspicious voice sounded. Riverview. Huh. Zhang Jingxun looked over and heard a surprised voice from the other side. It's really you. His gaze was fixed on the other person. Her black hair was draped over her shoulders, she was wearing a long white dress, and a delicate small satchel was hung over her shoulders. Acquaintance. Zhang Jing's classmate, Lu Qin. After receiving the initial elves, the two also fought against each other, and Ibrahimovic finally won by the enhanced impact. In fact, on the second day after receiving the initial elves, Lu Qin sent an invitation to Zhang Jing, asking, does he want to go out with a team? However, due to various considerations, Zhang Jing declined. So, this was the first time the two met in many days. His eyes fell on the girl's beautiful face, and Zhang Jing asked, are you ready to travel? No. Lu Qin shook his head. I just came back from another city. After her voice fell, she looked into Zhang Jing's arms. Because of the conversation between the two, Ibrahimovic woke up, and now his eyes are still a little hazy, as if he has not slept enough. Your Evie is still so cute. Lu Qin sighed with emotion, and then seemed to have thought of something, and his face became hesitant. After hesitating for a moment, she immediately made a decision, looked at Zhang Jing seriously, and whispered, Zhang Jing, have you considered the evolution of Ibrahimovic? If possible, you'd better let it be completed as soon as possible. Evolve to make it stronger. Quote. Huh. Zhang Jing glanced at her and saw that Lu Qin's expression was quite serious. He seemed to realize something, and replied in a low voice, you mention this because the elves will change the exam. The reason for the leather. You know. This time, it was Lu Qin's turn to be surprised. Looking at Zhang Jing with a rather surprised look, Lu Qin nodded and said, the gap between Ibrahimovic's strength before and after evolution is still quite large. If you can let Ibrahimovic complete the evolution, it will also have a certain effect on your performance in the elf exam. Influence. After she finished speaking, she hesitated for a while and didn't ask why Zhang Jing knew about the elf exam. As far as she knows, the news of the reform of the elf exam is currently only circulated among high-level officials and many major forces in the world. Civilian trainer. I don't know, otherwise it would have caused a sensation already. However, in her opinion, everyone has their own secrets. She has a good relationship with Zhang Jing and has no plans to explore. Zhang Jing looked at Lu Qin, but thought more. He and Lu Qin had a good relationship in school. Now the other party will take the initiative to provide her with this news. It seems that he really regards him as a friend. This warmed Zhang Jing's heart. With a light cough, Lu Qin quickly turned to another topic. Zhang Jing, are you planning to leave Luzhou? Well, I'm going to the capital. The capital, Lu Qin sighed, without asking what Zhang Jing's purpose was. She stared at Ibrahimovic with a hint of interest in her eyes, and said, Zhang Jing, do you want to learn from each other? Lu Qin showed a confident look. After I was defeated by you, I have undergone quite strict training these days, and this time I will definitely defeat you. Okay. Hearing this, Zhang Jing agreed directly. The car he was waiting for had some time to come, but Zhang Jing didn't mind a battle of elves. The two looked at each other and left the waiting hall. Inside the station, there is a battle area specially prepared for trainers. After paying the venue usage fee, Zhang Jing and Lu Qin were already standing at opposite ends of the battlefield. The first one is sent, ask for evaluation tickets and flowers. Chapter 39_Jewel Starfish vs Fire Dinosaur. Luzhou Railway Station. Against the war zone. On the battlefield. At one end of the field, Lu Qin's eyes turned to Zhang Jing's side opposite. Ibrahimovic stood there obediently. "Are you going to send Evie to fight?" she asked. Zhang Jing shook his head. "Okay." Lu Qin nodded knowingly, and then took out a pokeball. Zhang Jing also took out the pokeball almost at the same time. It was a discussion in itself, so Zhang Jing would not take advantage of her. Light flashes. Two figures appeared in the field. It was the fire dinosaur who appeared in front of Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing is currently the highest level elf. After the debut, the fire dinosaur waved its claws and looked at its opponent with high fighting spirit. It has always been a belligerent character. The eyes of Zhang Jing and Huo Dinosaur looked towards the opposite side at the same time. Only see. At this moment, at the other end of the battlefield, in front of Lu Qin, there was a lilac figure floating. "This is..." ellipsis quote. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed, and he instantly recognized its identity. Gem starfish. Water-based and superpower-based elves. Zhang Jing glanced at Lu Qin. Starfish uses the water stone to complete the evolution and become a gem starfish. The price of water stone can be quite expensive. However, thinking that the other party also knew the relevant news about the reform of the examination, Zhang Jing knew that this beautiful classmate must also have a certain background. It's not surprising to be able to have an elves-like gem starfish. It's a fire dinosaur. The other end, Lu Qin curiously looked at the fire dinosaur in front of Zhang Jing, then shook his head and said, "The gem starfish has the property of water. It seems that this time, I'm going to take advantage of you." Zhang Jing smiled slightly and didn't care. The two looked at each other and started the battle quite tacitly. The command voice sounded almost at the same time. Fire dinosaur, throwing flames. Gem starfish, use the water gun on it. Roar. The dragon head of the fire dinosaur was raised, and the dragon mouth suddenly opened. And then, hot flames spewed out. The air trembled slightly under the hot flames. Another side. The gem at the center of the gem starfish burst into a dazzling light, and then a water gun with a powerful impact came straight at it. Flame. Water flow. Zhang Jing and Lu Qin are both learning from each other, and naturally both have the idea of a head-to-head competition. The two elves are pushing with all their strength. Next second, the flames in the water flow suddenly bombarded together in the center of the battlefield. Zzzzzzzz. At the moment when the jet flame and the water gun collided, the water vapor rose instantly with a slightly harsh sound under the contact of the water and the fire. The sight of both of them was blocked to a certain extent. Just then, Zhang Jing's command sounded again. Fire dinosaur, with a flash of lightning. Similar to lightning flash, a skill that elves can master at low levels. In the past few days, Zhang Jing has synthesized it many times. The lightning flash skill of fire dinosaur has already been greatly enhanced. On the battlefield, steam spreads. The moment Zhang Jing's voice fell, the fire dinosaur's right leg kicked, and the entire body turned into an electric light, and it rushed out. Huh. Lu Qin's eyes were quite surprised. This fire dinosaur has the ability to flash lightning. After just being stunned for a moment, she reacted and said immediately, "Jewel starfish, use high-speed stars." After her voice fell, Jewel starfish did not execute in the first place. Because fire with lightning flash. The dinosaur has already sprinted in front of it and slammed into it. Bang! The two elves collided, and there was a slightly dull sound. After many enhancements, the speed and power of the flash of electric light have been significantly improved. After a collision, the body of the gem starfish flew towards the rear. Fire dinosaur, chase while you win, catch up, grab. Zhang Jing said calmly. The gem starfish has the water attribute, and fire-based skills do limited damage to it. However, this fire dinosaur in Zhangjing is on the close combat side. The face is also quite ferocious. The power of various basic melee skills that have been enhanced cannot be underestimated. The fire dinosaur strode, chasing the jewel starfish. Just then, the jewel starfish that flew upside down barely recovered. It did not hesitate, the gems on the chest flashed, and the skills were activated. High-speed stars. This is an inescapable skill. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed and he shouted, "Fire dinosaur, go ahead and don't give it a chance to adjust." Facing the shining star. In the eyes of the light, fire dinosaurs, the fighting spirit is more and more high, and there is no fear. The high-speed stars hit its body. Pain flickered on his face and turned into firmness. It has already caught up with the gem starfish with the attack. Grasp. The claws that have been strengthened many times show a cold light, and suddenly cross the body of the gem starfish. Chapter 40_Evolution. The sharp claws cut across the body of the gem starfish. It left a mark on its body. Not only that. With the strength of the lit dinosaur itself, the jewel starfish floating in midair, under this grasp, the body rolled directly twice, and stepped back a little. Gem starfish. Lu Qin's worried voice sounded. The body of the gem starfish turned and finally stabilized. Its body was covered with scars, but it was not incapacitated. This sea of gems. Stars' potential, strength, and level are obviously quite good, so it is possible to hold on to the fire dinosaur's offensive for so long. Of course. This is also related to the fact that it has a water attribute, and the fire dinosaur does not use fire skills. Fire dinosaurs. Since it is a battle, he will naturally not keep his hand until the opponent is defeated. His lips parted lightly, and Zhang Jing immediately prepared to instruct the fire dinosaurs to increase their offensive. But just at this time, the fire dinosaur stopped in place. Zhang Jing and Lu Qin are keen. Aware of this scene, his eyes were delivered at the same time. I see. On the body of the fire dinosaur, a dazzling light suddenly burst out. Light enveloped its whole body. Its evolution. Has this fire dinosaur reached the brink of evolution? Lu Qin's surprised voice sounded. Zhang Jing nodded slightly. When he won the single-day championship of the Rising Sun competition on the 5th day and left the forest, the fire dinosaur had reached the edge of evolution. Now the battle with the gem starfish has obviously touched it. In the battle, he directly achieved evolution. A trace of anticipation flashed in his eyes, and Zhang Jing's eyes were fixed on the fire dinosaur. The light is getting brighter. Inside, the shape of the fire dinosaur is changing. It's growing taller and wider. On the back, the two wings stretched out. Evolution continues. After about half a minute, the light shrouded in the fire dinosaur finally gradually dissipated. A tall figure appeared on the spot. Charizard. Fire. Plus flying, dual attribute fire-breathing dragon. Roar. After the debut, the fire-breathing dragon seemed to be impatient, its dragon head was raised, and a dragon roar suddenly sounded. Accompanied by the loud dragon roar, the scorching flames spewed out from its dragon mouth and went straight to the sky. This place is open to the war zone. Otherwise, if you use your skills like this, you will probably trigger the fire alarm. Under the scorching flames, the air trembled slightly. After the evolution of the elves, they ushered in a comprehensive transformation. Compared with the fire dinosaur period, the skills of today's fire-breathing dragons are undoubtedly powerful. Take it to the next level. The sound of the dragon's roar resounded all around, and other trainers who were on the battlefield focused their attention and looked over. Okay, fire-breathing dragon, calm down. Seeing the excited appearance of the fire-breathing dragon, Zhang Jing said. The fire-breathing dragon lowered his head. Its eyes were full of fighting intent, and its eyes were fixed on the gem starfish not far in front of it. Apparently, the belligerent, after evolution, also remembers its opponents. Lu Qin was meeting the fire-breathing dragon's gaze and said helplessly, Zhang Jing, I admit defeat. This guy of yours was so fierce in the time of fire dinosaurs. Now that he has evolved, my gem starfish is definitely not an opponent. Saying that, she took out the Pokeball and directly took the jewel starfish back. See. The fire-breathing dragon roared and flapped its wings twice, seemingly disappointed. Fire-breathing dragon, next is your chance to fight. After Zhang Jing comforted him, he took out the Pokeball and put it back. Lu Qin had already stepped in front of him. She looked at Zhang Jing and vomited. Stuck his tongue out. I thought my gem starfish could beat you, but I didn't expect it to be your opponent. This girl is quite arrogant, so naturally she doesn't care about this kind of thing. She just complained and said, your car should be about to be dispatched, right? Zhang Jing glanced down at the time. Then, he nodded and said, well, it will be there soon. Then I won't bother you. Lu Qin waved his hand towards Zhang Jing and showed a smile. See you when the elf exam takes place. After saying goodbye, the girl left very freely. Zhang Jing returned to the waiting hall. The tyrannical carp dragon, the fire-breathing dragon. Sitting on the seat, Zhang Jing couldn't help but let out a smile. Without a doubt. The tyrannical carp dragon and the just-evolved fire-breathing dragon are his well-deserved main elves at present, and their performance in the elf exam will definitely be beyond imagination. Next, it depends on whether this trip goes smoothly or not. If it goes well, the preparations for the elf meeting are almost over. Soon. The express train to the Imperial City arrives at the station. After Zhang Jing got into the car, he came to his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Goal. Imperial Capital. Phoenix Forest. Chapter 41_Sky. On the way to the imperial capital by car in Zhongjing. A video conference is quietly going on. The faces were mapped together through video, and a large-scale online conference covering the world was held. If there are ordinary people who can participate in it, I am afraid that they will be horrified and unable to themselves. Because those who can participate in this meeting are high-level leaders from all over the world, powerful trainers, and leaders of many forces. When you take them out, they are all characters that shock and frighten one side. But now, everyone gathers together through the network. At this time, everyone's audio was turned off, and only one person was talking. It was a man with a younger face. Ji Ziyang. Heavenly King Trainer. His eyes were calm, as if he was accustomed to this kind of big scene. At this time, his eyes swept over the faces on the videos, and finally said, we have discussed the proposal for the reform of the ELF exam 3 times. Today is the day of the final decision. After everyone consultation, and unanimously agreed that the final result will be decided by voting. If more than half agree, the reform of the ELF examination will be officially carried out. He paused, then said, please vote. Then, the video conference went quiet. In their respective terminals, there are voting options. As Ji Ziyang's voice fell, a big man made a choice. With their decision, below their video footage, red and green appear. Red represents a veto, green represents a pass. After the 10-minute voting ended, Ji Ziyang exhaled a long breath. Looking around, in the surrounding video screen, green occupies an absolute advantage. His fist clenched hard. The situation is set. Then, Ji Ziyang said, as for the specific plan for the ELF exam, we have already obtained the results in the previous discussion. When all regions are fully prepared, let's release the news of the reform of the spiritual examination. The video conference is over. Imperial Capital. North Station. After Zhang Jing left the station from the waiting hall, his eyes subconsciously swept around. There are many high-rise buildings in a sense of technology. As the capital of China, the imperial capital is undoubtedly one of the top big cities. By comparison, Luzhou, where Zhongjing is located, is completely a small city because of its remoteness. However, Zhongjing did not come to the imperial capital for tourism. Although he was very interested in the city of Blue Star, now he is focusing all his energy on perfection. Preparing for the spiritual exam, but there is no leisure time. After leaving the station, Zhang Jing directly chose to take a bus and left the imperial city. After a period of traffic jams on the more congested road, Zhang Jing finally left the imperial city. Get off. Then, Zhang Jing directly took out a pokeball. His mind moved slightly, and a figure had already appeared in front of him. Charizard. The one who appeared in front of him was the fire-breathing dragon that had just evolved before the ride. After the fire-breathing dragon appeared, habitually glanced around. Then, its eyes were a little puzzled, and with a low growl, it looked at Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing has been with it for a while since he captured the original small fire dragon. Seeing this, he immediately understood the meaning of the fire-breathing dragon. This guy is looking for an opponent. It is belligerent, and every time it comes out, it wants to fight. Shaking his head helplessly, Zhang Jing said, "Fire-breathing dragon, I called you out, not for fighting." The fire-breathing dragon's head was tilted, and he looked at Zhang Jing suspiciously. The original majestic appearance is matched with this action, which is a little cute. Don't move. With a soft warning, Zhang Jing stepped forward and rode on the back of the fire-breathing dragon. Then, his heart was a little excited, and he said, "Fire-breathing dragon, lift off." The first time he was ridden by someone, the fire-breathing dragon was obviously a little uncomfortable and moved his body twice. However, for Zhang Jing, it still quite agrees, so it did not refuse. After moving twice, the fire-breathing dragon's wings unfolded. Then fan. A whirlwind is rolling around. Then, the body of the fire-breathing dragon rose into the sky and rushed into the sky in an instant. Zhang Jing rode on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, watching the scenery under him gradually diminish. Is this what it's like to fly? He sighed in his heart. The sky has always been the domain that humans want to conquer. To this end, human beings have created many technological creations that can ascend into the sky. However, after the advent of the elves, there are. With the flight-type elves, the matter of flying has become easier. The fire-breathing dragon itself was also a little excited, whirling in the sky. You know, this is also the first time it has taken off after its evolution. After calming down for a while, Zhang Jing thought about it and took out the map from the dimension pocket. He's ready to ride a fire-breathing dragon to his destination. In fact, if it weren't for a big city like the Imperial City, which had a no-fly order in the city, he would have taken off on a fire-breathing dragon. Glancing across the map, Zhang Jing determined the direction and immediately said, "Fire-breathing dragon, northwest, let's go." Roar. The fire-breathing dragon's roar sounded in midair, and its dragon wings spread out and galloped away. Chapter 42 Deep in the jungle. Sky. A figure galloped past. It's a fire-breathing dragon. On the back of the fire-breathing dragon, Zhang Jing was holding a map and was confirming the direction for the fire-breathing dragon. Below. It is a dense forest. He has arrived at the Phoenix National Taiwan University Forest. However, there was no direct choice to land. Because, according to the information on the map, the kind of elf he was looking for had only appeared in the depths of the forest. Fire-breathing dragon wings flap and gallop. And past. After a long flight. Looking at the denser and sparser forest below, Zhang Jing said, "Fire-breathing dragon, just land here." The fire-breathing dragon let out a low roar, then leaned forward and fell quickly. It cuts right through the lush foliage of branches and into it. Bang! With some silent sound, the fire-breathing dragon landed on the ground. Zhang Jing jumped and stepped on the ground. The soil is somewhat soft. Lush foliage branches shade the sun. Block it and keep the soil very moist. There is a smell unique to the woods in the air. Zhang Jing took 2 steps forward. Behind. The fire-breathing dragon looked around curiously, stepped and followed him closely. After all, it was the first time I came here. In order to prevent the attack of any wild elves, Zhang did not take the fire-breathing dragon back. Just after one person and one dragon took a few steps forward, the bushes ahead suddenly trembled slightly, and a rustling sound came over. Zhang Jing's steps stopped. Charizard. Look alert. After a few seconds, I saw a green caterpillar slowly wriggling and crawling out of the bushes. It seemed to be aware of Zhang Jing and the fire-breathing dragon, but after just one look at them, it withdrew its gaze and continued to squirm. Soon, it disappeared from the sight of Zhang Jing and the fire-breathing dragon. The level of the green caterpillar is too low, and the experience it can provide the elves of Zhang Jing is pitiful, so Zhang Jing didn't even let the fire-breathing dragon take action. However, look at this green caterpillar. Leaving like a human, Zhang Jing showed a thoughtful look. It's because there are too few humans here. So the Pokemon here have no vigilance against humans at all. He speculated in his mind. You must know that the elves he encountered in the forests on the outskirts of Luzhou City were all very wary of humans, and most of them would choose to take the initiative to attack them. But the green caterpillar he encountered here, completely ignoring Zhang Jing and the fire-breathing dragon, didn't seem vigilant at all. Next, Zhang Jing quickly verified his guess. He led the fire-breathing dragon for a few hundred meters, and met many elves who liked to live in the forest, but most of them did not respond to their arrival, and even more curiously looked at him and the fire-breathing dragon. In this environment, I believe that the kind of spirit I'm looking for will live here. With a slight movement in his mind, Zhang Jing took out the lucky charm from the dimensional space. On the way here, he has already completed the recharge. Now, as long as the lucky charm is worn on him, it will trigger the 3-minute incarnation effect of the European Emperor. Only 3 points. Clock time, which is why Zhang Jing did not use it directly after arriving here. He put the lucky charm on his clothes. Then, putting his hands together, Zhang Jingshan prayed mysteriously. Then, he took the fire-breathing dragon and shuttled forward through the forest. One person and one dragon are not fast and move forward slowly. Minutes passed by. The lucky charm is gradually coming into play. Just as Zhang Jing walked forward, behind him, the low roar of the fire-breathing dragon rang out. Zhang Jing paused, turned around, and said, "Fire-breathing dragon, what's wrong?" Roar. The fire-breathing dragon let out a low growl, raised its claws and pointed back. Zhang Jing looked in the direction it pointed. There is a rather thick tree. Now, behind the thick trunk, a golden horn was faintly revealed. Because the color of himself and the tree trunk is similar, if it wasn't for the fire-breathing dragon's reminder, he would not have been able to find it at all. Just when Zhang Jing looked there, the little golden horn moved. It seemed to be poking out, with blue hair sticking out of the tree trunk under its golden horns. Just sticking out its head, it seemed to have noticed Zhang Jing's gaze, and as if frightened, it quickly retracted behind the tree trunk. Chapter 43_Glitter Lalu Drawing. It moves fast. However, Zhang Jing, who was highly focused, had already determined its identity the moment it probed. The golden horns. Blue hair. With the little head it just protruded. As a senior elf fan, Zhang Jing recognized its identity right away. Lalu Lassie. This is a superpower plus fairy dual attribute Lalora's. And the most important thing is that it is a flash Lalu drawing. Ordinary Lalu drawing, the horns are red, and the hair is green. Only the flash Lalu drawing has a different appearance. And Lalu Lassie is exactly what Zhang Jing came here for. Successfully met now. Incarnation of Queen O, she can do whatever she wants. Temporarily suppressing the more excited mood in his heart, Zhang Jing's eyes were fixed on the big tree that Lalula's was avoiding. He wasn't in a hurry. Lalula's has the ability to perceive human emotions, and it is a rather shy elf. It would be bad if you scare it away. Under Zhang Jing's gaze, only see Lalu Lassie, who was hiding behind the trunk, seemed to hesitate for a while, and then quietly stuck her head out. Zhongjing and the fire-breathing dragon did not take the initiative to move forward, making it less vigilant. This time, after sticking out her head, Loloras met Zhongjing's gaze and didn't withdraw immediately. It looked at Zhongjing and the fire-breathing dragon behind him curiously. Focusing on the lovely Loloras, Zhongjing Chang exhaled. In one breath. Long before he came, he thought about how to subdue Lalu Lassie if he could really encounter it. He is not ready to fight. Fighting against the wild elves and defeating the opponent is to reduce the ability of the wild elves to resist and struggle after being charged by the pokeball. If the elves are not prepared to resist, then naturally there is no need to fight. There are many ways to conquer the elves. Seeing that Lalu Lassie did not shrink back, Zhongjing showed a kind smile and said softly, "Lalu Lassie, hello." The flashy Lalu Lassie with blue hair tilted her head, even more cute. "Do you mind if I walk over?" Zhongjing said softly. After the voice fell, he did not wait for an answer, and took a tentative step. Zhongjing walked forward quietly. Lalulas was looking at him. Loloras, who has perceptive emotions, is undoubtedly super perceptive of crisis. Therefore, although Zhongjing was walking towards it, but because he never sensed malice from Zhongjing, it did not choose to leave. Soon, Zhongjing came to Loloras. Lalu Lassie was not tall. Zhongjing leaned down. Then, Zhongjing's heart moved slightly. He took out the energy cube from the dimension pocket. Energy cubes are a type of elf food. This is a special energy cube made by the Ku family. It is very tempting to elves. If you eat it for a long time, it has certain benefits for the elves' bodies. Putting an energy cube in the palm of his hand, Zhongjing stretched out his palm, lightly. Voice, "Lalu Lassie, do you want to try it?" Lalulas sniffed. It seems hesitant. However, after hesitating for a moment, the temptation of delicious food overwhelmed everything. It raised its two arms and held the energy cube in Zhongjing's palm. Then, it bites tentatively. After taking a sip, Loloras was obviously a little surprised. Without any hesitation, Loloras ate the energy cube in small mouthfuls. Zhongjing showed a smile that the plan was successful. He looked at Lalu Lassie and said, "Little guy, do you want to be able to eat this kind of food every day in the future?" Zhongjing's tone had a hint of bewitching. "You have lived in this forest for a long time, haven't you been tired of it? I can take you to see the outside world." Zhongjing told it. The intelligence of the elves is very high, not to mention the superpower plus fairy attributes of Lalu Lassie. It can definitely understand the meaning of Zhongjing. Just because it has lived in this dense forest since childhood, it is relatively simple, but it does not know. Dao, Zhongjing's behavior is called abduction in the human world. After introducing the beautiful world outside to Lalu Lassie in detail, Zhongjing looked at it and said, "How is it, little guy, are you willing to leave here with me?" Facing Zhongjing's eyes, Lalula's thought for a few seconds. Then, its little head nodded. Chapter 44_Emergencies. Seeing Lalu Lassie nodding, Zhongjing almost didn't hesitate, and already took out an empty pokeball from his waist. Lalula's looked curiously at the red and white pokeball in Zhongjing's hand. "Lalu Lassie, don't struggle." With a soft exhortation, Zhongjing raised his arm and gently touched the elf ball on Lalu Lassie's forehead. The light flashed. Lalu Lassie disappeared in place. The light on the pokeball flickered. Almost as soon as it began to flicker, the light dimmed, and the sound of ding sounded. Conquer successfully. On the premise that the elves do not have any idea of resistance, there will be no accident in the raining. With a slight movement in his mind, Zhongjing released Lalu drawing. Then, he took out several energy cubes of different flavors and handed them all to Lalu Lassie. Lalula's was quite surprised by this, and carefully held the energy cube to taste. Zhongjing's eyes were fixed on Lalu Lassie, and there was unstoppable joy in his expression. Every trainer has only the elves that he can carry with him. Some trainer choose sprites that focus on cultivating a single attribute. And some trainers use 6 positions flexibly to train elves with different attributes. There is no doubt that Zhang Jing is the latter. In his heart, he had already planned his elf lineup. At present, he has the Pikachu of the electricity type, the fire type plus flying fire-breathing dragon, the water type plus flying Tyrannosaurus, and the general attribute Ibrahimovic. And in Zhang Jing's plan, among his remaining 2 vacancies, the super energy elves are indispensable. There is no doubt that the super elves are also the same. It is one of the darlings of the gods, with powerful skills and strange skills. If you use it well, you will definitely have outstanding combat power. And Zhang Jing's first choice is Lalu Drawing. Lalu Lassie, who has the attributes of fairy plus superpower, is simply a favorite. And in the future, it can be transformed into Xanadu step by step. Shinado is known as the Super Queen. This title alone is evident. Not to mention, starting from Laloras, to its evolutionary Cerulean, Shinado, and even after Mega's evolution, Super Shinado has implemented a noun to the end. That's beauty. This series of elves can be described as super high in appearance, which is quite eye-catching. There is a saying that is good, strong or not is a temporary thing, but handsome or not beautiful is a lifetime thing. With Lalu Lassie around, Zhang Jing would naturally not be tempted by other elves. Looking at Lalu Lassie, who was eating the energy cube, Zhang Jing was in a good mood and whispered, "Lalu Lassie." Very fond of its new owner, who provides food. Satisfied, the moment he heard the sound, he stopped and looked up at Zhang Jing. "Let me introduce you, that big guy is a fire-breathing dragon." Zhang Jing pointed to the fire-breathing dragon. Lalulas looked over. The fire-breathing dragon let out a low growl. Then, Zhang Jing took out Pokeballs. Light flashed. Pikachu, Ibrahimovic, appeared one after another. The Tyrannosaurus appeared at the end. It is worth mentioning that, because the size of the Tyrannosaur is too large. For the big reason, after appearing on the stage, he also crushed a few small trees around. Zhang Jing introduced Lalu Lassie seriously. Several old friends realized that this was their new teammate, and everyone behaved quite nicely. This is due to Zhang Jing's usual cultivation of their feelings. After giving everyone a brief introduction, Zhang Jing lowered his head and glanced at the lucky charm hanging on his chest. The lucky charm this time has a duration of minutes. Not long after wearing it, he met Lalu Lassie. After a set of operations, the lucky charm is still shining, but the duration will soon expire. It's not a loss at all to successfully subdue shining Laloras, Zhang Jing said in his heart. Then, he is going to take back a few elves and leave here. However, before he could act, in the distance of the dense forest, a more shrill cry of the elves suddenly came. More than one. Immediately after, the sound of cracking trees breaking from far to near is transmitted to the ears. The deafening smashing sound kept ringing. Zhang Jing's line of sight looked to the past. I saw that the trees in the distance seemed to have been hit by some strong impact, and they were broken, dumped towards the surroundings, and fell to the ground. The elves living in the jungle fled. The scene was a mess. Just then, the lucky charm on Zhang Jing's chest exhausted its duration and dimmed. Chapter 45_Rampage. Phoenix Forest. Deep in the forest, Zhang Jing's eyes were looking straight ahead. Only see. In the distance, many thin trees seemed to have received a strong impact, broke, and fell to one side with the sound of clack. The elves living nearby fled. That is. Suddenly, Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. He saw the figure of the culprit. It was an elf floating in the low sky at this time. Behind its body, a violent airflow burst out, pushing it forward. It seems to be a little crazy, and it is venting. Under the advancement of the airflow, it rampages in the forest, and its hard body hits the trees without fear. What is shocking is that its body was unscathed, but the tree was directly broken under the action of the powerful impact. Apparently, those broken trees are its masterpiece. After his eyes caught the other, Zhang Jing immediately recognized its identity. That's a sand Kira. Shakira, who can evolve the quasi-god spirit Bangira. Zhang Jing subconsciously looked down at the lucky charm hanging on his clothes. At this time, the lucky charm has dimmed. Is it the last role it played before time ran out? Otherwise, how could an elves with quasi-god potential be so easy to meet? But Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. If it was Shakira, he probably wouldn't live in this kind of forest. His heart. Some doubts. Different elves have different living habits and suitable habitats. In Zhang Jing's memory, there was no concept of Shakira living in the forest. Shakira rampaged through the forest, venting wantonly. Suddenly, it seems to have noticed Zhang Jing and his few elves in the distance, turned the direction, and rushed towards Zhang Jing suddenly. Behind it, the compressed gas spewed out, and the violent airflow made a harsh crackling sound, providing it with the power to rush forward. Very violent. Zhang Jing sighed, and then his eyes became serious. To know. This is the spirit that can become a quasi-god. Now that he has taken the initiative to deliver it to his door, Zhang Jing has no reason to miss it. Shakira sprints extremely fast. Soon. It is close to the river view. The eyes wrapped in the hard shell showed a ferocious look, and Shakira immediately prepared to attack. Just then, Zhang Jing's voice sounded. Shakira is rock plus ground attribute. In this case, the tyrannical carp dragon, the water runs its tail. Tail of the water. This is a new skill that Tyrannosaurus has learned as its level increases in the recent period. The moment Zhang Jing's voice fell, the violent carp dragon, which was already impatient for a long time, suddenly let out a deafening roar. The surrounding elves became more panicked under the influence of intimidation. The tyrannical carp dragon itself is quite a vicious elf, and now this Shakira vents recklessly in front of it, which has already made it a little uncomfortable. Today, Zhang Jing. After the order was issued, it immediately launched action. The huge body swayed suddenly in the forest. The body moved down, and the trees were directly crushed. Facing the rushing, cannonball-like Shakira, the tyrannical carp dragon seized the opportunity, and the dragon's tail suddenly swung forward. The water tail skill is activated. On its dragon tail, there are layers of intensely reverberating water currents. Next second, the tyrannical carp dragon's tail slammed fiercely on Shakira, who was sprinting over. A huge explosion of power. It's too late to say. I saw that in an instant. Shakira flew backwards at a faster speed than when he came. Bang, 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 bang. On the way upside down, Shakira's hard body hit the trees one by one. The thinner tree broke directly under the impact of Shakira's hard body, and the thicker tree stood firm, changing the direction of Shakira's travel. Finally, with a dull sound, Shakira's body hit a towering tree and slowly slid down. Zhang Jing did not hesitate. He swung the Pokeball in his hand, and instantly retracted Ibrahimovic, Pikachu, and Loloras, who he had just captured, into the Pokeball. Then, he jumped up, came to the back of the fire-breathing dragon, and said, "Fire-breathing dragon, tyrannical carp dragon, let's follow." The dragon wings of the fire-breathing dragon spread out, and it suddenly took off into the sky. The tyrannical carp dragon moved its huge body and quickly followed. Looking down from midair, I saw, the surrounding forest was in a mess, obviously the result of this Shakira's rampage. You know, in Shakira's introduction, even, there is a description of, it is powerful and destructive, and can even make a mountain collapse after going crazy. Such a description. Riding a fire-breathing dragon, Zhang Jing quickly arrived at the location where Shakira was. His eyes looked at the past, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Only see. At this time, this Shakira was still moving and trying to get up. This defense is very strong. Zhang Jing sighed. You must know that the water tail of the tyrannical carp dragon is a water-based skill. Water-based skills are good for rock plus ground. Sexual Shakira, capable of quadrupling the horrific damage. Not to mention, with the power of the tyrannical carp dragon itself, Shakira suffered secondary damage during the continuous impact on the way to being knocked into the air. Under such a terrifying attack, without losing consciousness directly, this Shakira's defensive ability is evident. However, although not unconscious, the Shakira was apparently severely injured. It struggled hard to get up, but fell down again and again. Zhang Jing immediately took out the pokeball and threw it at it. Ask for today's review tickets and flowers. Chapter 46_Harvest. The pokeball made a perfect arc in midair. Bang! With a slight sound, the pokeball smashed into Shakira's hard shell. Light flashed. Shakira's body disappeared in place. The pokeball fell to the ground. Zhang Jing's eyes looked over. Only see. The red and white pokeball kept shaking, flickering brightly and dimly. It's very stubborn, Zhang Jingxin said. After suffering such a serious injury, you can still struggle like this. Finally. After struggling a lot, Shakira, who was hit hard, had no strength to struggle at all, and the pokeball recovered. Ding! Successfully captured. Fire-breathing dragon, land. Zhang Jing said immediately. The fire-breathing dragon let out a low roar and fell. After falling to a certain height, Zhang Jing jumped directly and stepped firmly on the ground. Then, he picked up the pokeball and thought. Boom! Light. The on flashed, and Shakira appeared on the ground. Its body lay on the ground. Zhang Jing was using a normal pokeball instead of a healing ball with a healing function. Therefore, Shakira, who was severely injured, had not been healed and looked rather weak. However, when it saw Zhang Jing, it still struggled to move twice, and there was a strong sense of vigilance in the eyes of Zhang Jing. Behind Zhang Jing, the fire-breathing dragon stuck out its head and looked at his new comrade in arms curiously. Don't move. The Pokeball can only be said to allow the Pokemon and the trainer to have. The relationship and the relationship between each other also need to be patiently cultivated. Zhang Jing ordered, and then took out the wound medicine used to treat the elves from the dimensional pocket. This is also one of the resources provided by Qjia. The elf treatment medicine they provided was much better than what Zhang Jing bought in the market. Just when Zhang Jing leaned down and started to apply the wound medicine to Shakira, Shakira couldn't help but struggle. However, it suffered too much damage, and with the fact that it broke free from the Pokeball just now, it has almost no strength now, so he can only obediently let Zhang Jing do the work. As the wound medicine applied by Zhang Jing took effect, feeling the coolness from the wound, the vigilance in Shakira's eyes finally melted away. Soon. Zhang Jing has already done it. Survival in the wild during this period of time not only made the relationship between him and the elves improve rapidly, but also made him quickly grow into a true trainer. Giving the elves a simple treatment with medicines is not difficult for Zhang Jing at all. Zhang Jing straightened up. Then, he took out the elf picture book and aimed it at Shakira. There is no doubt that Shakira, who has the potential to be a quasi-god, is definitely one of Zhang Jingri's main elves in the future. He naturally needs to get acquainted with the other party. The familiar female voice of introduction sounded. Shakira, bullet Pokemon, body covered in a rock-hard shell. Powerful and surprisingly quick. On the screen, Shakira's message flashed line by line. Name, Shakira. Attributes, rock, ground. Ability, molt. Gender, male. Level, LV. Rarity, rare. Qualification, unknown, requires qualification. Currently mastered skills, bite, stare, sandstorm, screeching, break through gradually, rock avalanche, Ghost face, make a fuss. Zhang Jing's gaze swept above. I have mastered a lot of skills, and it is completely instant combat power. Zhang Jing said silently in his heart. Although it has not yet had the power of an evolved quasi-god elf, Shakira's own ability is already quite amazing, and it can exert a good combat power. LV. His eyes were fixed for a moment on the level, and his thoughts turned. If I remember correctly, Yukira will evolve into Shakira after reaching LV. So, this is a newly evolved Shakira. Zhang Jing suddenly understood a lot. When he saw Shakira, he was a little curious. With Shakira's habits, how could he appear in the forest? But now that he saw Shakira's level, Zhang Jing made some guesses. You know, Shakira's pre-evolutionary form, by Kira. But they live by eating soil. This Shakira probably lived here during the Yukira period. Now that he has not left after completing his evolution, he was met by Zhang Jing because of the role of the lucky charm. Gently smacking his tongue, Zhang Jing felt a little emotional. There is no doubt that luck is also an essential factor in becoming a strong trainer. Lucky trainers can meet rarer and more potential elves. And now, with the existence of the lucky charm, Zhang Jing is equivalent to grasping luck in his hands. Now that he has conquered two elves who will grow into the absolute main force in the future, it is undoubtedly a great harvest. After checking Shakira's information, Zhang Jing released Lelora's. After being released, Lelora's couldn't help but look at Shakira, who was now covered in wound medicine. There was a hint of curiosity in its eyes. Zhang Jing didn't care, and checked the information of Lalu drawing through the elf picture book. This was supposed to happen after the capture, but was interrupted by Shakira. What surprised Zhang Jing was that this Flash Lalu drawing has reached LV. It is not far from its first evolution. Chapter 47 _ Reform of the Elf Exam. Phoenix Forest. Somewhere. Lalu Lassie, use your mind power. Zhang Jing's voice fell, and Lelora's raised his arms in front of him, and his thoughts were activated. Far away. Shuttlecock's body was controlled by the power of thought and suddenly raised. Then, its body was slammed to the ground. Lalula's, the voice of charm. Zhang Jing did not hesitate, and immediately spoke again. Lalula's understands her mind and opens her mouth slightly. Full. A charming voice came out. Charming voice. Make a charming cry, inflict mental damage to the opponent, and the attack will definitely hit. Shuttlecock has already suffered a lot of trauma in the previous battle. Now, with the sound of Lelora's charming voice, its face showed a painful expression, and then it fell to the side. It has lost its fighting ability. Nice job, Lalulusi. Zhang Jing praised. He has never been stingy in praising his own elves, which is also cultivating their self-confidence. Lalu Lassie turned around and looked at Zhang Jing with a sweet smile. Immediately after, it lowered its head, looking a little shy. Just when Lalu Lassie bowed her head, bright rays of light rippling around it. Come on. Zhang Jing's eyes narrowed. Originally, after successfully subduing Lalula's and Shakira, he was going to leave here directly. However, because he found that Lalu Lassie was about to reach the level required for evolution, Zhang Jing simply stopped and prepared to first help Lalu Lassie evolve. Now, after many battles and with the experience of picking up, Lelora's finally reached the requirements of evolution. The bright light is a bit dazzling. Under the shroud of light, Lalu Lassie's body rapidly changed. After a period of time, the light converges. Lalu Lassie, who appeared in front of Zhang Jing, has already undergone considerable changes. To be precise, it is now Cerulean. Zhang Jing looked at it. Cerulean herself also looked down at its current body, with intense curiosity in her eyes. If Lelora's before evolution was a shy little girl, then, after evolution Cerulean is a lively girl. Its hair is scattered on both sides, its big eyes are exposed, and it is in good shape. The hair and legs of the regular cerulean are green, while the hair and legs of the flash cerulean are blue, which gives it a mysterious color. After sizing up her current appearance, Cerulean raised her arms and spun gracefully in place. Like a gorgeous waltz dance. Zhang Jing's eyes became more and more satisfied, and then he said, "Cerulean, come back first." Zhang Jing held the poke ball. Cerulean nodded obediently, and then returned to the pokey ball. Zhang Jing's eyes swept around. The purpose of coming here has been achieved, and he is ready to leave here. In the Phoenix Forest, he subdued 2 elves, Lalulas and Shakira. There is no doubt that this place can be regarded as his blessed land. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Zhang Jing called out Spitfire. Dragon. Then, with a display of dragon wings, it soars into the sky. 3 days later. The entire blue star is boiling. Because, all over the world, at the same time, the news of the reform of the spiritual examination was announced. Among them, in terms of, I chose to broadcast on the most watched evening news broadcast, which was announced by the Heavenly King level trainer, Ji Ziyang. It was an instant hit. To know. Today's genie exam has been going on for many years. And now. It is said that the reform of the examination will not only bring the examination time earlier, but also the specific examination mode will also change. This is undoubtedly a big shock. After the announcement, Spirit Exam Reform immediately topped the hot search list of various newsletter software. On the internet, in reality, there is a lot of discussion. Outside Luzhou. In a forest on the outskirts. The sky was already dark, and Zhang Jing was sitting in the tent. Beside him is Ibrahimovich, who has fallen asleep. Zhang Jingxiang. When the spirit is now viewing the various news through the online function of the wizard illustration. This is already the 3rd day he has returned from the imperial capital. Without a doubt. As he expected, once the news of the reform of the examination was released, it immediately caused a sensation among the whole people, and no hot topic could compete with it. After all. After the arrival of the elves, the trainer became the most noble and mainstream profession in the Blue Star. And the elves will test. It affects the new trainer. There are basically discussions on the internet. There are those who are optimistic about the reform, and there are those who are optimistic about the reform. It can be said to be a mess. However, Zhang Jing, who had known the news of the reform for a long time, was eating the melon quite calmly. Just as he was browsing the news from all sides, a message popped up on the screen of the Elf Pokédex. That's an email. An email sent by the Blue Star Elf Alliance to all new trainers this year. Just came back from going out, continue to code words tilde. Chapter 48_I, Zhang Jing, here. The moment he saw the email, Zhang Jing's expression turned solemn, and he had already guessed the general content of the email. No doubt. At this time, what the Blue Star Elf Alliance sent to a rookie trainer like him must be the content of the reform of the elf exam. In the news announced, although the large-scale reform of the fairy examination was mentioned, but the specific reform content was not mentioned. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Zhang Scenic opened an email. He browsed carefully. Slide your finger across the screen, scrolling all the way to the bottom. Signed, it is the Blue Star Elf Alliance. After reading it, Zhang Jing let out a long breath. As he had guessed, what was mentioned in this email was about the reform of the elf exam. After all, the elf exam is closely related to every rookie trainer, so the specific reform content is known to them first. First, the mock exams in previous years were cancelled directly. On the trainer's road, there is no chance to try. Second, this year's the elf exam will be officially launched in 3 days. 3 days later, the liberal arts exam. The liberal arts exam, as the name suggests, is a paper-based exam that tests each trainer's mastery of elves-related knowledge. Examinations in this subject are relatively small. After all, after years of study, most rookie trainers have a solid grasp of the relevant knowledge. And 7 days later. Take the martial arts exam. The martial arts exam refers to the exam that requires elves to fight. It's true. A test of the abilities of rookie trainers. According to the email, the martial arts exam is divided into 3 parts: the point competition part, the cooperation part, and the final battle part. 3 links. Of course, the specific content of the 3 major links was not disclosed in the email, which is obviously a test for new trainers. In the end, the scores of liberal arts and martial arts are added to compete for the final ranking. Inside the tent. After reading the email, Zhang Jing got up, lifted the tarpaulin, and walked outside. The tip of the moon. His eyes looked through the treetops to the half-moon hanging in the sky. The elves will be tested. Zhang Jing said softly. Since he received the initial elf, he has been preparing for the elf exam. And now. The fairy exam is finally coming. I thought it would take half a year, but I didn't expect to encounter the reform of the exam, but that's fine. At this time. A voice came from behind. Ibrahimovic seems to be. Sensing that he had left the tent, he also got out of the tent. Seeing Ibrahimovic's cute appearance, Zhang Jing couldn't help but smile. His palm lightly touched the pokeballs around his waist, and his mind moved slightly. Bang, bang, bang. A faint voice sounded, and figures appeared beside him. Pikachu. Cerulean. Tyrannosaurus. Charizard. Shakira. And Ibrahimovic, who was by his side from the beginning. 6 fairies. This is all the elves he has captured so far. Likewise, this is also his main force in the elf exam. The elves wondered what their master was doing when they released them, but they were all very well behaved and very quiet. They looked at Zhang Jing quietly, and Zhang Jing looked at them quietly. After glancing at the elves, Zhang Jing's eyes finally turned to the sky. Just use this elf exam to announce to the world. I, Zhang Jing, here. The next day. Early morning. The fire-breathing dragon galloped through the air. Zhang Jing rides above. He is returning to Luzhou. Because, not long ago, he received a communication request from his sister. Zhang Qian, back to Luzhou. The reform of the elf exam has undoubtedly brought shock to the human beings all over the world, and Zhang Qian is one of them. After all, her brother is one of the participants in this year's fairy test. Out of concern, she asked for leave and went back to Luzhou to see her brother. Brother sighed. Compared with the capital of China, the imperial capital, Luzhou is only a small and remote city, and there is no no-fly order. Therefore, Zhang Jing rode the fire-breathing dragon directly back to the city. After landing in his own community, Zhang Jing and the fire-breathing dragon beside him immediately attracted the attention of many people. That's a fire-breathing dragon, right? This is a very powerful spirit. Fuck, these aren't the boys from the Zhang family. I remember that he was this year's rookie trainer. Does he even have such a powerful elves? Fire-breathing dragon, I really want a. Only. The eyes around him are either envious or jealous. The river scene is quite calm. As early as he won the single-day championship of the Rising Sun competition many times, he has become accustomed to being in the limelight. Thinking that his sister hadn't seen his own elves, Zhang Jing simply did not take the fire-breathing dragon back and led it back home. After coming to the door, Zhang Jing knocked on the door. Chapter 49_Sisters Shock. Dong dong dong. As soon as the knock on the door rang, there was a crisp response from the room. Who is it? With the sound, the door was opened, and a tall figure appeared in front of Zhang Jing. It was his sister, Zhang Qian. Her hair was combed into a ponytail, no makeup was applied to her face, but she was beautiful and natural, and now she was wearing an apron. Xiaojing. The moment she saw Zhang Jing, Zhang Qian couldn't help exclaiming. She said in surprise, "You came back so soon." You know, from the suburbs. The bus from the district to the city has a fixed time. Zhang Qian did not expect that after she communicated with Zhang Jing, she would see her younger brother so quickly. After the voice fell, Zhang Qian's eyes fell behind Zhang Jing. There. The fire-breathing dragon stands tall. This is. Zhang Qian looked at the fire-breathing dragon, her eyes becoming more and more surprised. The fire-breathing dragon. Is it your elf? Yes. Zhang Qian nodded. Although she was not admitted to the Elf Academy, Zhang Qian is also studying a profession related to elves, so she naturally knows about fire-breathing dragons. Terrific. Thinking that her younger brother has already been valued by the big forces and took the initiative to choose to invest, Zhang Qian was less shocked by the fire-breathing dragon, and turned to pride. Proud of Zhang Jing. Come in, come in, come in. Zhang Qian gave up, turned and walked into the room. She said, I didn't expect you to come back so soon. I haven't finished my meal yet. That's right. She paused for a while, then turned around and said, let all your elves out, I'll make some special elves food for them. Good. Zhang Jing responded. He was somewhat looking forward to the special elf food made by his sister, because Zhang Qian is currently studying this major. Zhang Qian gave Zhang Jing a warm smile, and then stepped into the kitchen. In the living room, Zhang Jing released several of his elves one by one. Of course. Except for the Tyrannosaurus. The size of the tyrannical carp dragon is really too large, and he can't bear it in this residence, so he can only feel wronged. A few elves. Sitting down under Zhang Jing's command, the fire-breathing dragon sat directly on the side of the sofa, while the other 4 guys, who were much smaller than the fire-breathing dragon, sat on the sofa in a row. Zhang Qian moved quickly. Soon. Zhang Qian walked out of the kitchen with a plate in one hand. Just 2 steps out, she saw the elves sitting in rows, and her steps suddenly stopped in place. The shock received at that moment was unparalleled. The elf lessons she learned in the past allowed Zhang Qian to recognize the identities of these elves. Among them the Ibrahimovich I saw in the video, and the fire-breathing dragon I just met. The cute-looking Pikachu didn't even get her attention. Zhang Qian's eyes were fixed on the 2 elves in the middle of the sofa. Shakira. Cerulean. Zhang Qian had seen pictures of these 2 elves in books, but she never thought that one day, they would appear in front of her. Shakira, an elf with quasi-god potential. That's a quasi-god spirit. And Cerulean. Zhang Qian's eyes were fixed on Cerulean. The picture of Cerulean that she had seen appeared in her mind. Seeing this elf with a different color on the sofa in front of her, Zhang Qian was silent for a moment, and blinked her eyes hard, as if she wanted to confirm whether she had read it wrong. Finally. She looked at Zhang Jing weakly. Xiao Jing, is this Shining Cerulean? That's right. Zhang Qian had admitted. Cerulean looked at Zhang Qian curiously. Zhang Qian bit her lip. In the communication a few days ago, she already knew that Zhang Jing had been favored by a major force and became an investment target. She was very happy about it. And now, after really seeing the spirit of Zhang Jing, Zhang Qian discovered that her younger brother's potential seemed to be much greater than she had imagined. Quasi-god spirits and flash spirits are completely beyond Zhang Qian's imagination. She put the plate on the coffee table, and then sat down a little out of strength. Looking at Zhang Jing, Zhang Qian asked, Xiao Jing. How did you get them? Zhang Jing pondered, his eyes swept over his few elves, and then concluded, I am lucky. He was telling the truth. If it weren't for the luck of the lucky charm, it would be impossible to meet these elves in such a short period of time. Are you lucky? Zhang Qian's eyes lit up, she nodded and said, indeed, it takes a lot of luck just to meet these elves. She seemed a little excited and affirmed, this is. In the next elf meeting, Xiao Jing, you will definitely shine. Wait a minute, there are other dishes that haven't been served. After the words fell, Zhang Qian hurriedly turned around and returned to the kitchen. Zhang Jing quietly looked at Zhang Qian's back. He understood Zhang Qian's current mood. After the death of their parents, the siblings depended on each other for life. It is Zhang Jing, the only relative who supports Zhang Qian. She wants to cultivate Zhang Jing, and wants to watch Zhang Jing be his own. And now, with Riverview, the performance is outstanding. How can this make Zhang Qian not excited, happy, and unhappy? ... Ask for a wave of evaluation tickets and flowers today. Chapter-50_distribute. Zhang Jing had a meal with Zhang Qian at home. In addition to the 5 elves released by Zhang Jing, the whole family was happy. After eating, Zhang Jing said goodbye and left the house directly. 3 days later, it will be the official start of the elf exam. Under such circumstances, Zhang Qian naturally understood the importance of time to Zhang Jing. Although she was a little reluctant, she just buried it in her heart and silently cheered for Zhang Jing. ... After leaving home, Zhang Jing did not leave the city for the first time. He chose a sparsely populated park. Find a seat at will. Then, Zhang Jing's thoughts sank and entered his own dimensional pocket. The dimensional pocket can be used as you like, just like a backpack in the game. Now, in the dimension pocket, most of the positions are occupied. This is the elves-related resources provided by Qjia. Besides, there are also some things that Zhang Jing deliberately bought with elf coins in 2 days. His eyes swept over the same objects. Zhang Jing's hand grasped the essence. On the spirit ball. The sound is heard. A series of elves appeared beside Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing's eyes swept away. Today, Ibrahimovic has reached LV, Pikachu LV, Charizard LV, Tyrannosaurus LV, Shakira LV, and Cerulean LV. This is the current full lineup of Zhang Jing. There is no doubt that this is also the main lineup in the Elf Club exam. Then, Zhang Jing's mind moved slightly. In the dimensional pocket, all kinds of objects related to elves appeared outside. Various basic attribute enhancement potions, several one-time skill machines. Fortunately, Zhang Jing chose a park with no people. Otherwise, if people saw it, they would be quite surprised. After all, these things are very valuable. Zhang Jing took the lead in distributing the attribute enhancement potions. Elves have a certain resistance to attribute-enhancing agents, and different elves have different resistances. The boosting potion for special attack, Zhang Jing directly gave Cerulean. Although the girl like Cerulean is still a little immature at the moment, but when it evolves into Shinado in the future, it will definitely be one of Zhang Jing's main special attackers. The physical defense enhancer was given to Shakira. Shakira's own defense ability is quite amazing, and Zhang Jing is ready to carry forward its advantages. Special defense enhancer, used by the Tyrannosaurus. There is no doubt that the flashing carp dragon is Zhang Jing's well-deserved main elf. The combat power it can exert is quite terrifying. However, the tyrannical carp dragon has a rather fatal weakness. The attribute of water plus flight makes it 4 times weaker. If the Mega Evolution can be completed, the resistance of the Super Tyrannosaurus Carp Dragon whose attributes have changed will be much improved. But Mega Evolution not only requires absolute tacit understanding between elves and trainers, but the evolution keystones and Super Evolution stones required for Mega Evolution are also quite expensive. Even if Zhang Jing received a sum of money from the Ku family, he still couldn't afford that luxury price. So, Zhang Jing can only make up for the shortcomings of the Tyrannosaurus dragon as much as possible in this regard. Next, Zhang Jing has allocated other attribute reminders respectively. Finally, his eyes turned to several skill machines. These skills were all chosen by Zhang Jing himself. 100,000 volts. Hot water. Freeze light. Earthquake. 4 skill machines. Of course, they are all one-off skill machines. You must know that these 4 skills are undoubtedly high-level skills, and the price of skill machines unlimited times is sky high. After all, mastering a skill machine that can be used indefinitely, it is a way of making money in itself, and it can completely sell the skills. His eyes swept across the 4 one-time skill machines, and Zhang Jing's thoughts flashed. As the level of the elves increases, more and more experience is required to upgrade, and the speed will inevitably drop. Even if Zhang Jing can pick up experience, it's just a bit faster than an ordinary trainer. Because of this, Zhang Jing chose the skill machine. Since it is too late to comprehend skills by upgrading, then learn directly to convert them into combat power. Zhang Jing started the distribution. 100,000 volts let Pikachu learn directly. As the core skill of the electricity system, the level required for Pikachu to understand 100,000 volts is not low. Zhang Jing's one has never been understood. And now, looking at Pikachu who has learned 100,000 volts, Zhang Jing nodded with satisfaction and said with emotion, "This is called a Pikachu." The hot water and freezing light skills can be learned by the Tyrannosaurus, thereby increasing the attacking means of the Tyrannosaurus. The skills given by skill machines and systems are different, and some skills cannot be matched by attributes. The elves learn. And earthquake skills, let Shakira learn. After finishing everything, Zhang Jing let out a long breath. You're done. Although the level of his 6 elves has not improved, but the improvement of their basic attributes combined with the skills they have newly learned, the combat power they can exert now is definitely far better than before. After the allocation, Zhang Jing was ready to leave immediately. There are still 3 days before the official start of the elf exam, and he has to hurry up and continue to improve. Just then, communication tone rang. After Zhang Jing connected the communication, a familiar face appeared on the screen. Ku Ling. The girl looked a little excited. After the communication was connected, she immediately said, "Zhang Jing, where are you? Do you have time to meet?"